Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Joshua Neverett with today's invocation.
Before I begin to pray, I just want to say that we are living in the greatest time of our era, the Golden Age. And I want to thank God for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you for this great and victorious event at CPAC. We want to thank you for the leadership at CPAC, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, because you've allowed them to lead a great organization with American patriots. And we want to thank you for America, the greatest nation of our lifetime. And because of you, Lord, we've turned our eyes and sought your face and your righteousness. And now we are blessed with the golden age. But we ask you that you bless America, bless our people, and bless our allies. And we pray, God, for a victorious event over the next 4 days, that it be a safe event. As we strategize and we look upon the heavens, that you find favor over us, Lord, and you continue to bless America. Lord, we ask you that you protect our president and the vice president and all of leadership, and that you put favor over America. We ask you these things in the name that's above every name, that every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2025. America is back on track. Please welcome CPAC Senior Fellow Mercedes Schlapp and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Pretty cool.
Someone real special about to get on stage, right, Matt?
We have some seats open here. Let's go. Pack it in, folks. We got some red seats open here.
They're moving.
What do you think about CPAC 2025? Are you glad that America is back on track? Has it been a long, tedious 4 years? Are you ready to tell the whole world that America is ready to be America again? We have some announcements and some news.
There's so much going on. We have a very special guest who's going to be here during the conference. Kind of like a tech titan, maybe. Responsible for Doge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because thank God we're back to 2 genders. Yes. Elon Musk will be here on the CPAC stage. We just launched yesterday with the CPAC International Summit, where we had several key members representing from different countries with their delegations, where we passed 3 resolutions, Matt.
That's right.
Do you want to share what we did there?
Yeah, we passed 3 resolutions in support with one of America's greatest ally, the State of Israel. We were both saddened and honored to be joined by the families of those who have friends and family members as hostages by the evil Hamas.
And we have 2 of the hostages that were freed joining us today, and I believe they're here, right here with us.
God bless you.
America stands with you. America stands with Israel, and we will ensure that Hamas is eradicated. We will bring peace to the Middle East under President Trump. And then the second resolution.
It's hard for me to get over that, because that's just, thank you for being here. You honor us with your presence and your courage and your strength. And we have a president now in the United States of America that will not only help your loved ones, he's going to make it so that there aren't future victims, which we have to make sure we prevent. So thank you. Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution. By the way, these resolutions were supported by all the nations that were assembled at our 2nd annual CPAC International Summit. We are working not as government entities, but as entities outside government to push for these policies. And Gordon Chang wrote a very important resolution to combat the Chinese regime, the communist regime in China. And I want all of these despots and dictators to know that Donald Trump might talk to you. He might make you feel like you're welcome because that's part of his job. But in the end, we have a president that's going to stop you cold in your tracks. And all of these countries accepted that resolution as well. And perhaps my favorite resolution, I wish I had it here and could read to you on my phone, but I think I have the gist of it, which is we have a message to the globalists. Last year, Mercy and I stood on this stage and we said globalism, at CPAC, globalism was going to die. I thought that was an audacious statement. I thought we'd just say it, right, Jerry? Let's just say it. And then it happened. It's kind of amazing. And so our message to the globalists is, no matter whether you're at the World Economic Forum, the WHO, the EU, you can boo at any time, the UN, no matter who is trying to tell you as a mom or a dad, as a church member, as a teacher, as a cop, no matter who is trying to tell you what pronouns you should use, how you should pray to your God, how much you believe your country is racist, all that's over. And a part of that is, and this is a great way to start, we just had Natasha out here and the great pastor from Arizona who was with us on the campaign trail in Arizona. Part of that is, can we all just thank God for giving us a president?
Amen.
Who knows how to lead. And I'll expand that to a great young vice president who knows how to lead. All these resolutions passed. I don't know how CPAC became a global brand fighting the globalists with people here from like every country all over the world, but let's go with it because it seems to be working just fine.
And I want to leave you with this. You are the reason because President Trump is in the White House today. All of you, each and every one of you, fought hard, stood up, shared this incredible, optimistic message that we need to save America and, in essence, save the world. So I want to thank you all personally from the bottom of our hearts as being part of this incredible CPAC family, because you all have made the difference in this past election.
It's the truth.
So we honor you. We appreciate you so much.
So, we've talked long enough.
Yes,
let's get this show on the road. I think you have someone big that you want to announce that's coming out here. Good luck. I'll be in the wings making sure you do a good job.
Okay, Dad. All right, all right. All right, gang, are you all ready? Okay. So, there's this young guy, with this beautiful family, with this beautiful wife that is actually just a shining star right now in American politics. Marine veteran, former Ohio senator, one of the coolest guys I think we have around, and one of the best communicators in this Trump administration. Can you please let us applaud together, let us welcome the greatest Vice President of America, JD Vance.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Hey, how are you? You too. Thanks for doing this. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
USA!
Thank you all. Thank you. It's great to be with you. It's good to see you.
It is great to see you too. I mean, you've been like on a whirlwind here.
Yeah.
Are you a little jet lagged or no?
Yes, I am a
Okay.
little jet lagged. So we did a trip where we went to France and then to Germany, and then we went to San Diego for a family wedding, and then back in D.C., and we did all that in like 7 days.
Okay.
So a little jet lagged, but that's okay.
Well,
I'm in a good place right now, Mercedes.
Well, you know
I got some sleep last night.
Okay, good. Then we're ready. We're ready. But it's a real special day today. You know what today is, guys? It's February 20th. That means our first 30 days, the happy one-month anniversary of the Trump-Vance administration. I mean, how exciting is that?
It's very exciting. It's hard to believe we've only been in office for a month, because I think we've done more in a month than Biden did in about 4 years.
Yeah.
And thank God for that. But the president keeps us on a pretty breakneck pace. He always asks, what have we done today? What are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? Because I think he realizes this is a special moment in time. And by the way, thank you. Thanks to all of you for making it possible for us to do all the great work we've been doing in the administration. I know we wouldn't have been here without you. But I think the president is acutely aware that the American people gave us a window to save the country, and that's exactly what we're going to do, and thank God for that, because it's been a hell of a lot of fun the past month.
Okay, so I don't even think we can keep track of all the things you all are doing. In fact, I don't even think the press can keep track of all they're doing. I mean, they talk about the shock and awe strategy. Seriously. So when you're looking at this list after list after list, what stands out to you?
Well, speaking of the press, I do think that we've had maybe more executive orders than CNN has viewers each night. So hello to our friends at CNN. I actually think that their plan was they were going to go all in on anti-Trump and hope that he could save CNN in the same way that he did, frankly, in 2017, because nobody really watched the network until he became president in 2017. But that's maybe the one thing I think the president has been unable to do, unable to save CNN's ratings over the last few months. But look, I think that what the president has tried to do is recognize that we have a historical mandate on a few issues. We have to secure the southern border, and thanks to his actions, border crossings are down well over 90%, and we're just getting started. He recognizes that we have to really unlock the engine of American growth. We've got to get back to having a growing economy that creates good jobs and high wages for the American people. And a lot of that goes back to drill, baby, drill. We've done more on energy under President Trump's leadership than I think any administration in history, and that's not an exaggeration. And of course, we're going to do more. And then I think the third thing that he's tried to do, of course, with the help of Elon and all the great folks at Doge, is ask, what are we doing with all of the American taxpayers' money, and why are we wasting so much of it on garbage that the American people either aren't aware that we're spending it on or don't want to be spending it on in the first place? Like, for example, the stuff that we've figured out, Mercedes, is unbelievable. Why are we spending money on progressive modern art projects centered around toilets in Afghanistan. That's actually something that your tax dollars were funding until very recently. And I think all of us are sitting around and asking, what the hell have we been doing with the American people's money for the last 4 years? Let's turn off the spigot and spend the American people's tax money on the American people's priority. And that's, of course, been a big focus of the administration, too.
Let's dig deeper into the immigration issue.
Sure.
We've seen, and you've met many of the victims, people who have family members who have died,
yes,
have been tragically murdered. Those angel families in the hands of these criminal illegal aliens.
Sure.
What's your message to these families? What is your message to these horrific drug cartels and human traffickers who have preyed on the most vulnerable in the world?
Well, our message to the drug traffickers is get the hell out of our country. Your free ride is over because President Trump is back in the Oval Office. That is, you're not welcome. You were never welcome, according to the American people. But unfortunately, you had President Joe Biden, who allowed you to run free over the United States of America, and Donald Trump has said, you're terrorist organizations, we're going to go after you, we're going to wage war on you, and certainly we want you out of the United States of America, and that's an important message, of course. But our message, and you know this, Mercedes, our message to the families is President Trump cares about you. He thinks that it's disgraceful what your own government let happen to your children, to your grandchildren, and it's got to stop. And of course, we mourn with people, we pray for people, but we're also asking, as their government, why did this happen to your child in the first place? And the answer is that under Joe Biden, your government didn't do its job. Under Donald Trump, it is. Thank God for that.
On the economy, and I'm getting this question all the time, you know, it's this question of affordability, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stress on our families, something that I think Joe Biden could not manage in terms of really helping lower that cost of living and making things just simply more affordable.
Sure.
We talked about energy independence being a critical component of this, of ensuring that we unleash this economic prosperity. What more needs to be done?
Yeah, so one of the first interviews I did, it was, I think, 6 or 7 days after the inauguration, and somebody asked me, well, it's been 6 days. What have you guys done to fix the inflation crisis created by Joe Biden? I'm like, well, first of all, it's been 6 days. We've done a lot in 6 days, but it's going to take some time to fix what Joe Biden broke over 4 years. And we know it is easy, unfortunately, to burn the house down. It takes a little bit of time to build it back up. And here's what we have to do. Because look, the fundamental goal of our immigration policy, of our border policy, of DOGE saving taxpayer money, the fundamental goal is we want your children and grandchildren to be able to raise a family in security and comfort in the country that we all love. That is the whole goal of President Trump's agenda. Like safety and prosperity, right? Yeah. It's pretty common sense stuff. And we know that to do that, we have to, first of all, unleash American energy. Now, why is that so important? Because look, we all know grocery prices got too high under Joe Biden's leadership. Well, one of the main drivers of groceries is energy. Because if the farmers are paying more for energy, then we're all paying more for what the farmers grow. And if the truck drivers who are delivering the groceries are paying more for fuel, then we're all paying more for what the truck drivers are delivering to the grocery store. If we unleash American energy, that will do more than anything to drive down the cost for the American people. The second thing, Mercedes, is we have got to stop spending the American people's money on garbage. Every dollar that we take in and spend, you have to pay for, either through taxes or through inflation. And if we spend the American people's money more wisely, if we stop taxing and spending the American people to death, that's also going to bring relief to all of the pricing pressures that are out there. We're going to make it affordable to live in this country again. That's our mandate. That's our goal. And you're right, there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we've got a pretty good start after 30 days.
We've got a pretty good start. But we've got this big, beautiful one-bill budget reconciliation scenario. How is that working? What are the dynamics that are happening right now in Congress? and what the administration is doing to ensure that a lot of what the president is wanting to do in terms of really pushing forward with economic prosperity and his tax relief initiatives gets done in these bills.
Sure. Yeah, it's really important. So the Senate obviously has its own approach, and the president has been very clear that his preference is to put everything in one bill.
Right.
And part of that is just simple legislative strategy. I think the president has learned a lot about how D.C. works. And I actually talked to the president about this yesterday, and he said to me, look, it's very rare that you can get 2 reconciliation bills done in one Congress, which is why he thinks we've got to do a lot with that one big, beautiful bill, that first reconciliation package that we're going to get through the House and the Senate. It's going well. It's early, right? This stuff takes time to put together. I think, if you had a record pace reconciliation bill, we would get this thing done in May or in June. I think we're on track to do that. But we've got to do some basic things, Mercedes. One, like I said, we've got to continue to unleash American energy. That's part of the reconciliation bill. We've got to make sure that other countries stop taking advantage of us. That's a big part of President Trump's tariff policy, is we got to stop being taken advantage of. Of course, we want to make the President Trump tax cuts permanent and extend them into the future. We want no taxes on tips. We got to do some of the things we talked about during the campaign. That's got to be part of it. And then finally, and this is really important, everything the president has done on the border, we have got to empower him to do it, not just for a month, but for the next 4 years. And we've got to hire more Border Patrol agents. We've got to give Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem the resources they need to secure the border. And just not to return to the border, but I think so many of our issues come back to the border, because if you take 30, 40 million illegal aliens, you take Medicare fraud, Social Security fraud. Why are we taking the people's Social Security payments and giving it to illegal aliens? We know that's happening in the United States of America today. We've got to stop it. If you get control of the border, Mercedes, you do more to control the fiscal problem, the financial problems that we have in this country than almost anything. Get illegal aliens out of our country, make sure American tax dollars go to American people. That is how you solve the fiscal crisis in the United States of America.
Shifting to your incredible speech at the Munich conference. Did you all watch that? I don't know. I think they
I'm
really
glad you guys liked it. Not everybody liked it. You guys liked it.
Okay.
Not everybody liked it. Thank you. I'll take a standing ovation for a speech I already gave.
That's awesome.
2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, here's your speech to say it again. All right. But it was fascinating because there was obviously some of these European leaders that, they were a little uptight about it. It stressed them out just a little bit.
A little bit.
But you talked about the greatest threats in Europe.
Yeah. So, look, the greatest threat in Europe, and I'd say it was the greatest threat in the United States until about 30 days ago, is that you've had the leaders of the West decide that they should send millions and millions of unvetted foreign migrants into their countries. That is the biggest threat to Europe. And frankly, it remains, by the way, the biggest threat to the United States because, yes, we've got 4 years of President Trump's leadership, but I guarantee you, if the Democrats ever get power again, they're going to try to do it again. We cannot rebuild Western civilization. We cannot rebuild the United States of America or Europe by letting millions and millions of unvetted illegal migrants come into our country. It has to stop. Thank God it stopped here, but it's got to stop there. And a related issue, Mercedes, is you can't just stop it. You have to allow European peoples, and of course the American people too, to raise issues about it.
Right.
You have to allow free speech to debate this stuff. You have to stop doing things to the populations of the world. You've got to give the populations of the world the opportunity to speak up and say, no more of this BS. We want borders. We want sovereignty. We want to be able to speak our own mind in our own country. And I guarantee you, if we don't allow free speech, and of course, the Biden administration, I made this point, Mercedes, the Biden administration did more to destroy free speech, not just in the United States, but also in Europe, than any administration in American history. I'm not even blaming the Europeans. I'm actually saying you follow the lead of Joe Biden into censorship and mass migration. Follow the lead of Donald J. Trump, and that's free speech, borders, and sovereignty. That is the future for our shared civilization.
And I will tell you something that is really, truly remarkable that's happening at CPAC is, and we had our second CPAC International Summit yesterday, and we have many of these conservative European leaders with us today, where we stand in solidarity because they have an opportunity to basically make Europe great again, make Asia great again, make Latin America great again. And so, in essence, I think your message was very well received by many of those conservative leaders across the globe. But what does this mean with the U.S. now that, in giving that speech? What does this mean with the U.S.'s relationship with Europe?
Well, look, obviously, we're going to continue to have important alliances with Europe, but I really do think the strength of those alliances is going to depend on whether we take our societies in the right direction. Think about this. Germany's entire defense is subsidized by the American taxpayer. There are thousands upon thousands of American troops in Germany today. Do you think that the American taxpayer is going to stand for that if you get thrown in jail in Germany for posting a mean tweet? Of course they're not, right? So the point that I try to make to our European friends, and I think that they're our friends, I believe that, I know President Trump does, is that friendship is based on shared values. You do not have shared values if you're jailing people for saying we should close down our border. You don't have shared values if you cancel elections because you don't like the result, and that happened in Romania. You do not have shared values if you're so afraid of your own people that you silence them and shut them up. So let's have shared values. Let's defend democracy. Let's have free expression, not just in the United States, but all over the Western world. That is the path to strong alliances in Europe.
We had Ambassador Rick Riddell with us yesterday. He'll be on the CPAC stage during these conferences. He has like 3 jobs, or 4 or 5.
Yes, he
does.
But
let me ask you this. Where are we on basically the status of the Russia-Ukraine moving forward in terms of these negotiations in bringing peace to this endless war?
It's early, and I think what President Trump, what makes him such an effective negotiator, I've seen this in private, is that he doesn't take anything off the table. When he walks into negotiation, he says everything is on the table. And of course, that makes the heads explode in the American media because they say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? You've got to talk to everybody involved in the fighting if you actually want to bring the conflict to a close. And I know the president does. But I'll tell you the goals that animate President Trump's policy. It's really simple. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe. He doesn't just want to stop it now and have the war restart a month from now. He wants to bring lasting peace to Europe because the president believes this, and he's absolutely right. Peace is in the interest of Russia. It's in the interest of Ukraine. It's in the interest of Europe. But most importantly, peace is in the interest of the American people, and he's going to fight for it for the remainder of his administration. Wherever war breaks out, he's going to be the president of peace. Now, he, of course, is a very good negotiator, a very good businessman. He recognizes that a lot of these issues are tough. It's going to take a smart statesman to figure this stuff out, but we've got that in the White House, and I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years because we have leadership from the Oval Office, and we haven't had it in 4 years in this country.
Matt and I mentioned this right when we started the conference. We're honored by the presence of 2 hostages that were freed after the Hamas atrocity, the tragedy that we've seen happen. And we have several of the family members as well who still, there they are. Where their loved ones are still being detained by Hamas. What is your message to these hostage families, these survivors?
Our message is that President Trump loves you. He hasn't forgotten your loved ones, and he's going to fight every single day to bring them home. That is exactly what he's been doing, and that's what he'll keep on doing. I was actually talking with one of my best friends about this a couple of days ago.
Can I be your best friend too?
Yes.
Okay. I think we all want to be your best friend, right? Okay.
But I was talking with him, and he was asking me. He was like, well, I don't understand. Why was Biden unable to do this? And then, like, the minute that Donald Trump won, we started to make progress in bringing the hostages home. And I said, man, it's just a question of leadership. You actually need a president who is willing to pick up the phone and say, you got to bring these people home. No. We're not focused on that crap right now. We're focused on bringing hostages home. And then when the negotiations hit a wall, because they always do, you need a president who picks up the phone and says, cut this crap out. We've got to make progress, and you've got to keep that pace going. It's leadership. It really is. And I saw it behind the scenes. And what the president did is he empowered, in particular, because this was before we were inaugurated. This is before we had our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, or any of the great people around us. The president sent his dear friend, and he's become my dear friend, Steve Witkoff, as an emissary of the President of the United States. And he said, Steve, you speak for me, get it done, and if there are problems, pick up the phone and call me. Steve Witkoff, with the president's leadership, got it done, and it's amazing. And of course, we still got work to do. We've got to finish the process, but I really believe the president is as committed to this as any American leader in my lifetime. We're going to keep on fighting for it.
One of the issues that's central to the CPAC community is the issue of pro-life.
Of course.
And what is the administration going to do to defend the unborn, to provide support for those mothers, those fathers that choose life?
Sure. Well, one of the things, of course, the president got done during the first term, and I think that it's why he is accurately called the most pro-life president in American history, is he finally made it possible for the will of the people to speak on the life issue. And that was the Dobbs decision. What that did is it gave the abortion question back to the people. It took it out of the hands of unelected bureaucrats and unelected judges and gave it back to the people. And I think the most important thing that we can do, and as you know, Mercedes, I'm very pro-life, I'm a devout Christian, is that we have got to persuade our fellow Americans, because now we've got the power. We've got the power of persuasion. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens that unborn life is worthy of protecting. It is sacred in the eyes of God, and it should be sacred in the eyes of man too. And we have to pick up the torch and fight for that every single day. And I know you guys are up for the task. I am too. And I think on the administration side, what the president has said, and it's been consistent, it's going to be consistent in the rhetoric and in the policy, is we believe in the Trump administration that babies are good, that families are good, and we want to make it easier for young moms and young dads to choose life, to start families, and to bring new life into the world. That's the whole point of our policy. Now, some of that, of course, is supporting our great crisis pregnancy centers at the moment of these important health care decisions, encouraging young women to choose life at that important moment of choice. Some of that is bringing costs down so that young moms and dads don't look to the future and a new baby and say, how can I afford this? And if they're able to actually afford to raise a family, maybe they'll start thinking of babies as the blessings that we all know that they are.
Yeah.
And I think... But I think fundamentally, this is going to take a lot of leadership from the president on down, but from every single person in this room. We've got to persuade our fellow citizens to stop thinking about babies as inconveniences to be discarded. We've got to start thinking of them as blessings to cherish, and that's exactly what I promise to do.
So now we're going to get personal. This is going to be so fun. Your faith.
Yep.
Why is it so important to you? What does it mean to you? Tell us why, when you go every single day to work, how faith is a part of who you are.
Well, I mean, first is I believe like the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith. It's not just a set of good moral principles, though it is that. I think the fundamental tenet of our faith is that the Son of God became man, he died, and then he raised himself from the dead. That is the fundamental tenet of the Christian faith, and I think so much flows from that. And I think one lesson that flows from that is that we shouldn't fear death. Of course, death is a very bad thing, but there are much more terrible things than just losing one's life, and importantly, you could lose one's soul. And I think whether it's fighting for the unborn or fighting for peace and security for our citizens, I want us to be the kind of society where my kids can grow up to be virtuous young people, can be good young Christians, of course, because that's what I'm trying to raise them to be. And that's what our public policy is trying to do. Creating the space where moms and dads can raise their children in their faith to become good young people who believe the things that I do. That is what I'm trying to create, is the space for you, of course, to raise your children as you see fit, but the space for me to raise my kids to be the kind of young people that I think they ought to be. And the other thing that I take from it, Mercedes, is if you look at the long history of the Christian faith, we've been around for about 2,000 years now, give or take a few years, and there have been really dark times in the history of the Christian faith. There have been really good times in the history of the Christian faith. And I just try to remind myself that we put our faith in God above, we put our faith in the grace of God, and we try the best to do His will, and we don't worry so much about whether we're going to have earthly rewards. We worry about whether we're doing right by God Almighty above. That's what I try to do, Amen. And that's how I try to run my life in public.
You mentioned raising these children into good people and also into good citizens that can contribute to society and to the world. We had so many young people come out and support Donald Trump and JD Vance.
And thank you.
This past election. So what is your message? And what is your message to the young men?
You know, I guess my message to young people generally is we're trying to make your life better. And that is the simple thrust of President Trump's policy is we want you to be able to buy a home. We want you to be able to work a good job. We want you to be able to raise your kids, like I said, according to the values that you believe in. And we want you to be able to build a nice life in this country that all of us love. That is what we're trying to do. And, you know, you guys more than anybody, more than me, I'm talking about people under the age of 30 in particular, you guys are going to have to deal with the consequences of good policy or of bad policy for much longer than the rest of us. And I want you guys to think about the future and ask yourself, do you want safe communities? Do you want a prosperous life? Do you want to be able to work a good job? Or do you want that job shipped off to China or somewhere else? We're fighting for you every single day. We want you to help fight for us because we've got to win. Not just the policy battles of the next couple of months. We've got to win the midterm elections in a couple of years. We need you. We recognize that we need you, and we're fighting for you every single day. And I think, you know, you asked me, you know, my message to young men is I think that our culture sends a message to young men that you should suppress every masculine urge. You should try to cast aside your family. You should try to suppress what makes you a young man in the first place. And I think that my message to young men is don't allow this broken culture to send you a message that you're a bad person because you're a man, because you like to tell a joke, because you like to have a beer with your friends, or because you're competitive. It's... Our message, the cultural message, and I think the president's and mine is the exact opposite, but our cultural message is, I think that it wants to turn everybody, whether male or female, into androgynous idiots who think the same, talk the same, and act the same. We actually think God made male and female for a purpose, and we want you guys to thrive as young men and as young women, and we're going to help with our public policy to make it possible to do that. And by the way, I actually think, Mercedes, this is the thing that President Trump, this is why the media went after him so hard, is because, you know, when I think about, like, what is the essence of masculinity, you could answer this in so many different ways, but when I think about me and my guy friends, we really like to tell jokes to one another. Like, we like to laugh. If you think of all the movies that were really popular...
Are you saying you're pretty funny?
I try to be.
Okay, President Trump, who's funnier? Who's funnier?
President Trump.
All right, there.
Let's be honest.
There you go.
He's got the best sense of humor of any American political figure. But I think this is why young men in particular are so... You know, they're so inspired by President Trump, is because he doesn't allow the media to tell him he can't make a joke or he can't have an original thought. President Trump just says what's on his mind. That's a damn good thing, and it's a good example to set for young men in American culture.
You know, I always tell my 5 daughters, I don't have any sons, but Matt and I, we have 5 beautiful daughters, and I always say, you know, the most important decision you'll ever make is who you marry.
That's right.
Always who you marry. And you made a very important decision in marrying Usha.
I did.
And
I married up.
She is a beautiful second lady, and I want to know, what is the best advice Usha has given you?
Well, one
This is so fun. Okay.
This is going to be very personal. One piece of advice she gave me like a week ago was, you should be nicer on social media. I don't know that I'll take that advice. Some advice is good. Some advice is, you know, can be good, but you don't have to always take it.
You sound like my husband.
The best advice Usha ever gave me, when it comes, I mean, she gave me so many good life advices or pieces of advice, but the best advice she gave me when it came to politics is, don't let them filter you. And in politics, you know, you've got consultants, and you've got media professionals, you've got pollsters, you've got a lot of people who try to tell you what to say or how to behave or, you know, what to do. And Usha just said, just be yourself, be authentic, go out there and say what's actually on your mind, maybe a little nicer from time to time. But I think that's the best advice that she gave me, and that's why we take our kids everywhere, and that's why I'm not afraid to make a joke on social media, even if it's sometimes a dad joke. Forgive me, all of you who don't like dad jokes, but you just got to be yourself. Yeah. And I think that's President Trump's superpower in American politics, and that's probably the best advice Usha ever gave me, at least on politics.
Okay, last question. What inspires you every day?
Well, I mean, one is my family, right? I mean, I'm blessed to have a 7-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old, and I can't help but see the country through their eyes. And when we were on the campaign in particular, and we would take our kids with us, all of my kids, when we were about to land in some new place, you know, they'd all rush to the window of the plane and they'd look out and they'd say, "Oh, Dad, this looks so cool." Like, you know, the beauty of the Arizona cactuses and Arizona deserts. Or, you know, we'd be in Texas for a fundraiser and they'd be like, "Oh my God, like, look at just all of that open space." Right? Or we'd be in North Carolina and say, "Oh, look how beautiful the Green Mountains," right? This idea of these beautiful green mountains of Appalachia, North Carolina. We love North Carolina. And I guess what inspires me is you can't help but be hopeful and energetic and optimistic about this country when you see it through the eyes of a child. So I hope I never lose that perspective, because it does inspire me every day. Well, Mr. Vice President, you inspire us
every day. We are praying for you. We are praying for your family. We are praying for this incredible administration, for, of course, President Donald Trump. And we are honored that you are here with our CPAC family.
And I'm honored to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I love you guys. Thank you.
I'm Elaine Beck, and I'm so excited to be here. You know, for the last 4 years, I've showed up at CPAC because God sent me there, the greatest God there is in heaven and earth. And we are so blessed. Please stick around and hear what I've got to say, because God needs you. He needs you to participate. He needs you to be on fire like I am. God has a way that he can fix everything, because as long as you've got him in you, as long as you've given your life to him, you too can participate in this. You know, the first thing that happened is I showed up in Washington, D.C. because God told me to go there. I had no reason, but he gave me a reason immediately, and when I got there, I met two of my greatest friends, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Yes, the people that run CPAC, God put in front of me. And I have served God and this organization ever since then. And I'm honored to be called the matriarch of CPAC. CPAC has been such a major influence in my life and all of your lives, whether you know it or not. Not just your visits, not just when you come, but when you participate. You too could participate and go to the CPAC events in places like Hungary and Japan and Australia, Israel. But remember, God needs all of us. You know, 4 years is not going to last forever of Donald Trump. He's going to need all of us to stay powerful, stay in the show, and there's no better way of doing it than through CPAC, being a participant in every way that you can. God loves what they're doing. He has proven that over and over again, because he brought you here today. He brought you here to hear this message and know that there is other things for you to do, and God is in the center of all of it. So all of you, step up to the plate, do what I did. Make friends here, make friends everywhere across this country. Reach out, speak your voice, and know that God is with you in everything you do every day, and that we are all at CPAC praying for you daily. I'm so glad I could be here today, even if I'm not there in person. And our studio is there, whether I'm there or not. Proverbs Media Group, you'll find them on Media Row. We want you to hear the truth. Just like the Bible tells the truth, we're going to tell the truth. We do this through so many entities. You can see us on any of the social media accounts, but mainly go to YouTube and look up Proverbs Media Group. Watch our shows. Learn what it's like to actually hear the truth. And we started our show, It's Not About Us, because it's not. It's about God, our Savior. It's about, we are here to serve him and each other. Serve your neighbors, serve your friends, do all these things. And we want you to know that one of our latest things is, you know that crazy iPhone that causes all kinds of trouble? We want you to know, and you'll find cards over there, that 3 to 5 times a day you set an alarm on your phone. Not on, you know, when to get up, but when to remember that God is with you. So that if it goes off in the middle of something stressful, just say, God help me. If it goes off in a time that's peaceful, say, God, thank you. And talk to him all you can. Have that reminder there, because we all get so busy nowadays that it's easy to forget he is with you in all things. We want you also to remember that, CPAC is an amazing place. It's where I started. It's where you can start. It's where you can put your time in and just show people love. There's so many ways to do it. Our people at our booth are waiting to hear from you and see you. Here, throw me that hat and shirt. Here's the Trump hat. Here's the Proverbs Media Group shirt. And know that we pray for you all the time. We love you. We care about you. And don't forget, you are the most important thing in the world to our Lord and Savior. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Tales from the Crypto, Bitcoin and the Digital Economy. Please welcome Strategy Executive Chairman and Co-Founder Michael Saylor and CPAC Board Member Christos Marafatsos.
There she is. Good morning, everyone. What about that speech from our Vice President? And our great Mercedes Schlapp. I am not as good as a moderator as Mercedes. Michael turned to me and said, man, she's good. I go, Mike, I'm not that good. But good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be here at CPAC, moderating one of the most critical discussions of our time. The future of Bitcoin, digital assets, and financial freedom. We are witnessing a once-in-a-generation transformation in how people store and transfer wealth and value. And today, I have the privilege of introducing a man who didn't just predict the future of money, he's helping build it. In 2020, as governments printed trillions of dollars, where it weakened our US dollar, one CEO made history. Michael Saylor became the first major CEO of a US publicly traded company to transfer his entire balance sheet from cash into Bitcoin. Historic. That's incredible. That's risk. He is the largest single corporate holder of Bitcoin in the world, owning 478,740 Bitcoin, now worth $48 billion. Michael just didn't talk about Bitcoin. He bet on it. He built on it. And he led the way for corporations, investors, and people like me and you to invest and remain sovereign. He remains one of the most influential voices in financial and technological history, proving that Bitcoin isn't just an investment, it's a revolution that America has to dominate. Please join me in welcoming one of the most fearless and financial minds in our future, a champion of digital freedom and a trailblazer, Michael Saylor.
Well, thanks for the intro. I'm really excited to be able to address this group today because I think that Bitcoin represents the most powerful technology force for conservatism in the world. And I don't know that that's fully appreciated, but Satoshi many years ago had this vision for sound money and sovereign money via technology, via modern cryptography, modern semiconductors, the modern internet. And that idea of giving economic power to the individual in the face of the overwhelming power of the collective, when you feel like the government's against you, the banking system against you, the currency is against you, big tech is against you, when you're the little guy, when you're struggling for freedom and struggling in the face of overwhelming power, you need some advantage. And Satoshi created this network that's based on two principles. One principle is integrity, and the other principle is sovereignty. The integrity, we all know, is there'll never be more than 21 million Bitcoin, and that's enforced by millions and millions of computers and hundreds of millions of people everywhere in the world that believe it's not okay to lie, cheat, or steal. It's not okay to distort the truth. There is a truth. There is a universal common ledger that no one can tamper with, no one can corrupt, not a nation state, not a company, not a politician. And that idea of a censorship-resistant, unstoppable version of the truth was a first in human history. It was a first. And then the second idea is sovereignty. It's like, well, if there is a truth, can you own it? Right? So with Bitcoin, the idea is you can own a Bitcoin and you don't have to trust a bank with it. You don't have to trust the city with it. You don't have to leave it in the custody of a big company. You can take self-custody. So we oftentimes say, what do you own? The only thing you own are your memories. Everything else in this world that you own at the pleasure of someone more powerful than you, and they can take it away from you via force. What they can't take away from you is your experience and what's in your head. And the brilliance of Satoshi was, what if we could put all of the money in the world into the heads of the people? What if what you knew was the password to unlock all of your wealth or protect it, and nobody else could take it away from you? And that's a profound shift, because what Satoshi did was gave us a network where hundreds of millions of people can own and control their economic energy in a censorship-resistant, unstoppable fashion. And that was an idea worth nothing for a year, and then it became worth $1 million, and then it became worth $1 billion, and then it became worth $10 billion, and then it became worth $100 billion. And when MicroStrategy, now Strategy, got into business about 4 years ago, it was worth $150 billion. And today it's worth $2 trillion.
And at that time, you were a software company, and you saw this as an opportunity, a different opportunity.
We were a software company, and we were staring at a quick death or slow death or take a risk. And, you know, when the COVID lockdowns took place and the interest rates went to zero, we had to decide, were we going to sell the company, throw in the towel, or could we find a way out? And this is the challenge that 40 million companies in America have, which is, if you're not one of the Magnificent Seven, if you're not Apple or Google or Microsoft, how are you supposed to compete in a world where trillion-dollar companies have all the power, big banks have all the power, big government has the power? And Bitcoin offered us the way out, because if you recapitalize a company on Bitcoin, you're not slave to the bank, you're not slave to the currency, you're not slave to the local politician that tells you what you can do and how you can use your money. Instead of having the central bank take interest rates to zero and keep them there forever, right? Bitcoin gave us a 60% return every year, because the Bitcoin interest rate is set by a global decentralized system of capital flows. So my company was able to save itself when we switched from Bitcoin, from the U.S. Treasury or the bond to Bitcoin. Our market cap increased from $1 billion to $100 billion. And our enterprise value increased from $600 million to $105 billion. And we went from a $500 million company growing 0% a year, competing against a monopoly, Microsoft, where it's hopeless, to a $50 billion company growing 60% a year that's part of the digital economy. So I feel blessed, and we are very fortunate, but that really motivated me with a mission. And what I realized is Satoshi gave us a way out of our conundrum. Satoshi gave us a strategy that makes a small company big and powerful, that makes the individual more powerful than the state. that turns the power balance between the collective and the individual on its head. And the secret to that is this powerful worldwide network that puts the individual first, that's uncorruptible, that anybody can join, that gives you unfettered, uncensored property rights.
Well, to that point, I had spent the last couple of days preparing for this and had a list of questions for Michael. And about 10 minutes before we sat down on the stage, and he goes, let's talk about why Bitcoin is conservative. Let's talk about why this is your coin and this is your industry. So, Michael, how is Bitcoin conservative? Why should it be important to this audience, the largest conservative conference in the world?
Bitcoin literally represents the conservation of energy in cyberspace. Satoshi implemented a protocol which is inherently conservative. If I send Bitcoin to you, I lose it, you have it. I can't create more. I can't lie about it. The thing that's beautiful about nature is conservation of energy. Conservative is based on natural law. It's based on the idea that if you just make something up which isn't true, you'll be punished. And the Bitcoin network represents that innate integrity and truth. So, you know, if you think about the world today, there's just an inherent force. There's a struggle between capitalism and socialism, between people that believe in freedom and free markets and those that believe in central planning and collectivism. And if I'm a socialist, I want to take away your guns and your money. And Bitcoin is money that they can't take away. Like, what freedom do you have if you have all of your money in a bank that can freeze it? What freedom do you have if you have your money embedded in a currency where someone can print 4x more of it without your approval and debase it to zero? What freedom do you have if you own real estate in a city where the mayor can put rent control on it or expropriate it, or the governor can tax it away from your family? What freedom do you have if all your wealth is in a business where the government can tell you you can't operate, shut down your pipeline, tax your employees, tax your income, regulate your product? And the answer is, you only have conditional freedom until the government changes and they just take away that freedom. And then when they take away your wealth, when they take away your economic power, they're going to starve you to death, and then you've got nothing. So Bitcoin represents putting your economic wealth in cyberspace. It's beyond the reach of the mayor, beyond the reach of the governor, beyond the reach of any nation state, beyond the reach of any other company that would do you harm. It is the first time in the history of the human race that you can bind economic energy tightly to an individual, to a family, to your company, and you don't have to ask permission to have economic wealth, to have money. And you don't have to live in fear that someone gets up on a morning and just takes it all away from you to power you down. And so if I am conservative, I want a family, I want a company, I want freedom. Well, how are you going to pay for it? And if you live in a country like Venezuela and the currency goes to zero, you're going to be begging for food next week. Wouldn't it be great if I could take the wealth of my family and put it into a network that no one can loot, no one can corrupt, and at the end of the day, I don't want to gamble my future. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble in the stock market. I don't want to take my life savings and gamble that the mayor of the city won't just take my property away from me. I actually just want to own the wealth. I want to own my money. And Bitcoin is a way for you to convert your capital into digital capital that will last 1,000 years. Your country will be, your company, your country, or your family will be wealthy for generations to follow. You don't have to live in fear. And when you don't have to live in fear, when you have economic independence, you can actually stretch your time horizon out and you can build an institution, you can build your family, you can build a life for yourself.
Michael, you talked about several things there. One is wealth, sovereignty, agency, the ability to come in and for someone, a mayor, a city councilman, to take what you have. We've seen that happen from New York to California. A lot of us have been subject to this. And then you also talk about leadership. We have President Trump. We have the greatest leader our nation has ever had. He's compared to George Washington. People love him. We love him. He sees Bitcoin, he sees the digital asset industry as an exceptional opportunity. How can America ensure its dominance moving forward?
You know, this nation became great because of the Louisiana Purchase. We bought a third of the country from Napoleon for a few $1 million. Then we purchased Texas and California from the Mexicans for a few million more. Then we purchased Alaska from the Russians for a few million more. We didn't even know there'd be $1 trillion of mineral rights underneath Alaska when we purchased it. They called it Seward's Folly. But what I'm describing is manifest destiny. If you want to create a great nation, you have to build it on valuable property. You have to know, where is all the money headed? Where is the future? When we bought California, we didn't know there'd be a Hollywood. We didn't know there'd be a Silicon Valley. No one really considered. In 1867, we didn't have a petroleum industry. And so where is the money headed in the future? The money's headed to cyberspace. Bitcoin is property in cyberspace. The manifest destiny of this country is to own cyberspace. And I think that President Trump understands the value of owning scarce, desirable property. If we go to cyberspace and we buy Bitcoin and the nation embraces Bitcoin, then all of the capital in the world, all of the Chinese money, all the Russian money, all the European money, all of the money from the 20th century, the money invested in a Siberian warehouse, the money invested in fill in the blank, anything you could possibly own in Africa, all of that capital is flowing into cyberspace. It's going from physical to digital. It's flowing from the 20th century to the 21st century. The 21st century is going to be 1 billion AIs thinking 1 million times a second. And what are they going to be using to move their money around? They're going to use digital money because they can't get a bank account. They can't get a credit card. I have to approve my wire transfers from my bank once a week. It takes about 20 minutes, and they ask me on the phone whether the money should move.
It's a good problem with 478,740 Bitcoin, Michael.
The computers...
We don't feel too bad, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I get it, but my point we've been doing it that way for 50 years. And if you look at the way the digital economy is going to run in the 21st century, it's going to be 1 billion computers thinking 1 million times a second, moving assets at the speed of light. Bitcoin represents digital capital. That network is $2 trillion today. It's going to be $20 trillion in 4 to 8 years. It's going to be $200 trillion in 20 years. Then it's going to grow faster than every other asset in the world. It's going to continue to grow. The United States should own it, right?
Is that the conversation? Talk to us about the U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Everyone, and we've heard a couple other coins being yelled out by the crowd, and people want to know, are we going to have a U.S. When is that going to happen?
The way to think about Bitcoin is it's the most powerful digital network in the world. It is cyber power. If you want to dominate the next 100 years, just like the last 100 years is based upon dominating sea power, fire power, air power, space power, nuclear power. You want to dominate cyberspace. You want cyber power. It's the unstoppable network that no one can corrupt. And the use of the unstoppable network, among other things, is hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital moving from point A to point B. But the other use of the network is I can send a message which is unstoppable, and I can store information that is unstoppable, and I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the authenticity of an instruction or a document. No country, no company, no individual, not a trillion computers can corrupt that message. So if you want to own the future, you want to own cyberspace. How do you own cyberspace? You own Bitcoin, and then you run the Bitcoin networks. You mine Bitcoin, you own Bitcoin. President Trump understands property. He understands the value of Greenland. He understands the value of Alaska. He understands the value of oil rights. He understands drill, baby, drill would be impossible if we didn't own the land, right?
He understands American dominance.
And land is physical property. When I run electricity through semiconductors and I create a wall of encrypted energy, I create digital property. Bitcoin is digital property. You should own it. Your company should own it. Our nation should own it. It is the future.
In your perspective, how soon do you think we're going to be buying Bitcoin and have within our U.S. reserve at a timeline? You think it's going to be 12 months, 24 months?
I think there's an appreciation of the power of Bitcoin throughout the cabinet, throughout the House, throughout the Senate. There's going to be a political process by which we build consensus with the White House, the Senate, and the cabinet, and find the right way through. But, you know, what I would say on this topic is the U.S. could own 20% of the network like that for free. The dollar would strengthen. The nation would be enriched. And the real promise is if you own 4 to 6 million Bitcoin, you're going to pay off the entire national debt. You're going to neutralize it. We can generate a $50 trillion to $80 trillion benefit to the United States people, to the citizens, to the taxpayers, and we can do it simply by seeing the future. It cost $6 million to buy Alaska. The payoff was $1 trillion. Just like right now, you can literally buy it for a song and dance. That's the opportunity. The risk is that you wouldn't want the Saudis to buy it first, or the Russians, or the Chinese, or the Europeans. And there's only room for one nation state to buy up 20% of the network. And obviously, I think it should be the United States. I think it will be the United States. It's a way for us to enrich ourselves and emerge as a creditor nation in a matter of a decade. It's also a way for us to ensure that we're the economic leaders in cyberspace and the digital economy for the next 100 years. And if we do that, every one of our allies will follow us, and then all of our enemies will end up having to buy into the network once it passes 10 or 20 million a coin, and they will enrich us.
And we saw that just yesterday. President Trump was in Miami, and he was talking about Bitcoin. The Bitcoin reserve is a touchy subject. A lot of people want to know what other coins within the digital asset industry are going to be involved. The U.S. does not just hold just gold and oil within our reserve. It holds up to 27 other trace minerals. And so we're completely diversified. Do you see room for another digital asset to be included in the Bitcoin reserve or the U.S. financial reserve system?
I think the key thing to keep in mind right now is that Bitcoin is a commodity. It is an asset without an issuer. There is no company, no individual, no country, no entity that can corrupt it. It has reached escape velocity. It has gotten to the point where it is basically a freedom virus, a truth virus, a monetary virus. It has been embraced by $1 trillion of smart money. That is, $1 trillion of real money has been invested in the network. It is 99% of the digital power on Earth. It's fairly unstoppable. And so if you're going to capitalize a company or a country, you want to capitalize it on property or a commodity or a network which is beyond the point where anybody could change the nature of it. And so that makes Bitcoin the most certain thing in the digital universe.
And when you talk about certainty and when you talk about truth, over the last 4 years, we've experienced as a culture travesty. We haven't been able to speak. We've been censored. What is Bitcoin to you? What do you see that others don't? And how can conservatives capitalize on the opportunity to take advantage and make sure that America is dominating our future, that we have the economic freedoms, that our children and our families in America will stay at the front runner of this industry?
What I would say to everybody in this room is if you want freedom, if you want liberty, if you want to live your finest life, you're going to need economic power. You need physical power, you need political power, but you need economic power. Bitcoin represents economic armor. When you put on the suit of armor, then no mayor, no government, no collectivist, no socialist can debank you. They can't take your money away. They can't impoverish you. Just like a gun is a deterrent, Bitcoin is a deterrent, because if you have wealth in Bitcoin, you have the option to move it to any jurisdiction, and you can keep it, and no one can take it away from you via force of violence, no matter where you are on Earth. And so Satoshi gave us an opportunity. I hope I intrigue all of you with the opportunity, and you go do the research and determine for yourself how you benefit from it. But I just leave you with the thought that Bitcoin is economic armor.
You have, Michael. Thank you. God willing, we have as much Bitcoin as Michael one day. This is a defining moment for digital assets. It's a defining moment for our country. We thank all of you. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. CPAC is going to be at the front of the digital asset industry. We see Bitcoin and the entire industry as a significant resource for our country and our people. Thank you, everyone. God bless America.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
This is Republicans for Weaponization Control. Please welcome Chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Representative James Comer, Counselor to the President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba, and your host, editor of townhall.com, Katie Pavlich.
All right, y'all. Good morning, CPAC. How's everyone doing? Well, it's a wonderful time to be in D.C. It is my, I think, 16th CPAC. It is Alina Habba's first CPAC. Congressman Comer, how many for you? Twice. Okay. Yeah. Good. So we are here this morning to talk to you about a number of things, but most importantly, one of the most pressing issues of our time, and that is the weaponization of the federal government against its citizens. And we have no one better here today to talk about this than these two. Alina, let's start with you. You've gone from working for President Donald Trump as his attorney with the lawfare as a private citizen to now being in the White House and seeing how the government is still being used to thwart his agenda through the courts. So maybe just take us through a journey, a little bit of your experience and maybe some of the differences.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. I mean, I always say I'm happy to not be outside a courtroom for once and have President Trump where he was supposed to be, which is in that Oval Office. So thank God for that. But I think when I came to, and yeah, my journey's been a strange one for an attorney, right? I always say this, you should not know who somebody's lawyer is. That should not happen in this country. And unfortunately, but fortunately for us, because we're going to fix it now, they really took a misstep in their calculations when they used courtrooms, AGs, and DAs to try and take down political opponents. When we won the election in the most sweeping mandate on November 5th, I thought that was over. Mm-hmm. I really did. Every state, and I think it was a lot because of what they did with lawfare. And then we got to the White House, and we started doing exactly what America voted for us to do. Cleaning up, getting rid of bureaucrats that are making money on taxpayer dollars, doing all the things we promised. And then again came the lawfare, and I feel like I'm right at home. So,
well, welcome to Washington. We're
unfortunately, the desperation is something that I thought would end when the American people spoke so loudly on November 5th, but they have not. They've just become more desperate, and now we've got them singing songs in New York and Chuck Schumer's holding beer cans. And
yeah, it's quite the scene. They're a little rudderless right now, that's for sure. So, Congressman Comer, you are the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, one of the most important committees that we have on Capitol Hill. And you've been working for years to expose the way that the Biden administration was attacking not just Donald Trump, but also the American people who support him. And if you look at what's been happening really starting under Barack Obama, when they used the IRS to go after conservatives, this is not something that it just started. It's been embedded inside the federal government by the left. So now that you've been through the process of doing oversight with the Biden administration, how are you now working in the Trump administration with a new government and Republican control to really try and change some of these things so that Americans aren't being punished for having certain political views?
Well, for one thing, I've had conversations with Billy Long, the new IRS commissioner, as well as Kash Patel, who hopefully in a matter of a couple hours will be the next FBI director. Our staff's communicated with Bondi's staff, and we've given them specific instances of where bureaucrats have abused their power. I think a lot of times that these bureaucrats they do things, and even when they get caught, nothing ever happens. And what we want to do, and what our committee wants to work with the Trump administration on, is holding these deep state bureaucrats accountable. At the very least, they lose their job. Hopefully, they get drug in for depositions. But at the end of the day, we've never seen a more weaponized federal government. It's not just the judiciary; it's the entire federal government. It's the IRS. It's the FBI, the CIA. We've got other agencies. The EPA, I would argue, they've been weaponized, and all the people that Trump put in office are disruptors. That's why I strongly support them. And at the end of the day, he's going to get every one of his nominees confirmed. So we're going to work with them. Jim Jordan's committee is going to work with them. We want to get rid of these bureaucrats and allow Trump to pass his agenda that the American people gave him a mandate to pass.
Yes. So during the election, one of the big slogans from the left was, we have to do this for the sake of democracy. And it's becoming more and more apparent as the Trump administration gets underway with President Trump's direction that it was really about protecting the bureaucracy.
Right.
So, Alina, the president has signed more executive orders than any president in history in his first first month in office. Today is the anniversary, or the month anniversary, right, of since January 20th, since the new administration took office and was sworn in. But you have to, he can sign these executive orders, but he has to have help from the federal government and from Capitol Hill to actually implement them. Yeah. And now you're also seeing a number of judges trying to get involved to stop his use of executive authority. Can you talk about the judges continuing their lawfare and whether they actually have standing when it comes to blunting some of these orders and saying he doesn't have the power in the executive branch to do what he's doing?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it's a lot like what I spoke about before. This is desperate times for them. And I'll say this, I think that if you are going to fix a car and you don't look under the hood, how can you fix it? So what we're doing is taking a good hard look under the hood of where the money was spent, how it was spent, and their attacks, for instance, on Elon, we were discussing this. It's so baseless. It's so ridiculous. The fact that they're upset, for instance, yesterday, Governor Hochul in New York, that she's going to fight our administration tooth and nail for stopping congestion pricing. Congestion pricing in New York is ruining tourism. It's stopping people that work there from driving to work. Their subways are not safe. These people are caring more about their next election. They care more about their face on TV and their politics than they do the people they're supposed to represent, the constituents that voted for them to do the work. Unfortunately, they have taken that to courts. And we've seen it. We've won. We always win. We keep winning. I mean, even Chutkan said it. Look, if they had it their way, our guy would be in jail right now, and that didn't happen. And instead, we won in the most profound way. The American people are happy with what we're doing. And the amount of executive orders that we are pummeling on them is because we have that much work to do. We have to correct 4 years very quickly. Very quickly. And we are all committed to win. And we're going to keep winning.
Congressman, you want to weigh in on the role that Capitol Hill has, especially with Republican control in Washington now, to make sure that these executive orders are implemented in a way?
Right. I have a bill in the House. Mike Lee has the bill in the Senate. We're going to do everything we can to pass that legislation to expedite these executive orders and to put them into law. So whenever the next president comes around, they can't change them by executive orders, because what Trump's doing is what's best for America. It's common sense. He's restored common sense back to Washington, D.C. He's getting the government and the bureaucrats out of the way of the private sector, and we've got to make sure that becomes the law of the land. And I think the support's there in Congress. There were a few members of Congress on the Republican side in the House and the Senate that stuck their toe in the water to try to defy the president, to try to obstruct the president. To try
Rhinos.
Hey, well, I think they're on the team now. I think they got the message from their constituents back home. They listened to their people when they went home, and they're on the Trump train now, and hopefully we can drain the swamp and make America great again.
So everybody knows that Elon Musk has been leading his team of Doge and rampaging through a number of federal agencies in Washington, D.C., which we are loving because there's so much waste, fraud, and abuse. But as we continue to see more of what they're uncovering, yes, of course, we see these silly pet projects like Sesame Street in Iraq, for example. But we're also starting to see a massive issue of actual corruption that has occurred. For example, it was reported, I believe this morning by the Free Beacon, that Stacey Abrams, who is, Georgia's darling, ran for governor twice. She was involved in a lot of voter initiatives there, got a $2 billion grant from the Environmental Protection Agency after only managing $100 at a nonprofit that she started.
Yeah, it's the NGOs.
Right. So, Congressman, talk about what the Oversight Committee is doing with these new cabinet members like Lee Zeldin, for example, at the EPA to really root out this corruption and this infrastructure the left has built in D.C. to really push their political agenda on the entire country.
We're going to work with the administration. When they identify something that they believe is fraudulent, we will follow through with investigation, with subpoena power, follow the money. That's what we did in the Biden investigation. We got the bank records. A lot of people say, well, go after the tax records. Let me, as someone that's been involved in banking, tax records don't always tell the true picture. The bank records don't lie. And one of the things that we're working on, we go through a thing called suspicious activity reports where banks identify fraudulent behavior. Banks usually catch when something suspicious happens. If there's an account that had a $100 balance, which is probably the minimum to open an account, and then all of a sudden they get a multi-million-dollar deposit out of the blue, that raises a red flag. And the banks report that to Treasury. So that's where we're going to be following the money. We're doing this now with Act Blue. And I think we're going to have some very interesting information to come out very soon on Act Blue. But we're having a hearing on March 5th with the sanctuary city mayors. We're bringing in the mayors of New York, who's not a bad guy, the mayors of New York, Boston, Denver, and
California.
Yeah, and Philadelphia, and we're bringing them in. And these, other than the New York mayor, they have tried to obstruct what Tom Homan's doing and obstruct the deportation efforts. So we're going to let them explain that to American people. But one question we have is, who's been paying for this? And I believe you're going to see there are a lot of government pots of money that have been funneling through these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations. And that's what we want to identify. Musk is all over that, Doge is all over that, and Congress is going to be all over that. And hopefully we can show the American people how abusive the Democrats and their allies in the deep state bureaucracies have been with their tax dollars. They have funneled this mass implosion of illegal immigrants into our country. They've housed them. They've provided free health care. And at the end of the day, I think you're going to see a lot of tax dollars were laundered into programs like this.
Sounds a lot like money laundering
Absolutely.
to me. So, Alina, when it comes to these NGOs, there's been a lot of lawsuits that are filed by leftist groups to try and get judges involved in stopping the taking away of the funding, or even giving Doge and Elon Musk and his team, who's a special government employee, much like Anita Dunn was under Joe Biden and others in previous administrations, to keep that kind of funding. But it does seem like there is a lot of corruption, not just maybe something that got lost in terms of going to the wrong place.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's very clear. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. When you have a line item of trillions of dollars that does not get traced to anyone or anything but entities that are run by family members of bureaucrats, that's a problem. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that ain't good. Yeah. And the end of the day, look, even yesterday, they tried to file these restraining orders. There was a bunch of individuals that said, oh, we're being hurt by this, and it was denied. And that was actually by a very liberal judge in D.C. Who sat on a lot of the January 6th issues for President Trump and other people. Look, at the end of this is what I can say. We have been there. I think there's 70 lawsuits that have been filed. And I was speaking to Elon and I said, you should put in Times Square a ticker. It'll say on the top how much money you're saving. And then on the bottom, we're going to put one about how many lawsuits get filed. One will go up, one will go down very quickly. But they do that when we're winning and when we're hitting them where it hurts. So desperate times call for desperate measures. You see all these AGs and DAs trying to come in. You see individuals, but they're not winning. And the only people that are winning right now are American people.
Right. The taxpayer.
We are winning.
And it happens to be tax season, so everybody's filing their taxes, going, if I don't pay the correct amount or miss a couple cents, they'll threaten to throw me in prison. And now's a great time.
Well, don't worry, we're firing a bunch of the IRS today, so don't worry.
Yes,
That's great.
But that was the stuff that they did, and America didn't like it.
Yeah.
You're funneling people to audit and hurt the American people. Why don't we audit the people that are hurting us?
Exactly.
It's not supposed to go the other way. We're not supposed to hurt each other.
Yeah.
And that's really the mission, and President Trump said just yesterday, I was with him and he was speaking at an economic forum, and he said, look, we hope to take 20% of what Doge has recovered, that is billions and billions of dollars, and put that money back to the American people who were hurt by the last administration, who can't buy eggs because they went off and killed all the chickens. But, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And we have to get back to common sense.
So, Congressman, how can Republicans on Capitol Hill, with their slim majority, work to codify these Doge cuts into law? Because you keep hearing people saying, well, Congress has to decide because they hold the purse strings. So now you guys have lots of examples inside a lot of these agencies about where these things that have been approved through Congress are going. How do you make sure it's not just, we see it, it's a problem, but we're going to keep going?
The first step is to pass my bill and Mike Lee's bill that expedites this and will allow Congress to codify all the executive orders. Secondly, we've got to follow this up with a budget, with President Trump's budget proposal. We've got to cut spending. We've got to ensure that the tax cuts are renewed. This budget reconciliation bill is huge, and the reason this needs to be a very large bill is because this is the only vehicle that you can pass through the Senate that only takes 51 votes. If we have to depend on Democrats, we might get Fetterman, and that's it. We're still going to be 6 votes short.
Still a long shot.
Yeah, that's a long shot. I wouldn't want to hold my breath on that. But we've got to do it on this reconciliation bill. We've got to renew the tax cuts. We've got to put in the tax cuts that President Trump promised, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and put this whole agenda in and cut the bureaucracy and watch America grow. Watch this country take off. Once you get the government off the backs of the private sector, the entrepreneurial spirit in America will flourish. Americans will prosper, and I think Americans will start to regain a little confidence in their government again, all because of President Trump's mandate and because of the work that everyone in this room did to get President Trump elected.
And deregulation, of course, is a big one. The president has promised for every new regulation, they will eliminate 10 of them. We only have a few minutes left. Alina, you're new to Washington, D.C., new to the world of politics.
Yeah.
Final thoughts about the next 4 years here and your new gig?
First of all, it's so exciting. I never thought I would live in the swamp that I hit on TV every day, but here we are. And I knew he was going to win. I wasn't sure if I was going to come, but I'm glad I did. I mean, it is such a blessing to be in the West Wing with the greatest president that I've ever seen in my lifetime. In the past, I mean, it is the greatest joy. And having been there with him through the fight to get here, I think is why we fight so hard. I go to work every day. It is a blessing. I fight for the American people every day now. And I had been started fighting for President Trump, but now it's for all of you. And it's an honor. I mean, I've gotten to do things like child trafficking issues, and I'm speaking to the Middle East. And you have a platform to help not just America be strong, but help the world be peaceful and great. And it's really America's strength that runs that. And I'm excited. It's been a real blessing, and God's given me a real chance to do some change with President Trump. I'm excited.
Congressman Comer, what's next? I know that you guys have a lot. You mentioned the Sanctuary City hearing on March 5th. People can tune in for that. But final thoughts from you about where we're going here as Republicans control the government.
Well, we've got to stick together. I'm seeing more coordination between the House and the Senate than I've seen in the 8 years that I've been in Congress. This is because we have a strong president. We have a strong president that's put in disruptors. The members of Congress that don't like that love the status quo, they went back home during Christmas break. They went back home after the first weekend when Trump started making his proposals and putting his people in place, and they heard from their constituents. And the American people support President Trump's agenda. And I think Congress understands that. I think even the members that we sometimes get frustrated with in the House and the Senate, I think everybody's on board. The president's popular, and the people have delivered a message. So hopefully we're going to be able to pass his agenda. And I think that the savings that Doge is finding, it's just ironic that the Democrats are exposing their true colors. They are obsessed with Elon Musk. They have lost their mind over Elon Musk. And that is the hill they've chosen to die on, to protect the bureaucracy when the Republicans, being led by President Trump, want to end the bureaucracy. So I think we're going to get a lot done, and it's all because of President Trump.
Yeah, they're destroying their infrastructure, and they're very afraid about what their political future looks like. Thank you both so much for sharing your insights today. We will be watching all of it. CPAC, have a wonderful weekend, and thank you for coming.
It's our America. We conquered it. We built it. Great values like honesty and fairness. Great courage. A great nation needs a free press. Newsmax is it. 30 million Americans regularly go to Newsmax when they really need to know. They watch Newsmax TV at home. On the free Newsmax app, they go to Newsmax.com. Start today. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country, hear from our breakout panelists and speakers, hear Steve Bannon, hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
Before the cabinet room, you saw Donald Trump's next cabinet make waves at CPAC.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, he says, you should run for politics. He's the one, he said, you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Liz Truss.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's fantastic to be back in America. And it's fantastic to be back at CPAC for the second year in a row. But last year, there was a dark cloud hanging over this conference. It was called Joe Biden. And this year, we are now under the leadership of President Donald Trump. This is truly the golden age of America. But I'm sad to report that Britain is in the dark age. We have a socialist government, commissars ruling over us, who are leading our country in a terrible direction. But what I want to say today is they are not the only problem The current establishment stooges in Whitehall and Westminster are only the latest iteration of Britain going wrong for the past few decades. Because let's be honest, Britain isn't working. The British system is deeply rotten. Britain is becoming a failed state. We've got people who are being arrested and locked up for posting on X and Facebook. We've seen tens of thousands of girls as young as 12 raped, tortured, and even killed by Pakistani grooming gangs. And yet many of those perpetrators have not been brought to justice. In fact, those crimes have been covered up, and we know that the authorities colluded. We know there was police collusion, and we know there was collusion from the local council. We have a massive problem with illegal immigration, but yet we can't even deport people who are criminals from our country because of human rights. One example was an immigrant from the Democratic Republic of Congo who had sexually abused his own stepdaughter. But he was allowed to stay in Britain on the basis of the right to family life. How disgusting. A criminal from Albania was allowed to stay in Britain because his son didn't like the kind of chicken nuggets they sell abroad, and I'm not joking you there. But it's not just a problem we have with mass migration and illegal immigration. We've also got a problem with our energy in Britain. So in Britain, fracking has been banned. I was the only Prime Minister who allowed fracking. Sadly, I wasn't in office long enough to actually make it happen. We have net zero policies that have decimated our oil and gas industry. The net result is we have the highest energy prices in the developed world. And in Britain, we've just seen the last steel plant close down last year. We cannot produce our own steel anymore. We have an economic orthodoxy, a Bank of England, that has printed vast amounts of money. They've created rampant inflation. They've wasted billions of taxpayer pounds. If they weren't the government, it would be called a heist. Yet, in none of these cases, have any of these people, any of these authorities, been held to account for the fact they have completely failed. And we're in a situation where Britain is almost bankrupt, morally, socially, and economically. And I think people in this room might want to know, how on earth has this happened? This is the country that invented parliamentary democracy. It's the country of the Magna Carta. It's the country of the Bill of Rights. We protected freedom of the press back in 1695, almost 100 years before the First Amendment. How on earth can the country of Adam Smith and the Industrial Revolution be deindustrializing? It doesn't make any sense. And the answer is that everything that made Britain great is being destroyed by an establishment that hates Britain and hates the West. Like in most of Europe, our universities, our institutions, and our corporations have been taken over by anti-West ideology. Islamism, green extremism, anti-capitalism, wokery, transgenderism, you name it, they've adopted it. And what we've seen is a massive failure of leaders in Europe to push back against this, because this is not something the population wanted. This is not something the people in Britain or Europe voted for. This is something that was imposed from above. And what happened is that democratically elected politicians handed vast amounts of power over to the unelected and the unaccountable. In Britain, Tony Blair in particular trashed centuries of liberty by creating a tyranny of technocrats. He created an unaccountable Supreme Court, which had never existed in Britain before. He created a much deeper and powerful state that is not held to account. He also handed vast powers over to an alphabet soup of international bodies, the World Health Organization, the United Nations, the ECHR, all of whom nobody could vote in and nobody could vote out. And all of those bodies, as you've seen in the United States of America, have been captured by the same anti-West ideology. But what I find really incredible, really incredible, is it wasn't just China and Iran and Russia that were funding these NGOs, funding these anti-West groups. It was actually the United States of America under President Joe Biden through USAID. Now, did you know that American taxpayer dollars was funding the BBC? Did you know that they were funding the Tony Blair Institute? Did you know that they were funding Rory Stewart's wife? It's incredible. We thought you were our friends, but you were actually, American taxpayers were funding this anti-West ideology. And the problem is, when the people in Britain voted for something different, when they tried to change the government, when they tried to change the system in 2016, in 2019, and in 2024, they found the same people were still in power. The bureaucracy had not changed. And it's no surprise that young people are losing their faith in democracy because they don't believe it can change things. And amazingly, during all of this, many so-called conservatives went along with the ideology. They were busy hugging Greta Thunberg. They were putting up taxes. I'm not joking about that. They were putting up taxes. They were increasing immigration. They were pursuing transgender ideology. And it's no wonder that the Conservative Party had its worst defeat since 1834. Patriotic Brits have had enough. They've had enough. And we look across the Atlantic with envy. We see President Trump in the Oval Office signing off executive orders, and we want some of that in Britain. We want drill, baby, drill. We want men banned from women's bathrooms and women's sports. We want illegal immigrants deported. We want taxes to be cut. We want a Trump revolution in Britain. We want to flood the zone. We want Elon and his nerd army of muskrats examining the British deep state. Ladies and gentlemen, we missed the first American Revolution in 1776. In fact, it was actually a revolution against us. But we want to be part of the Second American Revolution. We want to dismantle the British deep state, which is older and more entrenched than the American one. We need a great restoration bill to repeal all of the terrible Blair laws, the Equality Act, the Climate Change Act, the Human Rights Act, the Constitutional Reform Act. We need to eradicate judicial activism in Britain and restore parliamentary sovereignty. We want our government run by the executive, not by the bureaucracy. But most of all, what we need is we need to restore free speech. This is the lifeblood of our democracy. And JD Vance is right. Vice President Vance is right. Free speech is in retreat in Britain and in Europe. To Europe's governments, particularly Britain, they see George Orwell's 1984 as an instruction manual. Look at the evidence. A British citizen was arrested for praying outside an abortion clinic. We have German prosecutors saying that if you insult somebody, you could be arrested. We had Alison Pearson, a British journalist, visited at her home by the police because of a tweet that she'd posted a year ago and since deleted. I want the police to be policing real crimes, not thought crimes. But not only this, we have a supine legacy media that pay lip service to free speech, but have suppressed stories and distorted stories. The BBC were found to have violated their editorial guidelines 1,500 times in the 4 months after the appalling atrocities of October the 7th. They were found to have been downplaying Hamas terrorism and promoting the idea that Israel was the aggressor. This is our state broadcaster, funded by the taxpayer. The mainstream media have failed to report on the grooming scandal, and they failed to hold the deep state to account. And much of the reason for that is the deep state are the people giving them all their information, all their leaks, all their funding, all of their material. And they're frightened of the media regulator, Ofcom. We have seen what independent media has done for the United States, and we want some of that. That's why we are going to be establishing a new free speech media network in conjunction with our American allies, including the great people here at CPAC. It will be uncensorable and uncancelable. It will take on the Britain-bashing corporation, which is what we call the BBC. It will take on Starmer and his socialists, and it will take on the censors of Germany. Because it's only by telling people the truth, in the United Kingdom, in Europe, in the Anglosphere, in America, that we will turn our backs on the war's West against itself. All of the people here are working to make America great again. I believe that we can make Britain great again. I believe that we can make Europe great again. And I believe that together we can make the West great again. Thank you. Thank you.
Eduardo Bolsonaro.
E aí, pessoal? Tudo bom? Good afternoon. Hi there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have some Bolsonaro supporters here. The great Brazilian community. This is a little bit weird. I'm not used with talking with the teleprompter, but I'm very happy to be here. Good afternoon, CPAC. How are you doing? It's great to be here in the land of the free and the home of the brave. I know many of you are well aware of the risks posed by unelected judges interfering with the policies of a duly elected president. Even we have all heard Elon Musk call it out. We've all heard Vice President JD Vance sound the alarm. And of course, we've all heard President Trump repeatedly warn that judicial overreach threatens not just his presidency, but the very foundation of the American democracy. Well, I come from the future, and I know exactly how this story can end. Okay, maybe not the future, but I come from Brazil, which is not that different, as my country has become a laboratory for censorship and judicial authoritarianism. Since 2019, it's been used as a testing ground for the judicial weaponization against conservative, libertarians, and Christians, always under the noble pretense of protecting democracy, fighting misinformation, and stopping extremism, while in reality, silencing dissidents, controlling narratives, and criminalizing opposition. We continue to face the dire consequences of this experiment every day. Just 3 days ago, my father, former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, was formally charged by the Attorney General of the current socialist government with allegedly orchestrating a coup, a Disneyland coup d'etat, as some might call it, without weapons, without a plan, and while he wasn't even in Brazilian territory, but in Orlando, probably debated strategy with Goofy, and taking national security advices from Mickey Mouse, maybe? It's really the Disneyland coup d'etat. There is no other word to talk about it. This baseless accusation, entirely devoid of evidence, is nothing more than a tool to neutralize political opposition. It mirrors the same tactics used against the opposition in Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Yet in Brazil is perceived differently on the global stage because while its situation is in some ways even worse, the persecution is not spearheaded by the executive branch, but by the judiciary. And that makes it all the more dangerous. We are not talking about a dictatorship in the traditional sense. We are talking about a place where tyrants issue decrees and suppress opposition openly. No. In Brazil, the judicial system has been weaponized, creating an illusion of legality while systematically dismantling democracy from within. And guess who helped found this experiment? We did. Right? Agencies like USAID and NED, institutions supposedly dedicated for promoting democracy, but in reality, channeling resources into censorship, judicial overreach, and political persecution in my country. Let me introduce to you a man named Alexandre de Moraes. He is not an elected official. He is a Supreme Court justice who has given himself unchecked power to decide who can speak, who can run for office, and even who can go to the prison. Under his watch, Brazil has become a country where social media platforms are forced to silence opposition voices or face billions in fines. Judges and bureaucrats, not the people, decide who is fit to run for office. Congressmen like Daniel Silveira are thrown into jail for so-called opinion crimes, receiving an outrageous sentence of 8 years and 9 months behind bars, simply for exposing his views in a video, a punishment more fitting of a totalitarian regime than a democracy. And, as I said, even the former president, Jair Bolsonaro, is at risk of being arrested on the same kind of bogus charges used against opposition leaders in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. But it doesn't stop there. The judicial system has become an instrument for persecution at every level. Political parties that challenge the status quo are harassed and investigated, and some of their candidates are banned from competing fairly in elections. Independent journalists face exile or worse, imprisonment for exposing government corruption or criticizing the judiciary. Ordinary citizens who dare to express dissenting opinions on social media find themselves banned, fined, or even arrested. This is not democracy. This is a judicial overreach. This is lawfare. And this is what happens when courts are turned into political weapons against the will of the people. Why is it happening? Because Jair Bolsonaro currently leads all major polls outside the margin of error and is the only candidate capable of defeating the left in the 2026 election. If he is kept out of the race, Brazil will fall completely under China's influence. There is no doubt about that, and Brazil cannot be overlooked. With over 200 million people, the largest economy in Latin America, and a land mass nearly the size of the United States, its geopolitical and economic importance is undeniable. China recognized this and is actively working to pull Brazil deeper into its sphere of influence. And while you might think, this is just a Brazilian problem, it's not. This has many ramifications and has already spilled over into the United States. Here are 3 examples that should concern every American citizen. Number 1, Jason Miller's detention in 2021. An American citizen, advisor to President Trump, was detained in Brazil under politically motivated orders. His crime? Attending CPAC Brazil and supporting free speech. Number 2, Elon Musk's persecution. He was added to an illegal fake news investigation. That's right. Elon Musk is under investigation in Brazil. You should be, I don't know, maybe scared of him if he go around here, if he come around here. Threatened with billion-dollar fines and saw his company X banned in Brazil, all because he refused to comply with government censorship demands. The deep state scandal at CBP involving a Brazilian national. Number 3, Brazilian authorities in collusion with American bureaucrats manipulated U.S. immigration records to fabricate justification for the unlawful imprisonment of Felipe Martins, a former national security advisor to my father. He was subjected to solitary confinement, psychological coercion, and inhuman treatment in an attempt to extract statements that could be used to incriminate President Bolsonaro. So, think about it. If they can detain and silence American citizens, if they can control a country as large as Brazil, if they can manipulate official U.S. government's records to imprison a political opponent abroad, what else they can do? What stops them from doing the same to help terrorists, drug cartels, or transnational criminals? And more importantly, if they could do all of this outside of the United States, what makes you think they wouldn't try to replicate it within? This has gone too far. And you, the American people, must pay attention, because what happened in Brazil is being used as a blueprint for judicial tyranny elsewhere, including right here in the United States. Ironically, as I said before, this experiment was partially funded by your taxpayer dollars, which means they will soon come back. They will come to recover that investment. But instead of teaching leftist judges how to destroy Trump, let it serve as a warning for the American people. Freedom is fragile. And once you let unelected judges dictate your democracy, it's only a matter of time before we wake up in a country where free speech, free elections, and even freedom itself are just distant memories. Brazil was a test. Now, thank you. I told you that you have Bolsonaro supporters here. Now they are applying the same formula elsewhere, including here in the United States, and we need to fight back, just as President Trump is doing through his legal team and in partnership with Rumble by filing a lawsuit against Alexandre de Moraes for censoring and sanctioning American businesses and citizens. This legal battle will set a crucial precedent not just for Brazil, but for the future of the free speech and democracy in the United States as well. The globalist playbook is in full effect. If you don't fight back now, you will be the next. Learn from Brazil before it's too late. Thank you all, my friends. This is my message. Pray for my father. Pray for the Brazilians that are in prison now, our January 8th guys. We are asking for amnesty in the Congress, and we hope receive a lot of support from you outside of Brazil, because you know how it means. God bless America. God bless Brazil. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, CPAC. My name is Leo Zaki, and I'm the host of the international radio show America Matters on the Salem Network and the Answer Network. I was vice president of Zaki Farms, my family's poultry company, and a board member of the California Poultry Federation for 10 years. 120 years ago, my family legally immigrated to California, where my great-grandfather started what became Zaki Farms. Zaki Farms was a vertically integrated business and the largest poultry company on the West Coast, largest organic turkey producer in the nation, and the largest privately owned employer in California. After 90 years, we were forced to close our doors and put thousands of people out of work because of elected officials in California who hate private business. They raised the anti-competitive minimum wage and overregulated the entire industry until it was impossible to exist. Now, a lot of smart people will tell you this is just mismanagement, just waste, just incompetence. But let's be real for a second. This is not incompetence. This is a deliberate strategy to destroy small businesses and the middle class. California isn't run by the people anymore. It's run by a political cartel, by a handful of ruling families and their cronies who will not stop unless we drive them out. Many of you, especially the younger ones in the audience, might not even know this, but California used to be a red state, a strong conservative state. And here's what they don't want you to know. California still has more conservatives than any other state. That's more than Texas, more than Florida. So how do the radicals stay in power? They built a one-party dictatorship, and they call it a supermajority. And they did this by running Democrats, but calling them Republicans. These rhinos stole the vote from the people by making IDs for voting illegal, by inflating the census, gerrymandering, ballot harvesting, and removing all oversight that was in place to ensure election integrity. I'm no detective, but even a dummy can smell voter fraud when the state with the most conservatives somehow magically votes blue every year. We are blessed to have Donald Trump as our president. We truly are. But all that means is that we have a few more years and a fighting chance to clean out the gangsters who are plundering our beautiful nation. The fight continues, and we must win this battle. And this battle is in California. We can turn California red again. It's responsible for some of the worst legislators in the nation and destabilizing our republic with anti-American policies. If it happened here, it can and will happen in your state too. But that's why you're here, to see conservative values defended against the psychotic enemies of our republic with their BS woke agenda 21 and 15-minute cities. Every day, the new Department of Government Efficiency exposes more of their lunacy in disgusting ways. California needs its own DOGE and a proper purchasing department to manage its spending habit with full transparency. Transparency in our government is mandatory to keep out the bad guys. California is over $3.2 trillion in debt. And thanks to DOGE, we will soon know some of the insanity these maniacs have been wasting our money on. This isn't just corruption, it's criminal. The fires in Los Angeles have woken up a lot of lefties. So guess what? It doesn't matter if you used to be a liberal or conservative when you're homeless. Losing everything tends to change your mindset. I'm here to tell you that California is ready for change, but it won't happen without the support of our Republicans across the nation. That means all of you, everyone in this room and listening at home, wants to save this country and defeat the Marxist globalist woke agenda. The time to strike is now. But the establishment rhinos are working hard to derail our America First efforts. Support your grassroots patriots and sign up for your local precinct committeemen. There's over 200,000 empty seats out of the 400,000 nationwide. If we're going to hold the line, we need to scoop them up and also run for local board, council, committee, statewide positions. Trump winning does not mean the war is won. It means we are just getting started. And Americans are gearing up. The battle isn't just against a toxic ideology. It's against criminals who have infiltrated our system and are trying to destroy it from within. We are going to break the totalitarian supermajority in California with the help of God, the prayers of the righteous, and a lot of hard work. Again, my name is Leo Zaki, and please tune into my radio show Monday through Friday and visit my website to see how you can get involved locally with other patriots. Go to turnred.org, and I want to thank all of you so much. America, California's in the fight. Thank you, CPAC.
At the Jewish Pro-Life Foundation, we're making the original pro-life religion pro-life again. To learn about our life-saving educational and healing programs in the United States and in Israel, please visit jewishprolifefoundation.org.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed to be ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Hey there, scan your QR code on your badge so that you can view the agenda. Check out our membership circles and learn more about our centers. This president is calling my family, is calling me, is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America.
That's right.
I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did. Fidel Castro would target the enemies of his government and try to take them down. This is exactly what we're seeing with Joe Biden. He should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be called an enemy of the state. Yeah. Those of us who love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's Hungarian for Trump won and you know it? Please welcome CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp and Political Director of the Prime Minister of Hungary, Balázs Orbán.
Welcome to America, Balázs.
Thank you.
Nice to be here.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Congratulations to all that you elected President Trump. I think you saved your country, and you did a great thing to Europe and the world, and for my country as well.
Okay, so we have to take care of business. What is Hungarian for Trump won and you know it?
Trump nyert, mi megmondtuk.
Very fantastic. That's great. By the way, we've had 4 CPAC Hungaries, or we will have
That's
a 4th.
True. Yeah, the 4th.
Coming up in May. Is everyone invited?
Yes. You have standing invitation.
Come.
Please come and visit us. Budapest is safe and sound.
Safe and sound. It's amazing how when we first started collaborating with each other and with the center and with Miklos and the whole gang, people inside of government, people outside of government, everyone said, why would you go to Hungary? And then I read the Washington Post. I didn't know this. Apparently your prime minister is like a dictator or something. I didn't realize this. And then he was like a fascist dictator who rigged elections. And that's what I was told. And I remember telling one of these reporters, I think it might have been at the Washington Post, I was like, wait a minute, I'm always reading that you say you can't rig elections, and now you can rig elections. How did all that disinformation transform into the fact now people look at Viktor Orbán and say he's in many ways the leader of Europe?
I mean, first of all, the liberals are doing the same with everyone. They did the same with...
You mean lying?
Yeah, lying. With your president, they did the same with everybody who is opposing their power structures. That's how things look like. And second, if you represent the truth as a politician, and as it is done by my prime minister, then time is on your side. It means that it will turn out that your decisions, even if those were criticized heavily by the liberal institutions, and they did everything to destroy you, like we were dictators, fascists, Putin's puppets, whatsoever. But time is on your side, and it proves that you were wrong during all time. And that was the case with the migration, when we were saying that letting in hundreds and hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants to Europe and to our country, it's not a good idea. So we should do the other way around. And we were the only ones who asked the people. Migration wasn't an issue in Hungary. So we thought we were thinking about that. Oh, we don't have legitimacy what decisions should be made. So let's ask the people. And we asked the people. We organized national referendum, and obviously overwhelming majority, even those who are disagreeing with the government, were saying no to illegal migration. And then we stopped it, and then we canceled it. And the same with the war. Same with the war. President Trump is right. As it was said by my prime minister, this war has to end because it brings us nowhere. It's crazy. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and everybody takes it like.
And your prime minister, from the very beginning of this war, reached out to Joe Biden and said, let's find a way to end this war. He was on this immediately, but the Biden administration was uninterested.
He was the one who started the peace mission. He said that, look, guys, if we want to end this conflict, we need to reopen the communication channels. How do you want to make a peace if you're not having communication with the other side? It's impossible. So if somebody is saying then that he is working for peace but not having communication with the other side, he's a liar.
That's right.
He's a liar. Don't believe them. Only those people take seriously peace efforts who are ready to engage and negotiate. And what happened? Only as a news, it's a small news, negotiations started immediately. Energy prices went down, stock markets went up. There is again hope. So important. Communication is important. Peace talks are hard, but communication is important.
So there's this special relationship with Donald Trump and Viktor Orbán, which is multidimensional. Two amazing guys, very different guys. I think the Western press tries to act like they're the same. They have some similar characteristics: strength, endurance, same policies. But they're different in a lot of ways too, right? I think the one thing that is the most the same is this idea of kind of getting kicked out of power, even though I don't think Donald Trump got kicked out. That's my view. I'm sure I'll get canceled from someone for saying that. I don't think he ever got kicked out. But he had this ability to come back and win the White House. Viktor Orbán lost power, gained power. That's something they have in common. Matter of fact, I talked to your prime minister on one of my trips, and I said, you're the one guy in the earth who can tell Donald Trump how you do this.
Yes, that's true. My prime minister is the longest serving leader in Europe, but also a longest serving in opposition. And I think it's also important. If you serve your country, there are different positions where you can, where and how you can do it. And I think there is one similarity between Trump and Orbán. They both love their nations.
Yeah.
And this is crucial.
Yeah.
Nations are obviously different. Like Hungary is a small country. It's an old country, a 1,000-year-old country. United States is a big country, but in different geography, different history, different culture. But if you like your country and you are ready to act in accordance of the interest of your country, then you are doing a proper job. If you're not doing that, then you are a bad politician.
That's right. And one of the other similarities is, as you all know, the story of Donald Trump and CPAC is, before I was even elected chairman, he wanted to meet, he wanted to talk about how we could collaborate. He always understood that he was going to work around kind of the establishment systems and work with different kinds of allies. And one of the things your prime minister said to us in this wonderful lunch we have, which will remain off the record, don't worry. That's one of the great things about being around a long time as you follow those rules, is he explained that one of the reasons he lost power was because he didn't have any allies. He didn't have any allies in the media. He didn't have any allies in nonprofits. All the major Soros-funded institutions in Hungary were doing the dirty deeds against him. And he realized he needed to set up institutions and organizations that could help tell the truth. And I think Donald Trump has understood that well, too, by using social media, by being a good partner with CPAC and other conservative groups. You agree with this?
I agree with you. I think the Western world is healing. And we are like national conservatives, if I may call ourselves that way. So it means that we want to save our nation. And we want to see our nation thrive. This is our goal. This is why we engage in public life. But if we want to save our nations, we have to cooperate, because the liberals, they do cooperate. They have an enormous power structure.
Well-funded,
USAID and other organizations for using American taxpayers'
Okay, so let me just stop
money.
you. On behalf of the American taxpayer, we apologize to the good people of Hungary that our government tried to destabilize Orbán and the good leaders in Europe. We're
Thank
sorry.
you very much. We appreciate, but unfortunately, Brussels...
Nobody in this room had anything to do with it, I want you to know that.
Brussels
well, maybe some on the way back, but not the rest of us.
Brussels is doing the same, so it's our job to kick them out.
Yeah.
It's like ridiculous. Hungarian people voted against illegal migration, and what is happening? Brussels is using legal sanctions against us. We have to pay €1 million.
So they're bribing, basically blackmailing
Crazy.
your government.
Crazy.
Just because you want to have a border. They're saying we're not going to hold back on the revenue you should be getting from the EU. Every day, the amount of money the EU owes you grows.
Yeah, every day, €1 million we have to pay. But compared to the other option that we let everybody in and we let to have a country which is destroyed, it's the better option. So this is the reason in the long term we need a change. We need a change not just in Washington, but in Brussels as well. Europe liberal elites, they are the most isolated people now, because they are isolated themselves from Trump, and the new administration isolated themselves from Russia, isolated themselves from China, and they are desperate. But for this reason, they are dangerous, and they are ready to do anything to crush their opponents. So we will not let it happen.
Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. Okay, so I think we have some great titles to some of our talks. Do you know why I think they're great? Because I came up with some of them, so let me just bask in a tiny little bit of my glory. But there was this concept in America that we needed to have a truce on social issues. We shouldn't talk about questions like when life begins, what is marriage, what is gender, all that stuff. Let the teachers handle it in the schools. And as a party, what we should do is just try to lower taxes, lower regulations. And over time, I think Donald Trump, who's not necessarily a culture warrior, understood that it was questions of immigration, questions of families, question of the continuation of our society that were paramount. Viktor Orbán realized this when he came back to power. One of the most amazing things he has done with his party is try to change all these government regulations so that people want to get married. People want to have kids. There's little Hungarian babies in mother's arms. And you're not going to have a country if your people don't, have kids. Yeah. And this idea that you're going to bring in all these migrants to be the next generation in Hungary is something you guys reject.
So in general, the idea of liberal democracy, that the state is not interfering in any of the aspects of the private life, it sounds to be a good idea, because we all are freedom-loving people and we like freedom and we don't want to state at our courtyard. But in reality, what happened? The left used this argumentation to overtake the institutions, and the liberal state was interfering into the private matters. They were saying that...
Once again, are you saying they were lying? They were acting like they were neutral, but they weren't neutral.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
And I think many more conservatives are starting to realize that if these things are important for us, it's not about freedom. Everybody can do what they want. But if somebody wants to have a family, somebody wants to have a marriage, somebody wants to have a kids, then we need a state, we need a functioning institutional system which is not treating her as a criminal, but is treating her as a loyal, normal citizen.
I think they view her as a polluter. Going to bring another human being into the earth and add to the landfills. They view it as a negative.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy.
It's a nightmare, and this nightmare has to be stopped. This is what we are doing in Hungary for like 15 years. We're trying to create an environment which maintain freedom of decision for everyone, but also it advocates some policies. We have a proper family policy. Churches are not prosecuted. They are welcomed in Hungary. Woke agenda is out of schools, out of media, and I'm very happy to see that America is turning to that direction as well. And congratulations to you again.
So what we're really saying is big government ends up subsidizing all the activities for our young people that are counterproductive to society continuing. They're encouraging drugs, giving out free needles, encouraging them to be on their parents' health care until they're like, 47 years old now? Like, nobody gets to grow up at all. And in Hungary, you said, okay, well, if the government's going to subsidize all these things that we don't want to encourage more of, what if we actually use the government system to subsidize what we want? And you did it through tax cuts. So if a mom decides, by the way, I don't think we should force anybody to be a parent. It's really hard to be a parent. The last thing you want to do is have people being parents who are really angry that they're being parents. But like you said, if you want to be a parent, have a kid, you get a tax cut in Hungary.
Yeah,
Here we give you almost like a tax increase.
If you have four children, you don't pay any income taxes.
For the rest of your life?
Rest of your life. And we are planning to increase it. Children with 3, and we will see.
What if your child's name is Hunter Biden? Do you still get a tax cut, or does that... Is there like an appellate process where maybe you could put a little taxes on that kid?
Every life counts.
Okay, fair enough. It's a good answer. Okay, so you're here in America. It's a long trip from Hungary. By the way, how many people have been to Budapest or to Hungary? How beautiful was it? How safe was it? Amazing, right? Okay, the Balabans are like, they're Polish, but even they are like the Hungarians.
We have beautiful people, beautiful architecture, good food, conservative safe space. That's also important for many people. So, come and visit us.
So you've come all this way to America. You're one of the top advisors to a leader that the people here in this room really respect, the people around the country respect, Viktor Orbán. You're in the middle of everything now, trying to stop a war, trying to change what Brussels tries to do to ruin people's lives. What's your message for America? Do you feel hope about how our collaboration, starting with CPAC, moving on to Orbán and Trump, how this collaboration can change the world?
I think my message would be America is back, is a good news, and don't rely on the liberals, and don't count on the liberals. You have your friends all around the world, and if you find your friends, work with them together and save the Western civilization together. This would be my message.
Are you up to the challenge? Balázs Orbán, thank you for being with us at CPAC. Thanks for the important work you do. And thanks for making Hungary great.
Thank you. God bless.
I switched.
I switched.
I switched.
I made the switch to Newsmax.
We start this morning in Washington, where all eyes are on the White House. I switched to Newsmax.
Newsmax. Newsmax.
Have you made the switch? You bet I did. My whole family switched.
Everyone is making the switch. I did.
I did.
I switched, and it made all the difference. It made all the difference.
Have you made the switch? You should.
Millions are switching to Newsmax. You should too.
Every institution today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MKUltra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Today is under attack. The home, the church, the government. And many people are asking, what is the truth? Jesus Christ claimed the ultimate truth. Are you willing to face the truth?
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended?
The Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation.
We all answer to one God and one Savior, and He's there to change your life for the better.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, CPAC isn't just a conference. We're fighting 365 days a year on all the issues you care about. Please go to your badge. There's a QR code. Check it out and see the different centers we have at CPAC, whether it's fighting anti-Semitism or corporate responsibility or raiding members of Congress or state legislators or criminal justice reform. You name it, we're into it, and check it out right now.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump is back in the White House.
Officially the 42nd President of the United States is back in the White House.
Donald Trump has taken back America.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said, you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to say their names. Israeli hostage families speak. Please welcome father of Idan Alexander, Adi Alexander, brother-in-law of Omir Moran, Moshe Lavi, Nova Music Festival survivor and brother of Guy Dalal, Gal Dalal, hosted by CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes Schlapp.
Vamos.
Thank you all so much. You know, this is a very difficult subject, and I see someone in the crowd, Julie Levin. Stand up, look, Julie. Julie Levin, Mark Levin's wife, but just a leader in this issue of being a voice for the Jewish people, for the suffering that we have seen, the tragedies that we have witnessed against innocent lives. And these brave men have come here to deliver a somber message, but it's also a message of hope, a message of urgency, a message of action that we need to take. And here at CPAC, we all, a CPAC family, first we stand with your families. When you are in pain, when you are suffering, we are suffering with you, and we are praying for each and every one of you. And to start this, Gal, I want to start with you. You were at the Nova Music Festival that day on October 7th.
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
First of all, I'll start with thank you, Mercedes, and thank you, all of you, for being here, supporting us, and thank you for having us. The Nova Festival had almost 5,000 people in it, more than 20 nationalities. It was like a gathering of all sorts of different people from all sorts of different cultures. People went to celebrate life, spiritual people. It was a spiritual festival. And the people who were kidnapped from them had nothing to do with this conflict, had nothing to do with this war, and they should have never used as a currency in this war. I went to this festival because it was my brother's first festival ever.
And it's your younger brother.
It's my baby brother, yeah. And he never went to any of these kinds of festivals. So I encouraged him, actually, to go to this kind of festival because I knew that it's going to be a good one. And he asked me to come with him, to join him in his experience and to watch over him. And that was the only reason I went. And I arrived there pretty early in the morning. 15 minutes after I arrived, the alarms already went off. And I asked my brother if he wanted to come to my house with his friends, and they all agreed to come to my apartment. And I asked him if he wanted to join me in my car. And he said that he don't want his friend to feel like he left them, so he's going to go back with them, and he see me at home. I think like 30 minutes later, the terrorists start shooting on us. It was a massive round of shooting. It came from all around us. We had to leave our cars and run away, and I haven't seen my brother ever since.
When that happened, tell us about the moment when you realized, oh my goodness, he's been taken.
So after almost 10 hours of fleeing, running and hiding, while terrorists shooting on me with gunshots and RPGs, rockets, I was finally able to get rescued by our forces. And they took us to the nearest police station. This is where I called my father. And my father sounded broken. And I said to him, look, if something happened to my brother, you need to let me know. And that's when he told me that my brother was kidnapped and that Hamas was already published a hostage video 3 hours before I was even able to escape, which meant that my parents, my family, everyone knew that my brother was taken, but no one told me, so I can focus on saving my own life.
So they saw the video. Your parents saw the video first.
Yeah, and I saw it when I saw it after I was rescued, and all I could think about is that I went there to watch over him, and I went back without him. I just couldn't realize it. It took me a while.
How are you getting through day by day?
It's a whole process for us, the families of the hostages. Every day, it's another struggle. But we always have on our minds that our hostages, our loved ones, they suffer much more. When we think about the pain that they have to endure while still in captive, we get strength and we get the power to do everything we can to help them. I know that my brother would do exactly the same for me, and we have to stay strong for them for when they will come back.
Moshe, your brother-in-law.
Thank you.
Omri. He has a wife, Lishai, and two beautiful girls. What happened?
On October the 7th, Hamas terrorists barged into my sister Lishai and Omri's home. They used a teenager from the kibbutz, Tomer Arava, to lure them to open the door. And they opened it immediately to save Tomer's life. Tomer was found dead a few days later, his body in a field. But Omri and Lishai knew that they were opening the door to terrorists to save his life. For hours they were held captive in their own home. My niece Roni was awakened with a gun pointed at her face, terrorists surrounding her. She was 2.5 years old back then. They were then grouped with another family in the kibbutz, the Dan family, whose eldest daughter, Mayan, was murdered. They were abused for hours. It was live streamed on Facebook. The terrorists took a phone of one of the captives and simply live streamed it on their Facebook account. And then at around 1:30 p.m., Omri was handcuffed. Lishai told him she loves him, she'll take care of the girls, and asked him not to be a hero. He told her he loves her, and that was the last time she saw him. Ronnie, my niece, tried to run to him. Lishai stopped her, luckily. And ever since, Omri has been a hero. For 503 days, he's been a hero in captivity, fighting for survival, while we are fighting here to returning home. I'm lucky because my sister Nisa survived, my parents survived, my other sister and her family survived. All experienced October the 7th while I was in New York. But being lucky means you have a hostage in your family that you need to fight for.
When Lishai called you, what did she tell you?
We discovered Lishai was rescued that evening, Israel time, the night. She was rescued 11 hours after the attack started by the IDF. After Omri was taken, she was held captive for a few more hours in that home. We talked for the first time a day later, the entire family on WhatsApp. We did a video call, and it was so difficult. By that time, my parents were rescued, my other sister was rescued, and luckily Shai and the girls were rescued. And we tried to understand what's going on, what do we need to do, where is Omri? And for the next couple of days, we discussed what do we need to do. I wanted to return to Israel to serve in the army. I was a captain in the IDF. But then my sister told me, I need you to be my soldier in this war until Omri comes home. I need you to speak up because there are very few people who can speak up for me and for Omri like you can. And since that day, I've been her voice. I've been Omri's voice. I've been every single hostage voice because they can't speak from the dungeons of Hamas. They are chained, they are starved, they're deprived of water, sanitation, sunlight. They're calling for the rescue. And we have to make sure to bring them home, like Vice President JD Vance said. Irrespective of other issues, there is one priority right now. Let's not sign more death certificates. Let's make sure all the hostages who are alive return home, and those who were murdered in captivity, like those who will return today and broke our heart, will be buried in the land of Israel.
Adi, your son, the oldest of three.
Yeah.
Idan, the only living American right now in captivity. How are you feeling? I mean, how are you processing this every day as a father?
You know, I'm just thinking about the place that my kids grew up in, which is Rockville, Maryland, not far away from this hotel. And we moved to New Jersey back in 2008. It's really hard. I mean, Idan is an all-American kid, Tenafly High School graduate, decided on a gap year to enlist himself to IDF, and because he loved both of these countries. And this is what he did. On that tragic day, he found himself on a tiny outpost next to Kibbutz Nir Oz, and he was the only soldier at this post. And the post was attacked, heavily attacked. He was surrounded by more than 20 militants. And after conducting a short fight, he found a way to surrender. So we kind of consider ourselves lucky that he managed to surrender. And ever since, you know, he was seen in the tunnels right at the beginning. And then Hamas released this hostage video on Thanksgiving's weekend when we saw Idan speaking. We saw him well. He was pale. He wasn't himself, but he was alive. And this is what's important for us, and this is what drives us forward.
Gal, 69 hostages have been released. 6, I believe, now it's coming up on Saturday. We've seen the tragedy of the Bibas family, the 2 beautiful children, the mother, and we've all seen those photos. What is your message to the leaders out there, the international leaders out there, who are just not stepping up to put pressure on Hamas to release these terrorists, release these hostages right now?
We have been waiting for so long to see hostages returning. And for almost 500 days, we waited for the second deal to come. And as soon as Trump started his role as the President of the United States, you could see hostages start to return. And I think that's because Trump knows evil and good. Trump can see, you mentioned the Bibas, little babies should have never used, taken as hostages, used as a currency in a war. That's just unimaginable evil. And for that we thank him. And I think that the world is looking at what's going on in the United States, and we believe that with him, we will get to see all the other hostages. But the thing is that we are grateful for all the lives that he saved already, but there are still many lives that are waiting to be saved. And I would say, don't forget about the hostages. Yeah.
This goes, Moshe, beyond a political issue. This is a humanity issue. And you've seen President Trump involved personally in this process, but the reality is, and you said this, you said that the fight against Islamic terrorists, it's a long-term struggle, but there's this urgency to get these hostages released right now. I mean, how do you just describe this message to those out there so that the world can unite in saving these hostages?
I'll say that our struggle against Hamas, their accomplices, their funders and sponsors, members of the United Nations, is long-term. And we will finish that long-term struggle and be victorious. But for us as a society, to be victorious, to protect our social contract, our national and Jewish ethos, we have to bring home the hostages. It's a humanitarian issue. It's an international issue. Hostages from so many countries were kidnapped, of several faiths who were kidnapped and are still held. Omri is a dual national, Israeli and Hungarian, and I can say the Hungarian government has stood behind us since the beginning. And so does the United States government. I'm so appreciative and grateful for President Trump's leadership, and I'm certain he knows that what needs to be happening now is that all the hostages must be freed. We have to keep demanding that Hamas let them go, but making sure that we make the concessions needed to bring them home in the short term.
Adi, you've spoken to President Trump multiple times. What does he tell you?
President Trump is a very tough guy, he's a smart guy. At the beginning, when we first met, before he took office, he was shocked by the fact that 45 Americans were killed on that day, on October 7th. To account anything like this, really, other than September 11, you have to go back to 80s. And ever since we met him, he took ownership on this matter, recognizing that Americans are still being held and 45 Americans killed, and we're really grateful for that. But we have to push forward until everybody's out. No tips and drips, bunch of them out, like hopefully this Saturday, and then we will be done.
Just to wrap up here, Gal, what do you want to tell our people here at CPAC? How can we support you and your family?
So we always say that we need your prayers and we need your actions. Don't forget the hostages. Don't forget that they are waiting for you. Everyone can do something. And we all have the responsibility to do all we can to bring them back. And together we will.
Adi, your message to what you want to know, how we can be helpful for you and your family as well.
Just keep this issue front and center. Keep praying. Really, this is the time to pray. We're in the middle of this process. Hopefully, we will be successful to pass it over the finish line with President Trump's help, leadership, and Steve Witkoff's knowledge and leadership as well. Just keep praying, guys.
Moshe.
I'll ask all this amazing audience to close your eyes and imagine with me my nieces Ronnie and Alma running to their father Omri. Imagine my sister Lishai hugging and kissing her husband Omri. Imagine Danny, Omri's father, shaving his beard after hundreds of days and embracing his son Omri. And take that joy of picturing that to mobilize in every way you can, prayer, action, rallying, writing, so that I could tell my nieces Ronnie and Alma that their father is coming home tomorrow.
I do want to say we spent time with Noah, who is here. She's one of the freed hostages who was in captivity for over 200 days. And let me tell you something. This young woman is recovering from major trauma, and she's putting her trauma aside to be a voice for the rest of the hostages. So that is such a brave woman right there. And these are brave men who are being so strong for their families and for the Jewish people. And we here have an obligation to make sure we give them the love, the support, the prayers, and make sure that these hostages come back home. Thank you. Thank you for being with us at CPAC. You all really inspire us. And yes, we're going to bring the people back home. We're going to bring the hostages back home. We are going to stand with you, stand with your families, and ensure that we can start healing and start moving forward. Thank you so much. God bless.
Representative from West Virginia, Representative Riley Moore, co-founder and president of Patriot Mobile, Glenn Story, CEO of Morris Industries, Nate Morris, and your host from Newsmax, Bianca Della Garza.
How's it going, CPAC?
All right.
Well, we are so thrilled to be here, and I just had a little backstage convo with these guys. Patriots, entrepreneur, visionaries, and they are going to be so enlightening. So I'm pleased to be here. And I know we just heard all the introductions, but Congressman Moore, Glenn Story, the CEO of Patriot Mobile. If you don't have his cell service, we're gonna change you today on that. And Nate Morris, really incredible stories. So let's start a little bit with you, Congressman Riley Moore, because West Virginia is the 5th largest energy producer. And people were looking at what was going on, and you were the treasurer before you were in Congress. And way before it was popular, you actually took on BlackRock, you took on JP Morgan, you took on all these big banks and said you need to divest. You basically said you're fired. Tell us about the circle that was going on in your state that made no common sense.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, for us in West Virginia, it was really an existential threat for us to continue to deal with these financial institutions that had an ESG framework that was so harmful to our industries, coal, natural gas, and oil. And so what I did was start to talk to some of our coal producers, natural gas, and the like, and they were losing access to financing. They couldn't continue their operations because no one would bank them. They were essentially being debanked. And we had folks like BlackRock and the other big three that were moving investment away from these critical industries that just so happen to power the country and are also so important to the state of West Virginia. So in 2021, I sent letters to them warning them if they didn't stop this activity that we were going to divest out of them. And they ignored those warnings. And then in January of 2022, it's a little while ago now, I became the first elected official in the United States to divest our tax dollars out of BlackRock entirely. Thank you. And then we took it a step further and created what's called the Restricted Financial Institution List, which had said if you're boycotting the fossil fuel industry, you're going to lose the ability to be able to bid on any financial service contract in the state of West Virginia. And that's where we ended up putting a lot of other banks on that list, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, Citi, a whole bunch of other guys. And we had to tear up a lot of contracts, tens of millions of dollars.
We'll get back to that. And fortunately, you had the vision to do that. Nate, walk us through when you were in your early stages. You started your company on a credit card. You said with 10 grand, you took it public, $700 million. And you had to battle the woke, well, you called it like the Sopranos. I'll let you tell that.
Well, you know, first I want to say, you know, I'm Nate Morris. I'm a Kentuckian. I'm a 9th generation Kentuckian. I'm an entrepreneur, and I believe entrepreneurship is the cornerstone to our country. It's how jobs get created. And we had a big announcement this morning, come out of Kentucky. Mitch McConnell said he's retiring.
Woo! The little breaking news here.
So I don't know if anyone's heard that yet. And, you know, a lot of people have encouraged me to look at the seat. And I just want to speak as an entrepreneur. I'm an outsider. I'm a businessman. And I think we need more people coming from the outside to help President Trump with the America First agenda. Yep. And for conservatives, this is our opportunity to rip control that Mitch McConnell has had on the Republican Party and aspects of our party and taken us down this direction. And he has tried to purposely sabotage President Trump over and over and over again. This is our chance to get it back and give it back to the people.
Amen.
Well, I do think, obviously, the country is on a fortunate and trajectory with this election. We can all feel it as we're here, as we're walking in the halls, we're exchanging ideas. I wrote a book last year called Incoming, on the front lines of the left's war on truth, because what we saw was the Marxist professors indoctrinating kids, and then they'd go into these woke corporate boardrooms, and this was a circle that fortunately we've been able to break with this historic election. And I think we all look at Donald Trump as not just our president of this country, but also somebody, a visionary who will take us into an America in the golden age. And, you know, your story, Glenn, is amazing. Patriot Mobile is based on Christian values. And that's something a lot of people, after we witnessed Butler, Pennsylvania, really are coming back to their faith in this country. And Patriot Mobile is based on that. And it's a very unique model. And you are thriving under that model.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And before I go there, I just want to say thank you to Matt and Mercy and the CPAC staff and leadership to do what you guys do, to bring the most important conservatives together and just raise each other up. But to answer your question, yeah, Patriot Mobile is a cell phone service provider. We carve out a portion of every bill and donate back to biblical causes. But what really separates Patriot Mobile is we're 100% US-based customer service. Our donation patterns it's a great thing. But most importantly, we put God first. He is at the helm of our business. Yeah. He's at the helm of our business. And when he's at the helm of your business, it just changes the landscape, right? You know you can't do wrong. And, we live by these biblical principles, and we make these donation patterns back to organizations like Right to Life, military and first responders, First Amendment and Second Amendment. You look at those are really constitutional, biblically driven objectives or initiatives. So
yeah. And when you are thriving, you can take that money and do good with it. And I mentioned, Nate, that you went public with your company, and after you had been dealing, tell us a little bit about what you saw. You said it was a very innovative company, but you had to deal with people you thought they were like the mob in Sopranos. You thought ESG, they came in, it was even worse.
Yeah, let me tell you, I thought I saw extortion in the waste business, like we did with Tony Soprano. The extortion I saw in the waste business is nothing compared to what ESG terrorists do to corporate leaders every day, forcing them into positions and threatening to bankrupt their company if they do not adhere to these bogus, crazy standards. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so compelled to look at getting into politics. Because we, as corporate leaders, we have to fight. We have to fight this. One of the first things I did when I left my company was invest in Strive, Vivek Ramaswamy's anti-woke investment platform, to say we're going to stand up to this and we're going to fight back. And we're going to make sure that politics stays out of business and gets centered around merit and what the market should reward, period.
Great message.
Their ultimate goal is to silence us, right? That was their goal.
Good luck, right?
And we won't be silenced, right?
No. And I think that's part of the, we look at JD Vance and Peter Thiel when they invested in Rumble. We look at Newsmax. We're soaring. And it's because Americans truly have woken up. But now there's a higher demand on our elected leaders. And fortunately, Donald Trump, Doge is making a lot of advances. Maybe we're all even going to get a rebate from what they're saving. But Congressman Moore, I know, I like that. You know what it's like being in politics and being in Congress now. People are going to be held accountable. He's talking about Mitch McConnell officially announcing, but their old guard has been put on notice. Can you talk about that, since you were at the forefront of sort of putting ESG and BlackRock on notice?
Well, yeah, and I'll tell you, I got a lot of calls when I first divested from BlackRock, which is 3 years ago now, and most of it was, Riley, you're an idiot. Why are you doing this? Why are you even messing with this? And ESG is such an existential threat, to our capitalist system here in America, as we were just hearing right now. It's an extortion racket. But look, this party now is the party of Donald Trump. That is very clear. It's an America First movement. That's where the Republican Party is going. And we got to make sure that we stay on that trajectory, right? And we've seen this time and time again, where we will have America First policies that go and die in the United States Senate. That happens all the time. Clearly I'm in for the one big beautiful bill in reconciliation, and so is President Donald Trump, because that's the way we're going to accomplish his agenda. But, perhaps it looks like the Senate might be moving a piece of their legislation forward. We've got to be unified under the president and execute on his 77 million vote mandate that he has.
I agree. So that's how Washington works. And, as a member of the national media and hearing the stories of rural Americans, some of them really did feel left behind. You have cell service. You look at the people ravaged by hurricanes, and FEMA wouldn't even help people with Trump signs. Starlink wanted to come in, and they said, well, if you don't have an address, they're like, these people lost their homes. It was almost at one point the government was weaponized. We were seeing it in real time against these poor people. And you had this really kind of amazing thing you said, and obviously you're very successful, but you said you know who your roots are. And when the left wants to laugh at conservative values, or they want to smear us, or they want to silence us, you have a beautiful message, Glenn, and I'd love for you to share it with this amazing crowd.
You know, what really happens when it boils down to, you got to stay with your roots, right? You know what you're doing, and if you let them silence you, they've won. And I always say, no, right? We're going to stand in the forefront. We're going to be bold in what we do, regardless if it's out there. You know, I'll digress momentarily. I was on a call with the party chair of Georgia, and I said, hey, dude, how's it going? And he goes, it's miserable. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, our hurricane east of 75 is destroyed. So Friday at 4 o'clock, I called a couple of our executive team, Scott Coburn, and I said, hey, look, we need to fill up a trailer. We've got a 26-foot trailer. We've got a 1-ton truck.
It's amazing.
Let's fill this thing up with generators, wipes, diapers, baby formula. You just go down the list. Here's the most amazing thing. I couldn't go. I had some family stuff to do, but a couple of our staff did. And what was amazing about this is they drove out. They were giving stuff out to people that needed it. They haven't had anything. And the law said you got to turn left, and our driver goes, no, we're going to go straight. So they went straight. Now, this is a grown man, a professional soccer player. A woman was standing on the side of the road, and so he says, let's pull over. And they got out of the car, and Ethan's sitting down there somewhere. They got out of the car, and she goes, you know what? The only thing I need is diapers and wipes. I just said, Lord, please deliver. So they pull over, and you know what? We had crates and diapers and wipes. And this is a grown man just starts weeping. He's like, you know, what else? That's what we're commanded to do, to believe in our...
And you know, it's not easy. You know, we have an elected member of Congress, 2 entrepreneurs and CEOs. When I brought you out, I said you're patriots. But we also, I think your stories are so important because other people in this audience are looking and saying, how can I do this? How can I involve? And there is obviously tremendous opportunity for American exceptionalism, again, under this president now. You're thinking about possibly getting into the race, but we know that you build companies. What do you just say to folks? We're on a live stream here. You have, thousands of people watching. They want to know how I get a credit card loan and start a company and be like you and do that in today's climate where we have the winds of change at our back.
Absolutely. Look, I was raised by a single mother. 19 of my family members worked in an auto plant in Kentucky. My grandparents helped raise me. And I think that one of the things my mother always said, we may not have a lot of money, but it's free to think big, and you should think big.
Amen.
You're going to be thinking anyway, so you might as well be thinking big. And I think we got to get back to that and be the country of dreamers again. And I think Donald Trump has got people in America to get hopeful and get those dreams in action. And that's one of the reasons why I'm looking at this seat. I feel like as somebody I owe so much to my teachers, my pastors, coaches, people have helped me. I got to do something. And, right now we've got 2 candidates that are looking at this race that are puppets of Mitch McConnell.
Right.
And we can't have that.
Well, when it comes to ESG, BlackRock, they've been put on notice, Congressman Moore, and you come up from a family of politicians as well, so it's a tough business. DC's a tough town.
Yeah.
Tell us about some of the things that you're working on now that are future forward. I know there's something to do with protecting gun owners' rights because you can't just stop it when it comes to BlackRock. There's a lot of things that are going on, and you're really kind of clue us into what you're doing.
Yeah, so we dealt with this on the state level in West Virginia. It's called a merchant category code. Maybe some of you have heard of this, but the credit card companies have put this in place to be able to track the purchase of your guns and ammunition in the United States of America. Now, we had put in an ability and a right to sue, cause of action in West Virginia if they shared your data. But I have a bill right now, and I do believe we're going to get action on it, in the United States House of Representatives to ban the merchant category code on guns and ammunition. Thank you. Now, this is a little bit off the ESG topic, but this is, I just wrote an op-ed about this, and I'd encourage you to take a look at it because it's a huge national security issue, and I am looking at legislation on this. There are currently, in the United States, there are 300,000 Chinese nationals on student visas in our country. And I'm looking to ban all student visas from China moving forward.
Amen. Amen.
Glenn, tell us about why you are the best choice, the alternative, because, you know, you're up against the big guys. It's never deterred you. You said your sales, every time they come after you, you kind of soar. But a lot of people would have been maybe not up for the task to go up against the big guys and all the big cellular companies.
Yeah, you know what, I would just say, we're not really up against them. We really aren't. You know, we're the only carrier out there. I won't get into the technical side, but we buy wholesale from all the major networks. We repackage it and sell it retail. And the real beauty of that is we provide a service, and I think it's better. Not only is our coverage better because we have all the networks, but look, we put him first. And when you put him first, what can you do? And then the real hook is when you call into our offices, you know, we have an office in East Texas and in the Valley in California. You either talk with a redneck like me, or you talk with a Californian. And that's the real part. But then above that, it's not uncommon that we'll pray with you on the phone. And it happens all the time. We have a booth downstairs. Wow. I'll shamelessly plug Patriot Mobile. Come down. I think we've got promo code CPAC. You get a free month of service. But most importantly, you're going to be working with companies that love and honor their creator. Yeah. And I'm going to just say this. When you do that, it's so much better. You know you're not supporting organizations that are contrary to your values.
Right.
I mean, I know we have Patriot Mobile customers out there. I'm looking at two waving and a couple of Hey, everybody in here should be a Patriot Mobile customer.
Can you hear him now?
Hey, that's a good hint, right?
You said you were part of Strive,
Love it.
Nate, and so tell us in the future of, you know, do you think that ESG is dead? Is it all done for now? Or do we have to be vigilant? Because, you know, corporate greed and others that don't have the intention, a pure of heart, which I'm hearing from all of you here on the stage.
Yeah, look, elections have consequences.
Amen.
And we have to have leaders that are going to fight to keep this nonsense and garbage out of our corporate system and out of our economy. It has no place. And I think, you know, we just had, we had an awful thing happen yesterday. Our governor, a Democratic governor, allowed KFC to move out of Kentucky.
So I read about that. I read about that.
And how does that happen? And this goes back to, we've got to elect America first, patriots that are not beholden and on a bended knee to Mitch McConnell or anyone else, but they're going to fight with President Trump and to keep this nonsense out of our politics, period.
I just have a few moments left. That's pressure, and you're right there in the thick of it, AKA they call it the swamp, and they don't say that without reason.
Yeah, well, and to your previous question, I'm sure there's somebody sitting out here right now, and I want this to be kind of hopefully a core memory at some point. Each and every one of you should consider running for office. All of you should think about doing this.
Love it.
I'm serious, because this is not, the seat I'm sitting in is not my seat. It belongs to the people of West Virginia, and they've hired me for 2 years to do it.
Wow.
Any of you can do these jobs. You can stand up, go run. State level politics is awesome. You can get a lot more done there than you can sometimes at the federal level. Please, I encourage everybody to take a look at office.
I told you you'd be impressed, right? Congressman Riley Moore, Glenn Story, CEO Patriot Mobile, Nate Morris, and who knows what type of political future we'll be seeing from you. And
I like this guy back here.
I'm doing my show live here over at our booth at Newsmax, so come by and say hi. I'm Bianca Della Garza. An honor and a blessing to be with all of you great patriots today. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless.
still under construction, but already the biggest news station in Poland. The only international TV station that interviewed Donald J. Trump.
I'd like to say hello to the Polish people.
Poland's leftist government wants to destroy us, but we are not backing down. We're building conservative, English-speaking European news station. Join the movement. Support the revolution.
Make Europe great again. This is Republica, the home of free speech.
The steal was stopped on Election Day, I think in no small part thanks to Judicial Watch's heavy lifting. In just the last year and a half or two, we've cleaned up 4 million dirty names from the rolls. We also got that huge Fifth Circuit ruling that found counting ballots received after Election Day is unlawful. You can be sure that all helped ensure cleaner elections on Election Day, but there's more work to be done, so be sure to support Judicial Watch's election integrity work.
Hey, we have a great group of sponsors down at CPAC Central. Make sure you go down there, get all the merchandise you need, see all the companies that are fighting the woke crap in the country, hear from our breakout panelists and speakers, hear Steve Bannon, hear everything that's important at CPAC. Get down to CPAC Central today.
I actually started quite a while ago in CPAC, and I enjoyed it so much that I came back for a second one, then a third, then I said, what the hell, let's run for president. Matt said, it's like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He says, you should run for politics. He's the one who said you should run.
For the presidency of the United States.
It is my honor to introduce to CPAC 2017 our president, Donald Trump.
First of all, I want to thank Matt Schlapp and his very, very incredible wife and boss, Mercedes, who have been fantastic friends and supporters, and so great when I watch them on television defending me. Nobody has a chance. I love this place. Love you people. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. We know that there are still more records to be shattered, new summits to be scaled, more triumphs to be realized, and more amazing history just waiting to be written. The American adventure has only just begun. God bless America, and we will see you next year. Thank you very much. You never stop fighting for America, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you. Oh, look at this. Look at these beautiful, patriotic, energized. Ooh, I love it. I love being at CPAC. It is always a pleasure to be at CPAC. I felt like an old man when I was thinking about this trip because I first came to CPAC in 2011. And it was fun then. It's been fun ever since. But something feels different this year. Doesn't it? Something. What is it? What is that thing? I don't think that it's just that we won. Because, we won in 2016. Some people say we won in 2020. I'm not going to get into it. But it can't just be that we won. I think the big difference this year is that we won, and we won the popular vote. That was the big difference. Most voters in this country voted for Donald Trump. Huge swaths of every demographic, including groups that Democrats have had a lockdown on for decades. We're talking about an historic proportion of black male voters, almost half of Hispanic voters, something like 50% of women over 45, even, this one really shocked me, 40% of women under the age of 30. That was the most Kamala-y demographic, and we still got that. So many of them voted for Trump and for Republicans in the House and the Senate. It was a clean sweep. It was a clear mandate, and it was a mandate for common sense. That's the only way to explain this broad coalition of people who usually argue with each other,
Republicans, disaffected Democrats, conservatives, liberals, people across both sexes and all ages and all races. The Democrats lost the common sense, and their loss is our gain, not only at the ballot box, but also in expanding the political imagination, in opening up the discourse that we can have in our politics. For too long, uniparty elites have limited political discourse to exclude the common sense policies that people actually want. Just look at immigration. For decades, we have been told that we have two choices when it comes to immigration: more illegal immigration or more legal immigration. And sometimes the left and the right, they compromise and they give us both. Great. But it turns out that most Americans do not want more immigration of any kind. Most Americans want drastically less immigration, legal and illegal. Gallup polling last July found 55% of Americans want overall immigration reduced. This backs up another poll from 2018, Harvard-Harris, found that most Americans want annual legal immigration capped at about 500,000. That is about 60% less than the current levels. That is about 85% less than overall immigration levels. That is what most Americans repeatedly have indicated that they want. And it's perfectly reasonable. Today, we have the highest foreign-born percentage of the population that we have ever had in our nation's history. It is not possible for a nation to maintain social cohesion and its own way of life while taking in unlimited numbers of foreigners. There's nothing bigoted about that observation. And yet, until recently, that view, the preference of most Americans, was totally unrepresented by either major political party. Look at the LGBT ideology. In recent years, uniparty elites have told us that we have two options. Either we trans the kids in kindergarten or we wait until they turn 8. Maybe if we're lucky, we can wait until the kids are out of elementary school before the indoctrination begins. What kind of a choice is that? Within the past decade, transgenderism did not exist in public life at all. Not in schools, not in sports leagues, not in bathrooms, not in the military, not anywhere. And things worked a lot better then, and probably we should return to that. To put in perspective just how rapidly this gender-bending LGBT ideology has been forced upon us, consider that Barack Obama, in the final year of his first term as president, held that marriage is the lifelong union of a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children. Hillary Clinton believed that too. Basically, everybody believed that. Everyone, everywhere, for statistically all of human history, has understood that fact. That is the only definition of marriage that distinguishes it from other kinds of relationships. Marriage was not invented by ideologues, and it cannot be redefined by ideologues either. It is a natural institution. Not even the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court wants to try, but not even they can change that reality. It just is what it is. Nothing bigoted about that observation. It's just a fact. Here's another fact, basic stuff. God exists. Simple. We can know that. Even in our relentlessly secular political order, 81% of Americans believe in God. And you know, that is actually the lowest number ever recorded. Historically, the number is north of 95%. And still, that means that the overwhelming majority of Americans believe in God. And that is because the existence of God can be known with certainty from human reason. But these days, you would not know that, judging by our public institutions. In recent decades, uniparty elites have offered us two options when it comes to religion. Keep it private, or don't keep your religion at all. In public, federal agents spy on our churches. They sue members of religious orders. They imprison parents for praying peaceably outside of abortion mills. Maybe, just maybe, we're permitted to entertain religious thoughts silently in our own minds. But the moment that we start talking about or acting on those ideas in public, we're in trouble. But religion is not just some private privilege. Religion is a public right. Our very country is predicated on the idea that God exists and that we are made in his image. God is in the Declaration of Independence. He's in our national anthem. He's even on our money. The fact that in recent decades, our political class has largely removed God from public life is an aberration and a national scandal, and it needs to be reversed. Now, of course, it's not really possible to remove religion from politics because lawmaking entails moral judgments, whether we're talking about abortion or whether we're talking about parking tickets. Politics requires us to come to certain conclusions about human nature, about justice and mercy, sin and grace. Politics always and everywhere involves rituals and veneration, reward and punishment. These things are inescapable. So when the ideologues remove traditional and true religion from our politics, they can only replace it with their own novel and false religions. They replace Christmas displays with pride parades, sturdy virtues with modern values, faith, hope, and charity with diversity, equity, and inclusion. They ban the Bible from schools, and then they assign gender queer. That is to say, they remove the most important book ever written, the book without which it is not possible to be an educated person, and they replace it with their own neo-Gnostic nonsense. Is it any wonder that our rulers got so stupid? You saw the consequences of taking the Bible out of schools a couple weeks ago when our vice president invoked a basic Christian concept, and our political establishment started alternately drooling and shrieking. When he was asked about mass migration, JD Vance brought up the order of charity, which is the idea that we owe more to the people closer to us than to people who are further away. This is an observation. It's so obvious. It's articulated in Scripture. It's written about by the great Christian thinkers, but it's also just common sense. It does not take a PhD in philosophy or theology to know that we owe more to our kids than we do to face-tattooed Mexican gangsters. Now, of course, this means that our political leaders owe more to American citizens than they do to foreigners. That's the point JD was making. That is the meaning of the phrase America First. It's not that we don't wish to help people around the world. We certainly do. We're the most charitable nation in history. But it is perverse for our political elite constantly to prioritize the whims and desires of foreigners over the needs of citizens. A nation without a proper concern for its own well-being can never, in the long run, be good to anyone else anyway. This is why when we're on the airplane, they say, put your own mask on before you help others. You need to have things in order. For decades, our uniparty elite have told us we have two options when it comes to charity and the common good. We can either erase our national borders, or we can try and fail to build democracies in the Middle East. Or we could do both, I guess. Those were our options. But you know, there's a third option, and it happens to be the option that most Americans want. We can rebuild our own country. We can help our own citizens. Charity, after all, begins at home. We do not have to accept the false dichotomies offered to us by a corrupt political establishment. We can form new coalitions. We can elect new leaders. We can have our country back, and we can even make it great again. Thank you very much.
Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are switching to Newsmax. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need those woke streaming services anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Rob Finnerty.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific.
Gain access to exclusive documentaries, series, and special briefings. It's free to start. So go to NewsmaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Freedom, sovereignty, prosperity. The Patriots for Europe Foundation is on a mission to make Europe great again. Globalist elites have led Europe into a dead-end street. Violent crime has surged because of mass immigration. The Green Deal has put the future of the European economy at risk. Fake NGOs and the massive bureaucracy in Brussels are interfering in our democracies. Patriots must take action. We bring analysis, we organize debates, we build the network of patriots to challenge the woke narrative head on. Patriots for Europe Foundation.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp with CPAC. You know, CPAC isn't just a conference. We're fighting 365 days a year on all the issues you care about. Please go to your badge, there's a QR code, check it out, and see the different centers we have at CPAC, whether it's fighting anti-Semitism or corporate responsibility or raiding members of Congress or state legislators or criminal justice reform, you name it, we're into it, and check it out right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Culture Warriors. Take your juice and shove it. Please welcome CEO and President of Concerned Women for America, Penny Nance. President of American Principles Project, Terry Schilling, and your moderator, Second Vice Chairman of CPAC, Matt Smith.
You got fans waving at
The fan club is here.
Hey, we're here. Where are my kids?
Well, you need a van for all 10 of them.
All 10 of them. That's the...
Well, inside joke while we were backstage. Before we get started, though, we want to just thank all the pro-life, pro-family patriots that are here. Please give yourselves applause for being here and making the travel out to Washington, D.C. During this cold winter. We thank you. You know, the name of this panel talks about truces, and CPAC has never called a truce on being pro-life. We've never called a truce on being pro-family. And we've got two of our great allies here today in Terry and Penny. They're going to talk about some of the progress that's being made since we've got a great pro-life, pro-family president in the White House again. And so to kind of start with that, Penny, we're a month into the presidency. The president's been pretty active.
Yes.
What are a few of the things that he's done that get you excited in the pro-life movement?
Well, first off, thank God President Trump won, right? And Concerned Women for America is the nation's largest public policy women's organization, and we are unapologetically pro-life women. And we are not afraid to lead with that. And what a great month it's been, from everything from pro-life people who use their First Amendment rights to, I don't know, sing and pray outside an abortion clinic, being pardoned by our president, as they well should have been. To signing the Mexico City Policy Executive Order, to the Hyde Amendment coming back, and many important things. Mexico City Policy, of course, is about abortions in other countries. And why are we funding all of this? Why are we spending $700 million a year for Planned Parenthood, who's the nation's largest abortion provider, and also giving cross-sex hormones to little kids? Why are we doing that? I think Doge has got a great target right there.
Yes, that's right.
Terry, same question. And for those of you, I mean, I know you guys watch these two great heroes for the pro-life, pro-family movement. Both have been leaders on making sure that girls play girls' sports, that we use the right pronouns when we're describing ourselves and our kids. But Terry, same question to you. Where has President Trump made you proud this first month?
Well, first of all, President Trump is the most pro-family president, period, ever, period. He's done a full blitzkrieg to protect our children and families. Out of the gate, he signed this executive order to protect our children, not just their bodies, but their hearts and minds from this nefarious and evil transgender industry, which, by the way, this transgender industry that's given our kids cross-sex hormones, blocking their puberties, chopping up their body parts and sterilizing them, it's worth $4.5 billion in this country. And we just allow it to go unchecked. And we wonder why we're always talking about it. Well, it's because they're taking that money and they're piling it back into PR campaigns and public relations and pushing it on our kids in schools. But President Trump, out of the gate, signs this amazing executive order to protect our children from this. And it bans the funding of these surgeries. It bans them at any hospitals that accept Medicaid. But also, what was very fascinating to me was it instructed the Department of Justice to investigate any doctors or clinics or companies, pharmaceutical companies, that are pushing transgender surgeries and hormone treatments on minors. And then, by the way, President Trump has been leading on the women's sports fight.
Right.
And it was so cool. Yeah, that's right. He deserves it. But he had this executive order signing ceremony, and I've been involved in this fight for so long. We ran so many campaign ads on this. But in the background of President Trump signing this were all these little girls from all across the country with their jerseys on, their medals, and you could just see how much his work on this fight meant to those girls. And so I'm going to be forever grateful, eternally grateful to President Trump for everything he's done.
Can I just add something to that? Concerned Women for America has worked on this issue for 7 years with many others. But President Trump was the first person to sign a presidential pledge to American women and actually follow through. This happened in 2023. I went to Bedminster. Go to my Instagram page, you'll see a picture. And he signed it right away. And I don't want to tell you how many other Republicans we had to beg and plead with to get to do it, because he got it at his gut. He looked at, my husband was in the room, and he's like, can you believe I have to sign a pledge that says that there are only two genders and only women can be mothers? But he gets it at his gut, and we're so deeply grateful because trans ideology has hurt a lot of kids. And we've I've seen Chloe Cole around this, around the event, around CPAC, many others.
Yeah. So we've had a busy first month. You know, the vice president talked about some things this morning. Where do we go next? Obviously we got some early victories. He followed through on his promises. Where do we need to go next, whether it's with the president, whether it's working with Congress? What is a great preview, something that our activists that are here can take back home to start working on as kind of like part two here with...
Well, I want to say two things. Number one, an executive order only lasts as long as you have the right president in office, right? And we've got to get all of this over the finish line into law. Congress has to do their job, and then, of course, the president will sign it into law. So we cannot give up until we actually are able to codify this policy. And the second thing is, the vice president did a great job today talking about key issues. And I'd like to talk about the issue of marriage. Shall we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's talk about the idea that at this point in our nation, we're not at replacement rate for our children, for our families. We have less people getting married, young people getting married. We have a whole group of young men that are following the evil pathway of Andrew Tate, who's openly in favor of pornography, creating pornography. It is the way of destruction. And I just want to, here on this CPAC stage, repudiate all of that, suggest that although not everybody can get married, not everybody can have children, but it's okay to realize and to state that it's the ideal for a family. And it's healthy for a nation, and it's healthy for people. And about 81% of young people in this country want to be married. But we're down in those numbers, and I would suggest there's some real systemic causes of that that we have to deal with.
Well, Penny, I think that one of the major problems in this country with family is that we've allowed all these losers in the media, losers in Hollywood, to tell us what masculinity is, to redefine masculinity. And what they've done is they've defined all masculinity as toxic. So young men have never been more under attack.
That's true.
You know, I'm sure there'll be headlines about, oh, CPAC's saying that men are under attack. They just don't get it. But if you look at being a young man today, you are inundated with pornography, you're inundated with sports betting, you're inundated with all these distractions like weed, and they're things that are distracting you and deceiving you from the really important things like getting married, finding that special partner that you can spend the rest of your life with. And then even from there, if you get married, now you have hurdles for these young men that don't even want to have kids. We're called to be fathers. I've got 7 kids, right? And I might have taken President Trump's, thank you.
He had 4 the first time he met President Trump.
And he told me, it was funny, we took a picture and President Trump, I didn't know what to say to him. And so going up, I introduced my wife and I said, Mr. President, can you believe that my wife just had her 4th baby? And he says, oh my gosh, she's stunning, which my wife is absolutely beautiful.
She is.
Keep going, don't stop. But being a father, it's the most amazing thing, right? And they get better, every one. But you hold these little babies, and looking up at you is this little vulnerable human being that's looking at you with these eyes that are just drawn to you. And it's the product of the love between you and the other person that you love with all your heart, and now you have something that you love just as much, and you didn't think that was possible. And we have an entire generation of young men who are smoking weed, watching porn, not getting married, not even pursuing women. We have this thing called incels, involuntary celibates. It's terrible, and we can't become a great nation again. We can't make America great again until our men are great again, until our men are strong. And watching porn, doing OnlyFans, recruiting people, making money off of girls on OnlyFans, that's not how to be a man. That's not masculinity. That's some third gender out there that they've invented. And so I don't know. I just think that these young men out here are they're missing out. And I want to bring them back home. We got to inspire these young men for the challenges ahead of them.
Let me say, we're the women's group who love men. And I'm a mother of a son. We need to have great role models for them. And, you know, and I would say those great role models are not the men who monetize women, but it are the men who are faithful husbands. My husband and I have been married 30 years almost. He's been a faithful husband and father to our children, have been a lifelong friend and supported my career. That's what you want, young ladies. And don't sell yourself short and settle for anything less. Any man that doesn't respect you and is not willing to commit to you, don't settle for it. But at the same time, the young men have been undermined, and I think we need to support them and give them the great role models that they deserve, because they'll be happier, is the truth.
And we're talking about changing our culture, and we won an election, but as one of our colleagues in the movement once said to me about 20 years ago, he said, the fight only begins.
That's right.
You win an election, and then the fight, that's when the real fight begins, because that's when you have to start getting things done. What, as kind of in our last few minutes here, though, from a we're talking about these concepts, and I have a 15-year-old son, and I spend a lot of time with him. That's one of my biggest responsibilities, is to make sure he comes out right. And I know you feel the same way about yours and your kids. And what can we do? What can we send these folks home with that they can do, though, to help get this broader culture shift that we're talking about
today?
Can
I just add on to that, because you touched on something very important, and that's parents being good parents. It is your top responsibility. It's the most important job I have. And so and parents, it's a difficult world we live in. Utah just passed a bill saying that parents have the right, should be the people that allow children to download apps. Right now, kids can download anything without parental notification. We need to actually help parents have the tools to be better parents, to be able to protect their kids from bad media, from pornography, from all the things that are toxic, that hurt them, and be able to give them a loving, faithful home and recognizing that, you know, we as a nation are people of faith, and we need to return to that.
Yeah, look, I think that there are some easy things that we can quickly clean up, and there are already movements that are out there that have been growing. So we're up to 26 states that are protecting girls' sports. We're up to 27 states now that have banned these gender procedures, but we're up to 19 states that require age verification to access adult content online. If we can get our young people, Matt, off of porn and get them to 18 where they're dating girls, they're interested in girls, not computer screens and fake stuff online, I think we're gonna have a much brighter future. But again, I think we gotta reach our young men, inspire them. You know, JFK would have been a Republican today, right? I think it's obvious, but in his inaugural address, he said, we do these things as Americans not because they're easy, but because they are hard. Nothing we're doing is ever easy. And we have to inspire young men that's ripe, they want the challenge, and there's no better challenge than being a good husband and a good father. And by the way, spend time with your kids. Like, guys, we're dads. We get to have fun. Like, we get to buy the candy that mom won't want. We get to buy the donuts. We get to throw the kids up in the air way too high, but they're having a blast. So spend time with your kids, even if it's 5 minutes a week or 5 minutes a day. But just make time for it. Prioritize the right things. And it's not weed, it's not OnlyFans, it's not sports betting, it's your family.
And take them to church.
Yeah, go to church.
Penny Nance, Terry Schilling, thank you for being at CPAC again.
Thanks, guys.
Wherever human freedom is under attack, in courtrooms, legislatures, and the public square, we stand ready to defend it. This is why Alliance Defending Freedom exists.
Supreme Court victory for a Christian woman who was taken to court for standing firm in her beliefs.
The First Amendment follows a golden rule. If we want to protect speech for ourselves, then we need to protect it for others.
A video released this week by ADF International has attracted over 34 million views and even attracted comment from Elon Musk. It concerned a pair of Swiss parents who have had their child taken away from them because they objected to her gender transition.
We're not just here to stop the erosion of liberty for this moment alone. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel. And when the gospel does its work, truth doesn't just hold its ground. It advances. It sets people free for generations to come. This is our mission at Alliance Defending Freedom.
The only homicide on January 6th was the unlawful shooting death of Ashley Babbitt. This major new lawsuit that Judicial Watch filed, a $30 million wrongful death lawsuit against the United States government. She was unarmed. There were no weapons visible. She was shot in the shoulder and killed by Lieutenant Byrd. He popped out and shot her dead. Ashley was shot in cold blood, and the rule of law requires justice for her.
I started to investigate some programs across the country. The choice was pretty clear when I started to look at the student network, the faculty, and sort of the reputation that the school had. It was a very easy decision for me. I was super interested in the course offerings when I started to look at those. I thought those were very applicable, but very diverse. You know, no matter what field you want to take within politics, there's course offerings for virtually anyone with any sort of career interest. It's not only those, but I think it's the relationships that you build with your fellow students, most of whom are working professionals working in the field of politics, whether that's here in DC or in their home state as an online student.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome President of the Patriot Party, Santiago Abascal.
Muchas gracias a todos. Hace un año estaba en esta misma tribuna compartiendo con vosotros las mismas preocupaciones y recibiendo también los mismos desprecios de quienes nos daban por derrotados. Ahora nos toca sonreír, porque ese desprecio de quienes se creían todopoderosos e intocables se está convirtiendo en rabia. Rabian porque el mundo ya es distinto, ya es más parecido a como lo soñábamos hace solo un año. Ya está en retroceso ese plan de miseria y de wokismo que pretendían imponernos. Ya se ha demostrado que el futuro no está escrito. Se ha demostrado que ese futuro puede ser esperanzador y luminoso y que solo hacían falta gobernantes valientes, gobernantes capaces de escuchar a sus pueblos y capaces de cumplir sus promesas. Gracias por permitirme estar de nuevo a vuestro lado para decir esencialmente lo mismo, pero para hacerlo con muchísima más esperanza. Quisiera utilizar esta intervención para responder como español y como europeo al discurso de la semana pasada del vicepresidente Vance en Múnich. Y quiero hacerlo para darle una respuesta firme y contundente. Y la primera palabra de esa respuesta debería ser gracias. Simplemente gracias. Gracias porque Europa necesitaba oír ese discurso y sus líderes necesitaban oír esas verdades, las mismas que ellos tratan de silenciar y de manipular cuando las decimos nosotros. Gracias, vicepresidente Vance, porque ya no pueden seguir despreciando y ocultando la realidad. Pero, sobre todo, porque todo lo que se dijo en Múnich es verdad. Es verdad que enfrentamos una crisis democrática grave. Es verdad que las oligarquías, que no ha votado nadie en Europa, se dedican a tomar decisiones muy perjudiciales para nuestros pueblos sin preguntar nunca a nuestros pueblos. Es verdad que la inmigración masiva promovida por esos mismos oligarcas está destruyendo la convivencia, los servicios públicos y la propia identidad de nuestros pueblos. Es verdad también que de la mano de esa inmigración viene el terrorismo islamista, y no como un fenómeno aislado, sino como una crueldad repetida en Europa, alentada precisamente por quienes pretenden una Europa islamizada, por quienes promueven o toleran tribunales islámicos en nuestras propias ciudades, por quienes han abandonado a las mujeres de Europa, que ven cómo ahora se multiplican las agresiones sexuales. Es verdad también que una mezcla de pacifismo malentendido, de egoísmo, de suicidio y de sumisión, con esa mezcla, los europeos han visto cómo los oligarcas han dejado indefensa a Europa, inseguras sus calles, derruidas sus fronteras e insuficientes sus recursos. Y es verdad, y en eso consiste la crisis democrática, que se roba a los ciudadanos la capacidad de elegir sobre todas esas cuestiones y al mismo tiempo se les roba el dinero de sus bolsillos para pagar todo ese disparate. Esas verdades ya dibujan un escenario muy grave en nuestro continente. Pero hay algo aún más importante. Es verdad que en Europa se está persiguiendo la libertad. En Europa hoy pretenden que todas esas verdades no se puedan denunciar y, por lo tanto, no se puedan remediar los problemas. Las oligarquías europeas están destruyendo todo lo que hizo a Europa grande alguna vez y para ello pretenden liquidar nuestra libertad, que es la columna vertebral de nuestra civilización compartida. Porque Europa es la filosofía griega, el derecho romano y la espiritualidad cristiana. Europa no es la sumisión islamista, ni la ideología woke, ni la cultura de la cancelación. La respuesta a las verdades del barquero del vicepresidente Vance no se hizo esperar por parte de un comisario de la censura. El vicepresidente Vance vino a Europa a decir que Europa ya no acepta la libertad de expresión y la respuesta de un ministro socialista alemán fue: el discurso de Vance es inaceptable. Todo claro. Nosotros, por el contrario, lo aplaudimos y le damos las gracias, porque es verdad que tenemos una civilización compartida y no es la woke, ni tampoco es el manifiesto comunista, aunque demasiadas veces hayamos sufrido esos azotes totalitarios tan semejantes en sus formas. Nuestra civilización es la de la libertad de expresión, la libertad de creación, la libertad económica y la de las raíces cristianas, porque el futuro también está en esas raíces. Y es verdad que si queremos preservar esa civilización debemos cambiar de rumbo. Algunos llevamos mucho tiempo exigiéndolo y algunas naciones ya lo están consiguiendo con grandes resultados electorales. Porque es verdad también que fueron políticos los que tomaron esas decisiones, políticos con nombres y apellidos, y basta con cambiar a esos políticos para cambiar el futuro tenebroso al que nos dirigían. Son esos políticos que ahora están rabiosos los que se empeñan en señalar al presidente Trump como enemigo de Europa porque pone los intereses de los estadounidenses en primer lugar. Esa acusación es algo que solo se le puede ocurrir a quienes han puesto los intereses de sus ciudadanos en el último lugar. Son esos políticos los que ahora pretenden llevarnos al conflicto masivo porque no se atreven a reconocer sus errores. Son esos políticos los que han impuesto a Europa las verdaderas cargas a nuestra economía. No son los aranceles anunciados por Estados Unidos, que ojalá no lleguen. Los verdaderos aranceles a los europeos son el Pacto Verde, los impuestos abusivos y la regulación woke. Esa es nuestra ruina y no nos la ha impuesto nadie desde fuera. La han impuesto políticos en Bruselas en contra de la voluntad de los pueblos europeos. Son los mismos que se reían cuando el presidente Trump, hace ya 8 años, advertía a Europa de que se estaba poniendo en manos de Rusia al renunciar a la energía fósil. Los mismos que ahora lloraban al oír el discurso de Van, literalmente los mismos, y literalmente lloraban. Y todavía lloran. Pero no lloran por los muertos en Ucrania, a la que han utilizado y a la que han engañado, ni lloran por los muertos durante la pandemia, cuyo origen también censuraron. No lloran por las continuas víctimas de los ataques yihadistas. No lloran por nada de eso. No lloran tampoco por todas las oportunidades que han robado a los jóvenes europeos, ni por la inseguridad a la que han condenado a las mujeres europeas. No lloran por la destrucción de las iglesias, ni por los ataques terroristas en los mercadillos navideños. No lloran por nada de eso. Lloran y patalean porque su incapacidad, su necedad y su traición ya está a la vista de todo el mundo. Lloraban y todavía lloran porque su negocio, que no es otro que el de enriquecerse vendiendo a Europa, ha llegado a su fin. Entre otras cosas porque la administración Biden, que les llenaba las carteras, se ha terminado. Y con ella se han terminado los millones de dólares que ellos repartían para esparcir sus políticas y sus ideologías absolutamente nefastas. Lloran también porque su tiempo ha terminado. No podemos por ello sentir la más mínima compasión por esas lágrimas de quienes han sido fuertes hasta la crueldad con los débiles y ahora lloriquean ante los argumentos fuertes y verdaderos. Pero tengamos cuidado, al igual que Sánchez en España, los burócratas de Bruselas van a aferrarse a sus sillones con desesperación, quizá porque saben que cuando no se sienten allí tendrán que sentarse en un banquillo delante de un juez. Ahora pretenden llevarnos a la guerra total, los mismos que han dejado a Europa indefensa, destruyendo su industria y su capacidad de generar energía, los mismos que le dieron a Rusia la posibilidad de invadir Ucrania, los mismos que facilitaron la agresión de Putin, condenándonos a la dependencia energética. Ahora el presidente del Gobierno de mi país, Pedro Sánchez, viaja a Kiev, a Ucrania, pero no lo va a hacer para decir a los ucranianos que las bombas que lanza Rusia las paga él mismo. Sí, las paga Sánchez, que le compra a Rusia el doble de gas del que le compraba antes de la guerra. Y con ese dinero que han dado los populares y los socialistas europeos, han financiado también la guerra a Putin. Y, por lo tanto, hay que deshacerse de esos Napoleones de salón que solo saben provocar guerras, cuyas consecuencias siempre las pagan otros, tanto en términos económicos como en términos materiales. Europa necesita que se vayan esos Napoleones para tener ejércitos fuertes, fronteras inviolables y una industria de defensa. Necesitamos todo eso. Hemos visto, precisamente en Israel, cuál es la verdadera amenaza que enfrentamos. Y hemos visto también que solo la firme voluntad de Israel para existir le está permitiendo ganar una guerra que no comenzaron ellos. Europa necesita defenderse de los planes de quienes llevan el terror a nuestras calles y de quienes empujan esos planes. Tiene que defenderse de esas oligarquías disfrazadas o de esos oligarcas disfrazados de filántropos como Soros, porque hace 9 años ese enemigo de nuestra civilización dijo que la Unión Europea debería recibir 1 millón de inmigrantes al año. 9 años después, la Unión Europea ha recibido 9 millones de inmigrantes. Para conseguirlo, no solo ha invertido su dinero a través de sus ONGs y comprando a burócratas, políticos y jueces, también ha invertido el vuestro, el de los contribuyentes americanos y el de los contribuyentes europeos. Creo que es un caso único en la historia en la que a los pueblos se les obliga a pagar de su propio bolsillo la invasión que el propio pueblo padece. Se quejan ahora de Elon Musk porque procura la libertad en las redes sociales y porque tiene la valentía y el derecho de expresar sus opiniones. La realidad es que se quejan porque no quieren que se sepa que ellos han estado a sueldo de Soros y a sueldo de la administración Biden. Solo un último dato de mi país. La primera persona que visitó al corrupto presidente de España, Pedro Sánchez, fue precisamente George Soros, en el Palacio de la Moncloa. Dato publicado y nunca negado por el Gobierno. Sin embargo, nunca han tenido un problema con las injerencias hasta ahora. Son muchas las verdades que el vicepresidente Vance dijo en Múnich y tenemos que empezar a enfrentarlas desde el principio, desde lo más básico. Debemos reconquistar antes que nada las libertades que nos han arrebatado, reconquistar la libertad de expresión, reconquistar la libertad económica, reconquistar la libertad para nuestra industria y para nuestro campo, reconquistar nuestra capacidad para producir energía. Debemos reconquistar también nuestras fronteras, nuestra identidad y la seguridad perdida en nuestras calles. Debemos reconquistar la democracia para todos los ciudadanos y debemos reconquistar la soberanía de las naciones. Y que estén seguros de que vamos a hacerlo, pese a quien pese y cueste lo que cueste. Vamos a reconquistar nuestro futuro. La época de las tinieblas está llegando a su fin. Estamos dejando atrás una de las etapas más oscuras del mundo libre. Sonriamos y sigamos luchando, luchando y luchando. Muchas gracias.
We find ourselves in a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. For more than
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things.
A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them.
Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
I'm not sure how many of you saw the images this morning, but we do have to start on a somewhat somber note. There were these terrible images of babies being returned in coffins from Gaza to Israel this morning there. And I want to toss it to the Israeli Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism, Amichai Chikli, is going to lead us in a moment of silence for these deceased hostages.
So we have experienced one of the most toughest days since the beginning of the war. It is an extremely difficult day in Israel with the returning of the bodies of Shiri, Kfir, Ariel Bibas, two little children and their mothers, along with Oded Lifshitz from Kibbutz Nir Oz. And I think if we can take a moment of silence before we begin.
Thank you. So tragically, these images this morning really do set the scene for our broader conversation here. And first of all, let me just make a brief point. You guys all heard from Vice President JD Vance this morning. Vice President JD Vance said it very well about a month and a half, 2 months ago, where he said the message should not be bring them home for the hostages. The message should be let them go. Let them go.
Let them go, absolutely.
That is the message.
That's a major shift. That the new administration is coming with a new spirit. You know, for decades, we've heard this sentence, Israel has the right to defend itself. But this is obvious, and no other state needs to mention that they have the right to defend itself. And this administration is coming with a different message, that Israel has the right and it's obliged to eliminate its enemies, to eradicate evil, as Marco Rubio said. And this is a totally different approach. And this is how you win wars.
Well, in many ways, Amichai, I think Israel is teaching the West how to win a war, which the West has not really done, frankly, since World War II. But I want to briefly talk about the broader war, which is the war for Western civilization actually itself. What is Western civilization? We talk about it here. To me, Western civilization is basically synonymous with the Bible. It all ultimately goes back, as we two Jews know all too well, to God's revelation to Moses at Mount Sinai. I mean, when we talk about defending the West, guys, Jews and Christians alike, we're talking about defending those very values and that very way of life. And Israel is not just the canary in the coal mine for all of these fights, but anti-Semitism itself, as you know in your role, it is a direct attack not just on the Jews, but on all of this, on all of Western civilization.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, President Reagan ended the Cold War, and we thought that this war ended, but it never ended. It just wore a different face. And we saw it in universities all across Europe. We saw it on universities here in America. And the woke progressive movement is just another face of the Marxist movement. And in its root, this is a godless philosophy that denies the idea of truth. And when you deny the idea, the concept of truth, there is no good and bad. There is no right and wrong. There is no option for moral clarity. And this is how you can defeat the West from within. That is the effort that made by the woke progressive movement. And this is a threat not just for the state of Israel. This is a threat for America, and this is a threat for Western civilization. And I think that we need to restore those very basic values. And as President Trump says, we want to put God back on the stage, because without God, what is truth? What is right and wrong and good and bad? And it all comes from our common values and our common tradition. And that is, I think, a new era. And I'm very optimistic that with moral clarity, we can achieve amazing things together, Israel and the United States, and lead the free world into a better future.
So one of the things that we were talking about backstage a little bit is that, you know, we in the United States, we in the West more broadly, I think have forgotten what actual evil looks like. We have forgotten that evil exists. Personally, I became a conservative at 12 years old on 9/11 because I saw the smoke from the Twin Towers with my own eyes. And I think many people in this post-October 7th environment are rising to that same realization. But we can't talk about evil, I think, specifically without talking about the Iranian regime, which is really kind of the root of the overwhelming majority of evil, not just in the Middle East, but frankly around the world more broadly. Maybe you could just talk a little bit about the specific threat from the Iranian regime and its proxies. And I think you might have a bit of a revelation for us when it comes to Iran.
I came with some news. But before, one word about the concept of evil. I think that, it's frightening to expose our kids to the fact that, yes, the monster beneath the bed really exists. There is evil in this world. And we want, to push away our children and the younger generation to believe that evil does not exist. We in Israel, unfortunately, even those of us who thought that there is no evil, met evil on its worst option on October 7th. We saw evil today in Gaza with the horrors of how the Hamas celebrated this moment of bringing the Bibas family and Oded Lifshitz. And I think that we have failed in the recent decades on educating our kids that evil exists, and we need to confront, and we need to fight, and we need to sacrifice, just like as we have done in the past decades. And this is something which I think that is also changing, and I'm also optimistic regarding to it, although it cost at a very high price. Now, with the Iranian regime, in Iran, Khomeini, who started the Iranian Revolution, he set America as the great Satan and Israel as the small Satan. Iran was and Iran is an enemy of America, an enemy of the state of Israel. And they are very determined in their efforts with their proxies. And one thing which is amazing that I would like to share with you, we have made a research and we found out that this entire campaign that tries to connect between Israel and genocide in Gaza, which is a ridiculous claim, because what we have in Gaza is a terror regime that seeks to commit genocide on our villages, on our communities. And what we found out, that this entire campaign started with the Revolutionary Guards posting again and again and again the message until it got received in the Western Hemisphere in Britain, with also Persian accounts, and then it got spread out. And we can see in the research that any time that the trend of the genocide in Gaza is going down, they are pushing more and more tweets from fake accounts. And this is an entire campaign that was led by Iran. And this is the first time that we can share it publicly with you here in CPAC.
So this is a very, very big deal. I mean, this is an old tactic of the enemies of Western civilization. The Soviets did it once upon a time, trying to foment civic discord here in the United States. And now we see the face of evil yet again in the face of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, Amichai, the good news right now is that we have an administration here, the Trump-Vance administration, that is wholly committed, that is wholly dedicated not just to allowing Israel to fight our mutual enemies, but to actually combating anti-Semitism as well. And it's just a timely reminder that we are so blessed, truly, so blessed to be here at CPAC with good guys in charge, unlike the last 4 years, to be here at CPAC with guys who understand what the West is and what we stand for. So I know that you've had some meetings in your time in Washington here. Why don't you just talk a little bit about what it looks like from your perspective, what the administration is currently doing?
So in the past few weeks, this administration has done more to combat anti-Semitism than in the entire past 4 years. And I'm speaking about, first, putting the task force led by Leon Torel, which is an amazing individual, an amazing leader, totally committed to combat anti-Semitism. And we met him this morning, and he's an amazing individual. I think we're going to see a shift in everything that regards combating anti-Semitism. also the defunding on universities who failed to combat anti-Semitism on universities, and many more decisions by this administration. And I think that this administration fully gets it. And it's also worth telling that with the previous administration, not just that almost nothing happened, but the message was so ambiguous, and we saw the IRA definition being undermined. And I think it was very, very weak. And actions speaks louder than words. And I think that this administration speaks with actions and not with big words. And I really love it. And I think it is a blessing for the Jewish community, for minorities, and for American people.
Teddy Roosevelt, the president, famously spoke of the man in the arena. That's his famous speech. And Donald Trump is nothing but the man in the arena. He is nothing if not that right now. So God bless Donald Trump. Amen. And God bless you, Amichai. And God bless you, CPAC. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
47th President of the United States of America.
And, I wouldn't say Fox has been exactly perfect. Fox has been a big difference of Fox between now and what it was 4 years ago.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Are you gonna move? I am not.
If you can beat them.
Coach? Alex. We could play basketball.
You'd have to get the whole team back together.
We're in. I'm in.
I'm in. Join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it.
A guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
That's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice.
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes. It's time.
I'm with her.
To play.
This is my truth.
Like a girl.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer. I said sport, Felix!
Lady Ballers. Streaming on DailyWire Plus.
The Robin DiAngelo one.
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling.
It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor? How about cowboys, firefighters, roughnecks, and...
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Jeremy's Razors, official partner of the UFC.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The Robert D'Angelo one.
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling.
It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright.
I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you all for being here. I'm also thrilled to work for President Donald J. Trump. And I can breathe. I don't have a tie on today. I've worn a tie more in the last 2 or 3 weeks than I have in my whole life, and I feel liberated right now. When I'm on TV, my mom doesn't recognize me in a tie. Someone looked like you, but it wasn't you. So who am I? I'm a passionate guy about energy. From a kid in high school, I was passionate about energy sources, energy technology. I've spent, after schooling, my entire career as an entrepreneur in energy. Why? It's energizing. And also, it's what controls the limits in what's possible in our lives. Not just us, but everyone around the world. We had 30-year global life expectancy at birth throughout all of human history, all the way up to less than 200 years ago. Today, it's 73 years, from 30 to 73. Two things catalyze that change: the growth of human liberty, bottom-up social organization, what we're all passionate about, and the explosion in available energy from hydrocarbons. These two things just transformed the human condition. I am not everyone in the world has access to the liberty and energy we have. But in our own country, both of those concepts have been under great threat in the last 4 years. Maybe that's why my political career started. Liberty under threat, energy resources under threat. President Trump was elected partially on this very issue. And he was elected to get rid of the nonsense and bring back common sense. What do I mean by nonsense? Look at the last 4 years. What have we seen? Every possible new barrier implemented to make it harder to produce oil and gas. No, that doesn't change the demand for oil and gas. You just make it harder to produce. What do? You get less supply and higher prices. We've seen 30% rise in electricity prices just in the previous administration. During President Trump's first term, almost no change in national average electricity prices. All of a sudden, a huge rise in electricity prices, rise in gasoline, rise in energy across the board. So what was the response to that? Well, the United States is the dominant producer of natural gas, and we have a booming industry exporting natural gas to our allies around the world. Well, let's stop that. Let's ban new permitting of LNG export terminals. And then to add insult to injury, a whole bunch of regulations were rolled out to limit your ability to buy the appliances you want. You may want to buy that appliance, but the new appliance you're allowed to buy costs more and works worse. My dishwasher has to run for 2 hours now, and at the end I gotta clean the dishes. My clothes dryer works at half the power. In theory, this is saving energy. It just takes twice as long to dry our clothes. These are just nonsensical things that have hurt people's lives and driven prices up. President Trump came in, and he is strong, and he is bold, and he gets energy. His goal was, we're going to bring back common sense. So what's the plan? Drill, baby, drill, and build, baby, build. To produce more energy, you need the infrastructure to move that energy to customers. Think of the consumers in New England. You know, they don't have enough access for natural gas there, and they have sky-high electricity prices. And you don't get industries placed in those states. Every state that's driven up the price of energy, it not only impoverishes their citizens, but it makes it so businesses don't want to locate there. Those businesses are going to locate in another state. And frankly, over the last 4 years, a lot of those businesses are going to locate in another country. We don't want that. We want things built in America. We want those jobs in America, which means we need that energy produced and consumed in America. Thank you. Thank you. We're on the cusp of a brand new industry, an energy-intensive manufacturing industry called artificial intelligence. This is an industry we want to lead in. This is American technology. It matters not just for the efficiency of our economy, it matters from the enormous benefits that'll come in drug discovery, in product manufacturing, and frankly, in driving costs down. And it also matters for national security. Do we want China to lead the way in AI? I would feel naked. If their AI was better than ours, what does that say about the balance of power and the security of our country? We need to lead and win the competition in AI. And the only way to do that is to have tremendous energy production that we can both grow our electricity production, which is what AI runs on, but stop the price rises. They had almost no demand growth and they raised prices. This administration needs to do the opposite. We need to have demand growth and supply growth and not raising prices. Everything we can do to push prices down. That's how we can better human lives. Better opportunities for American, lower cost of living, more industries that want to invest and build things here in the United States. That is this president's agenda. And as I dig into my job and my colleagues in other cabinet positions, there is an immense amount of barriers to making things happen. Our country, it's become a place where it's very hard to build something, and unfortunately, it's very easy to stop something. One regulation, one protest, our government is littered with inefficiency and traps that can be exploited to prevent people from building things. So the task before us is big. It's not modest. It's not simple. But we have a committed team who are working every day to get these barriers out of the way, let America grow our energy production, build our energy infrastructure, bring jobs and investment back to our country, raise American wages, and lower American prices. And back to those appliances. Who here is in favor of more expensive, lower performing appliances? How many votes do we have for that one? President Trump. So under this administration, in my department, and actually in many other departments in the Trump administration, we are working feverishly to remove these regulations, to free American producers, to build the appliances people want to buy. We have a factory in the southeastern part of the United States that employs hundreds of people to build a particularly popular product these days. It is a tankless water heater powered by natural gas. It's among the cheapest ways to heat your water, takes the least space, lower cost, burns natural gas, our lowest cost thermal energy we can have in our houses. It's a win on every box. That's why they've been selling like hotcakes and are an emerging product. So what did the Biden administration do? They see a hot product, all Americans are voting yes. They passed a regulation that would make that product illegal, and that company would be dead. In fact, that company is very fearful for the jobs and opportunity of those workers. Now, that's hundreds of American jobs. I care personally about that. But it's much bigger than that. It's all Americans would not have available to them a low-cost, efficient option to have hot water for their showers and their washing machines and everything else we use it for. That's just completely nuts. But again, President Trump, fix that problem. Fix that problem. We found a fix, and we are fixing that problem. That factory staying open, those products are going to be built in mass, and they're going to be shipped all across the country for the American consumers that want to buy them. We're not going to tell you what to buy. We want to enable you to buy what you want to buy. That's that crazy freedom idea. I'll end with saying, America's back, baby. Thank you all.
Welcome the Senator from Indiana, Senator Jim Banks.
Thank you, CPAC. I'm Jim Banks, United States Senator from the great state of Indiana. I just left the floor of the United States Senate where I cast my vote to confirm Kash Patel to be our next FBI director. It's great to be among so many patriots on this historic day. Today marks the 1 month point exactly that Donald Trump became our president once again, kicking off the golden age of America. Within a short time, we've gotten just a glimpse of the greatness that will define this new era. President Trump has already rooted out massive waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal bureaucracy, crippling the corruption of the deep state. He's directed the largest mass deportation operation in American history, making our communities much safer. And he's removed the "kick me" sign from the backs of our industries and our American workers. Our adversaries and our partners have been put on notice. The era of taking advantage of America is over. While America is heading toward this golden age at warp speed, we also face a troubling reality. There are those within our borders who hate America and are working against our own people. They hate America and everything that she stands for. They aim to break down and degrade everything that sets America apart. While the left has found a multitude of ways to sabotage our institutions, wokeness has become their primary weapon. It's a nuke meant to obliterate our culture and erode American society. Wokeness takes fundamental truths that our civilization is founded upon, and perverts them into ungodly anti-American lies. That ideology serves as a tool to undermine everything that makes America great: the family unit, faith in God, and historical and biological truths. Putting up a fight against this kind of poison requires courageous action, and that's why all of us are here today. And that's exactly what President Trump has given us on his watch. He's inspired the rise of what I like to call the new right. It's a coalition of conservatives who recognize that the status quo in Washington is failing the working class, steamrolling their best interest. The old Republican Party bowed down to liberal corporate interests and an America Last foreign policy, while ignoring the working class. And ladies and gentlemen, let me declare to you today, that Republican Party is dead. This is no time for wimpy Republicans. The new right merges true conservatism with the interest of the people. President Trump and his administration boldly embody this new Republican Party. This administration had the nerve to stand up against corporate America, the media, the federal bureaucracy, Wall Street, the mainstream culture, the education system, the entire Democrat Party, and even weak Republicans on our side. Speaking on this very stage 2 years ago, President Trump said, quote, "On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's crazy executive order installing Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion czars in every federal agency. I will immediately terminate all staffers hired to implement this horrible agenda," end quote. I'd say that President Trump has followed through on that promise and a whole lot more. Despite how extensively DEI polluted our institutions, President Trump, with the swipe of a pen, dismantled this Marxist ideology from the halls of our government. The Education Department under President Trump has been given 14 days to end any practice that treats students differently because of their race or lose federal funding. That is a huge blow to DEI and a massive win for our kids. Maybe most importantly, though, DEI has been uprooted from our military because of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump. Under Joe Biden, our armed forces were wasting precious time and taxpayer resources running social experiments. Do you think that China's military is worried about filling diversity quotas and making sure everybody's pronouns and delusions are respected? Of course not. And as a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, I can tell you that diversity in and of itself provides no strategic advantage. In fact, holding up diversity as some kind of moral virtue is a deadly distraction. Under President Trump, we're rightfully refocusing our military on lethality because that's what keeps Americans safe. But it's not just the public sector that's purged radical wokeness. Corporate America is also following suit, bending their knee to common sense. Google, Ford, Meta, Walmart, and so many other companies, all those companies are decimating their DEI programs. The culture has shifted away from insanity and back toward objective truth and success based on merit. It's encouraging to know that our young people are a big part of this corporate shift. They've grown up being indoctrinated by all of this woke garbage, but they're the ones who are pushing back the hardest. They understand that DEI is a fundamental attack on the American dream. Let me tell you, as the son of a factory worker who grew up in a trailer park, now serving in the United States Senate, that American dream is very personal to me. It's something that's worth fighting for. I have 3 young daughters, and I want them to inherit an America that values their hard work, not one that prejudges them or bases their value off of identity politics. DEI is the biggest threat to the American dream, but the golden age of America means the death of DEI. Right now, President Trump has his foot on the neck of wokeism and driven a stake through the heart of those who hate America. But let me tell you, Congress needs to do its job. We have to reinforce the successes that President Trump and his administration have accomplished. We need legislation to codify and extend his transformative executive orders. Leaders in both the House and the Senate must partner with President Trump to help get these wins across the finish line and make them permanent. The Anti-Woke Caucus is and has been one of those partners. I'm proud to be the founder of the Anti-Woke Caucus during my time in the House. I've handed off the role to Congresswoman Harriet Hageman from the great state of Wyoming, who now leads that caucus. The Anti-Woke Caucus works to expose the cultural rot introduced by the woke movement and helps to lay the groundwork for much of what the Trump administration is accomplishing today. It stands against the tide and fights for legislation focused on restoring a merit-based society, a society that prioritizes free speech, fiscal responsibility, and the rule of law. And I'd like to mention that a lot of outside organizations, especially the Claremont Institute, have been essential partners in the momentum that we've had. In 2023, the caucus endorsed the Fairness, Anti-Discrimination, Individual Rights, or the FAIR Act, that prohibited federal government from discriminating on the basis of race, color, or national origin. And that same year, the caucus supported an amendment that I provided to the Department of Defense that would have prevented federal funds from being used to hire or pay employees who work on DEI at the Pentagon. That amendment passed the House, but it failed in the Senate. But now that there are new faces in the Senate, I say it's time that we try again. Let me close by saying that this recent election in November was a referendum on the status quo. President Trump has led this country and this town into a new age. This isn't business as usual in Washington. We're entering a time of American prosperity and peace that we have never seen before. It's felt all across the heartland of America. Working people aren't used to their leaders being honest with them or prioritizing their needs. But that's what President Trump and the MAGA movement, the new right, the new Republican Party, have achieved. The cancer of wokeness tried to undermine our national unity and destroy our country, but thank God it failed. We, the people, know what makes this country great. This is the greatest country in the history of the world. It's always worth fighting for, and I look forward to fighting alongside you to keep this country great. Thank you. God bless.
The yeas are 51. The nays are 49. The confirmation is confirmed. Under the previous order, a motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Gentlemen, please welcome President of the European Conservative Reformist Party, Mateusz Morawiecki.
I stand here in front of you as a representative of Europe, a continent which once shaped the world, and great continent, a continent of great explorers and inventors, industrial revolutions, Columbus and Copernicus, Leonardo da Vinci and Nikola Tesla. It was really a great continent. And I want this continent to be great again. Because now, this continent is in decline. And we stand on the shoulders of those giants, our heirs, and we owe this to them and to our children, as JD Vance, Vice President, said it a couple of hours ago from this place. We owe this to our children to repair the European continent as well. And we have a great past, and we have to fight for a great future. And it is possible. We have to fight for a great future as well. And now, a couple of numbers, figures, they don't lie. Europe, just 25 years ago, and Europe's GDP was bigger than that one of the United States. Fast forward 25 years later, it's by 50% smaller than that one of the United States. Industrial production in Germany is 90% of this from the 2015. By the way, the industrial production of Poland is on the level of 155% of that one from 2017. So today, Europe stands at a crossroads. It can rise again or fade into irrelevance. And we have to rise because we cannot be the weaker partner of the United States. The challenges all around us are really great and grave, and we have to cope with them, hand in glove with the United States. But to do so, we must abandon the outdated EU development model. The Franco-German engine has stalled, and Brussels bureaucracy cannot replace real economy. And climate and migration policy, instead of delivering solutions, have created chaos. If we fail to change course, Europe risks becoming a museum, an open-air museum, you can say, or worse, a colony of Asian powers. That's a real threat. And Europe faces many threats. Among them, not only a very stupid Green Deal policy, illegal migration policy, which actually is an open-door policy for everybody from Africa, from the Middle East, the Willkommenskultur of Germany. Totally wrong. But also, it suffocates the free speech, and it also fights with very poor defense system. If we do not fix these internal failures, we will have even bigger challenges to deal with, because Russia, the illegal migration, China, and Islamic terror is just next door, behind the corner. Right now, bureaucracy is killing Europe. I tell you, Europe used to award ambition once upon a time. Now it awards compliance. We need a renaissance of the European industry. We need a program designed and crafted in Europe 2040, exactly like the Made in America, Made in China as well. Well, we don't have it. The EU was built on economic cooperation and freedom. And today, every entrepreneur, every innovator, every visionary faces an army of regulators. That's Europe. They don't build. They don't support. They punish. They restrict. They require ESG or DEI or another acronyms. This is what is happening across Europe. So we see this weakness of the European Union in the AI. We have the thickest AI rule books, and we have the strictest AI regulations, But meanwhile, we don't have AI in Europe, unfortunately. We can see this very weakness of the European Union in our industry. Energy prices are soaring. Vice President JD Vance was dead right saying that we have to lower the prices of energy. I envy so much your program, Drill Baby Drill. We'll look for one in Europe. Because factories are shutting down, carbon leakage everywhere, mass layoffs in Europe, yet European elites push towards unrealistic climate policies instead of securing the economic strength and economic growth. We also see this European weakness in the area of freedom. The European Commission speaks of democracy while silencing dissent. They manipulate elections. You've heard about what's happened in Romania. My friend George Simeon from Romania is here with us. And they fight with all the Republican movements, including my political camp. You might have heard about the Hudson Institute report quite recently published. What red lines were crossed, what Rubicons were crossed. Attack on democracy, attack on free speech, attack on opposition, putting opposition members in jail. Exactly what Vice President JD Vance said in Munich is happening in my homeland. What is this? Is this democracy? The liberal leftist government and liberal left organizations receiving money from the European Commission, receiving money from USAID, NED, the Soros Foundation. They were furnished, they were supported from all over the place. So how our presidential candidate, and we have the presidential elections 3 months from today, how he can fight on level playing field with all the propaganda coming from outside, with the Russian disinformation and manipulation coming from the East, and all the leftist money coming from the West. That's really difficult. And I tell you, in 3 months from today, the presidential elections will be after the first round. And it is a very critical moment for Poland. Depending on who is going to win, our beloved country will go towards the Republican values or leftist liberal values, or anti-values, I should have said. My government was punished for standing up to Brussels. EU recovery funds were blocked, and this was against all the rule of law in Poland. And it weakened also, the European Union weakened its own economy through over-regulation and demanding even more Green Deal, even more illegal migration, even more woke and wokeness. And it left itself defenseless by cutting military expenditures while demanding more strategic autonomy. How they connect the dots on the picture, I don't know. European elites live in a fantasy. They speak of strategic autonomy, but while dismantling their own defense industries. You know what's the biggest stupidity in the European Union? The one which is going to be described in the future history books. The European Union created 4 new major industries, but not in Europe, in China. Wind turbines, solar panels, 98% of solar panels produced in China. Electric vehicles, 60% of electric vehicles produced in China. And electric batteries, all furnished and supported with the European money. Cannot imagine more stupid thing. And Poland shows there is another way. So, dear friends, come to Poland. We have a very strong GDP growth, around 40% for over the decade. Come to Poland. No illegal migration, at least until I was Prime Minister. Because my successor opens the door. He is not even reacting when the German police is pushing the illegal migrants who got to Germany and pushing them back to Poland. So right now you can feel very secure in Poland. But what will happen in a couple of years' time if they continue their mad policy, I don't know. So come to Poland if you want to see a country ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with your great country, with the United States. But why is Poland safe and strong? Because we have rejected the European self-destruction policy. And this is why I'm so much concerned these days that my successor as Prime Minister is a very pro-German, pro-Brazilian politician. Doesn't understand geopolitical challenges around us. And he can destroy this very Poland, which we love. We cannot allow him to do this. I refuse to accept Europe's decline. While I was Prime Minister, Poland grew on average around 4 percentage points. And we had a period of time when we were catching up with Germany and the other Western European countries as the fastest pace in our history. Thank you. And history is unforgiving to those who remain passive. So we have to really fight shoulder to shoulder to regain free Poland. We have to fend off all those leftist and liberal ideological tendencies. We have to unleash our economies. Deregulation means not chaos. It means unleashing our potential. And this is what has to be done. Regulation, red tape all over the place in Brussels. This is mad policy of Brussels. The greatest technological revolutions happened not because government stepped back, not because government allowed those to happen, but because government stepped back. Second, we have to defend our sovereignty. So no more blackmail from the European Commission. No more juristocracy. Do you have juristocracy here in the States? We have it all over the place in Europe. And in Poland, it's crazy. Third, we have to rebuild our defense. And Poland is dedicating more than 4 percentage points on defense. It's the country where, while I was able to repair the public finances and the Polish budget, I have left the Polish budget in a very good state. And my successors are trying to take credit of this. And we are spending 4.7% on defense because we know how important this is. Europe created the first universities, the first modern economies, the strategies that shaped history. Now we must awaken that spirit again. The spirit of inventors, the spirit of ambition, the spirit of courage and determination. On top of the already existing difficulties, problems, we have this huge war in Ukraine. And there is the space of intermarium of which Poland can be a barbican of stability between the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea. And we want to be the indispensable ally of the United States in this part of the world. We need you. But I believe you need us as well. So, if we fail, Europe fades into history. Europe is declining. If we fail, Europe will become a junior partner of Russian-Chinese tandem. And together, Russia, China, and Europe is stronger than the United States. So it's a jeopardy for the security and stability and prosperity of the United States as well. If we act, however, Europe shapes the future. If we restore our strength and our vibrant economy, Europe and the USA together may stay as a beacon of hope and freedom. The choice is ours. Let's make Europe great again. Thank you.
Bad people of Mexico meet with the bad people of the United States. What's the result?
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them. Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
The Robert D'Angelo one.
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling.
It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor? How about cowboys, firefighters, roughnecks, and...
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Jeremy's Razors, official partner of the UFC. We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Being here, look at all the Patriots gathered. This is great.
Fantastic.
About to make America great again for the next 4 years. We want to thank Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for putting this together. On behalf of Newsmax, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah.
As everyone just heard, Kash Patel. It's official. Murkowski and Collins voted against him. Mitch McConnell voted for him and announced that he's not going to run again in 2 years. I guess my question is, which one surprised you more today?
Well, I'm glad he did it, and I want to tip my hat to Leader Thune and the Senate Republicans. They're getting the job done. The Trump cabinet is being confirmed. We need that. President Trump needs his team in place, and I'm really grateful that they're moving as quickly as they are, and they're setting a good pace, and so far, so good.
So, Mr. Speaker, only twice in, I believe, 85 years has the president's party picked up seats in the midterm elections. But you are going to change that in 2 years.
We are. There's a lot of reasons for that. We're going to defy history, and we're going to grow the House majority in 2 years and not lose the majority. I think everybody recognizes President Trump needs 4 years and not 2. And if they took the majority back, they would try to impeach him, they would open the border wide, they would create all sorts of chaos. So we have to win, and we will. And let me tell you why. Because we have a very favorable landscape. Right now, as we're sitting here today, 13 House Democrats are sitting in districts that President Trump won pretty handily. That's right. There's more than 20 districts that President Trump came within 5 points of winning. So we've got a great landscape to go out and play offense, not defense, but offense, to flip those seats into our column. And on top of that, we had an historic demographic shift in the election cycle. We all saw it happening. We had a record number of Hispanic and Latino voters, Black and African American voters, Jewish voters, union workers, all these groups that had not traditionally been in the Republican Party, but on the sheer force of Donald Trump's persona, they came into the party, and they're going to be with us for quite some time, because now we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Rob, to demonstrate for these people that it truly is our conservative policies that are better for them, that leads to human flourishing. It's better for individuals, families, communities, states, and the nation as a whole. We do that, we'll hold this majority for quite some time.
Question I've wanted to ask you for a while. So before the election, Trump Force One, Donald Trump's personal plane, there was a photograph. I'm going to name you 4 people that were in this photograph. Kid Rock, RFK Jr., Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the 5th person, House Speaker Mike Johnson.
That's my crew, man.
Did you ever think that group would be together at 30,000 feet?
You left out Jelly Roll. I mean, it's a great group.
Yeah.
We went to the UFC fight. It was at Madison Square Garden, and we did a round trip to Palm Beach, to South Florida, in the same night. So we arrived back at Palm Beach about 4:25 in the morning, and everybody you just named was up like it was the middle of the afternoon, man. It was a great event. But look, that's the power of President Trump. He brings together all sorts of people who would not otherwise be unified like that. And it's a great thing for the country. It's unifying for the country. And there's talent, and it's a motley crew sometimes, but in a beautiful way. And that's been one of the highlights of being Speaker, is hanging out with that crew.
Absolutely. And you fit right in.
Yeah.
You fit right in. Can you explain why the left and why so many Democrats are enraged at Donald Trump right now for trying to end 2 wars that he did not start?
I wish I could explain the Democrats. They're just enraged about everything. They think about it. Their policies and their parties are in totally disarray. They don't have a leader. They don't have a real vision forward. They don't know where they're going to head. The entire platform has been repudiated by the American people. The woke progressive nonsense has been stamped out. And so all they know to do is to lash out. I mean, think of it. They're opposing the ending of wars. They're opposing they're imposing the Doge effort, right? What Elon and the team are doing is what Congress has not had the ability to do. They have cracked the code. They're inside the belly of the beast of the bureaucracy, and the algorithms are crawling through. That's right. They're exposing this massive fraud, waste, and abuse that we have not been able to uncover because the deep state has hidden it from us. This is a revolutionary kind of moment. It really is. And I told Elon in his office Monday before last, I said, you think of this like a scientist and a data analyst, and I think of it like a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, what we're going to do here is bring back the founders' original intent for the federal government, right? I mean, Rob, you know, you're a student of history as well. The founders wanted a lean, small federal government. They wanted most of the power pushed down to the states, as you know, and they wanted the federal government to be closely monitored by the duly elected representatives of the people in Congress. The problem is, Congress has not been able to do that job because they've been hiding the evidence, hiding the ball. Elon's on the inside, and that's why the Democrats are so nervous. He is right over the target right now. Yeah.
It's been remarkable to see the Department of Government Efficiency. That's what DOGE stands for. Department of Government Efficiency. And Democrats are almost in this un-American position right now of being against their primary mission, which is to save the American taxpayer money, which to me doesn't make any sense.
They like to spend the taxpayer's dollar. I don't think that's ever been...
They sure do.
They're for big government. That's what big government progressives do. They want the government to control every aspect of our lives. And the last 4 years, Biden-Harris administration, it was, regulations on steroids. And so now we have an opportunity to fix everything. We have a very ambitious, very aggressive legislative agenda because we have been given this opportunity by the voters to fix it. President Trump got 77 million popular votes, right? Yeah. In the House, House Republicans got 74.8 million popular votes. That's the highest total we've ever gotten.
Wow.
Yeah. So we see it as a mandate to dial all that back and to fix it. And you're seeing that happen very aggressively. The president is over 300 executive actions already. And we're going to codify so much of what he's doing so that the next team can't unwind it. That's right.
In America, we hold presidential elections every 4 years. We did so during COVID. We did so during the Second World War. We did so during the Civil War. During the War of 1812, the White House was burned to the ground 3 months before James Madison was elected. How important is it for Ukraine to hold presidential elections?
Well, it's very important, of course, and
because they were canceled last spring.
That's right, and the president has pointed that out.
And they claim to be a democracy.
That's right. We need an end to the conflict, and what I've explained, I've done 2 panels at 2 different events this morning. I started the Republican Governors Association. They asked me about this, and I went to the big business leaders, Fortune 500 executives there. They all want to know the same thing. What is President Trump doing there? I said, you got to give him room to operate and do what he does. He's doing a level set. Right? You've got to get both parties to come and bring about an end to this conflict, which will serve America's interest and everybody's interest around the world. But I think of it very much like a mediation or arbitration. If you're a lawyer, I'm a recovering lawyer, forgive me, I think of those terms. But when you start a mediation, you start an arbitration between 2 parties, you don't bring them into the room for that first meeting. You do it separately. So I think Zelensky complaining that he wasn't invited to the first meeting with Saudi Arabia and Russia is misplaced. I mean, what Trump's trying to do is do a level set, put the conditions in place for that real negotiation to happen, and we've got to allow him to do what he does. Remember, he wrote The Art of the Deal. He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Okay? If that level set takes, let's say, 3-6 months or it drags on, do you see another funding bill for the war in Ukraine?
Look, there's no appetite for that. What do you think? No. Yeah.
We got our answer there?
We have to bring it to an end. And I can tell you that our European allies understand the necessity of this as well. It's drug on too long. By some estimates, Russia's lost almost 700,000 troops, maybe more. The Ukrainians have suffered great losses. We have to bring an end to the conflict. President Trump is exactly right. It's time for it to end, and he is the brute force, I think, that can make that happen.
The president said that a percentage of DOGE savings could maybe go back to the American people in the form of what he called DOGE stimulus checks, something like 20%. How would that work?
Well, look, I mean, politically, that would be great for us, you send everybody a check, but really, we have to think of it, I think, in a...
That just got everybody's attention, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I just saw everybody look up all of a sudden.
I know.
Yep.
But if you think about our core principles, right, fiscal responsibility is what we do as conservatives. That's our brand. And we have a $36 trillion federal debt. We have a giant deficit that we're contending with. I think we need to pay down the credit card, right? That's what I think we need to do.
Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing about this one big, beautiful bill. Tell me how big, how beautiful?
Oh, it's going to be so big. I shouldn't do it in that voice. So the beauty of reconciliation, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on the procedure, but normally you need a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to do anything of substance, but budget reconciliation is the one exception to the process where you only need 51 votes in the Senate, a bare majority. So we're going to use this reconciliation process to achieve most of the priorities that we ran on in the election cycle and that President Trump, that's right, committed to. So I could be here a long time listing all those things, but clearly it's the most important interest of the country. We're going to secure that border once and for all. We're going to do that. We're going to get the economy going again, American economy going, make sure that we don't have the largest tax increase in U.S. history, which is what would happen by default at the end of this year if we fail in this mission, because the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extensions expire, the cuts expire. We're going to get the economy going, and we're going to get back to American energy dominance in this bill. Yep. And we're going to take a blowtorch to the regulatory state, get the bureaucracy back in check. Lots of details, lots of subcategories under all that, but it's going to be a big, beautiful bill, and it has to be by necessity because that gives us the highest probability of success, remembering that I have a small margin in the House.
One.
I have one vote for much of this. What could go wrong, Rob?
Right,
it's going to be fine.
Right.
But everybody is committed to delivering the America First agenda, and that's why we're going to get it done. So,
what is your working dynamic like with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who for the first time in a long time, the Senate's got a bigger majority than the House right now?
Yeah, they do. The Republican majority in the Senate has a larger margin than we do in the House. And so by necessity, the two chambers have to work very closely together, and that's kind of an innovation. It doesn't really happen in Washington. It hasn't so long as I've been there. But as soon as I became Speaker of the House in October 23, the first instinct I had was go meet with the Senate Republicans and let's align the two chambers. It just makes sense. It's common sense. So we're doing that. And you're going to see no daylight between the Republicans in the House and Senate. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, there was some reporting this week that the Democrats are planning what they're calling a super ticket in 2028, Kamala Harris and AOC. Are you prepared for that?
Oh, let it be so. Let it be so. Wow. Is that real? Is that real?
That's an actual legitimate, well, I use that word legitimate very loosely nowadays with the media, but that report is out there, we'll say.
Wow.
I don't know
amazing.
who would run for president and who would be VP.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I so hope that happens.
Do the Democrats, do they have a leader right now?
No, they don't. They don't have a leader.
Is there any leader at any level? Or is it still Joe Biden?
Well, he wasn't the leader for the last 4 years. They really are in a real bind. They don't have a leader. They don't have a vision. They don't have a platform they can run on. They have to do a whole cloth reinvention of the party. But they're very divided right now because they're in the blame game as they do the autopsy of what happened in the election cycle. So it's an interesting time. Look, our party's in great shape right now. We are very unified. We have a broadened coalition. That's exactly right. And we have the principles and the policies that truly are better for the American people. I think they've recognized that. You know what happened in the last 4 years, Rob, is that the woke progressive left tried so hard, they moved so aggressively, so quickly to swing that pendulum to the left, and it went all the way to the left and it clicked. And now it's coming back, right? We are a center-right country. We always have been, we always will be. And I think President Trump is seen as a force helping us to push that pendulum back in place. So we're going to seize that historic moment. And I believe we can bring about a much better outcome for the people and for the country.
Two questions. Elon Musk tweeted yesterday, quote, "The real reason so many Democrats are upset about entitlements is that they're using taxpayer money to attract and retain illegal immigrants, their future voters." Is that what you think the last 4 years at both our borders has been all about?
100%. They opened the borders wide. They did not care about the calamity and the heartache and the death, frankly, that it caused of American citizens because it was a power play. They wanted to turn these people into voters, and they want to change the outcome of the census in 5 years. This is very serious, and we're going to be dealing with the effects of this, the catastrophe for years to come. It's a terrible tragedy, and don't ever forget that was their motive. It was for their own political gain that they put the American people in such jeopardy. Fentanyl alone is the leading cause of death for Americans between the ages of 18 and 45, and that's flowed open the border. Human trafficking, all of the atrocities. They lost hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors in the system somewhere to traffickers. All of it. They turned the other way. They could have sealed that border any moment. The president had the authority, and I asked him personally on multiple occasions. I pleaded with him. I begged Joe Biden, use your authority. And he'd look down at the floor and shuffle his shoes and say, I can't do that. Well, the American people let him know how they felt about that.
Can I ask you, now that the horse is out of the barn, Joe Biden is in Rehoboth Beach, retired, how did he seem during those moments where you were with him in person?
It was only a couple of occasions. I talked to him on the phone a few more times than that. They didn't allow me to meet with him one-on-one for probably what is obvious reasons now. Yeah. But there's a, now widely reported story of something that happened, I think it was in early February of last year, when I was in the Oval Office and I asked him why he paused LNG exports. Like, Mr. President, why would you pause liquefied natural gas exports to our European allies? Because they're going to have to go to Vladimir Putin to get their needs met. And he tried to argue with me and tell me that he didn't do that. And it occurred to me in this dialogue that he genuinely did not know what he had signed. That they had put this executive order in front of him, and he didn't understand what it was. And that was a very alarming moment of realization for me. And I think the whole country knows now. But it was a dangerous time, a very perilous time for us, particularly in that last year of his administration. But thank God that President Trump is back in the White House, and we can restore that.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this room knows you, but I think the American people are still getting to know you. And I thought this was wonderful. Your son is on the boxing team at the Naval Academy.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How is he doing?
Well, he's bigger than his father. He's doing great. He made it to semifinals in the brigade, championship last Friday, and lost in a 1-point split decision to a young man that was 3 years older than him and had been boxing about 6 years longer, I think. So he held his own. He's been boxing for about 7 months. Okay, so
7 months and he's on the team.
Yeah. He did jiu-jitsu for a long time. He's a tough kid, but this is a different kind of.
Does he learn that from his father?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, of course.
Yes.
No, he's a tough kid. He's a great kid. He takes after his mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
President Trump.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them. Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
The Robin DiAngelo one.
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling. It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Are you gonna move?
I am not.
If you can beat them.
Coach, Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
We're in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. A guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
That's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice.
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes.
It's time.
I'm with her.
To play.
You mean my truth? This is my truth.
Like a girl.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer.
I said sport, Felix.
Lady Ballers. Streaming on DailyWire Plus.
What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor? How about cowboys, firefighters, roughnecks, and...
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Jeremy's Razors, official partner of the UFC.
Welcome to the Capitol. What do you think about Kash Patel? You know, I told CPAC leadership that next year's event should be down in my home state of Florida. You know, we also have a great view of the Gulf of America. And by the way, the weather's a little bit better. I think it's about 75 degrees. So the first thing I want to do is I want to thank you. I want to thank CPAC for all your friendship and support. You know, last year I ran to be Senate Majority Leader. And many of you very vocally supported me. And I'll be eternally grateful. Your vocal support changed the Senate. You did it. Now, for too long, Washington has been known for all the wrong things. Big spending, no results. Waste and inefficiency. Washington is about enriching politicians like Nancy Pelosi. Yep. Bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci. At the expense of the American people. Washington was always about protecting the status quo because the politicians in Washington made money off of it. Washington was about a radical social and environmental agenda, about forever wars, open borders, lies and no accountability. Washington was about Washington. It wasn't about the American people who simply want to lead their lives without bureaucrats telling them what the hell to do. All of that is changing, and it's changing fast because of one person, Donald J. Trump being in the White House. Now, President Trump is bringing common sense back to Washington. He's bringing transparency and accountability back to Washington. He's working with great leaders like Elon Musk to bring efficiency back to Washington. And the Democrats are complaining like crazy, but he's changing Washington in record time. He's bringing the voice of the American people back to Washington. President Trump is making America great again. Now, what's he deserve? He deserves our thanks and our respect. But what's he get instead? He gets lies and obstruction for the Democrats, the mainstream media, and even some establishment Washington Republicans desperately clinging to relevance. Mitch McConnell supports Merrick Garland's nomination for Attorney General. He's already voted against 3 of President Trump's cabinet nominees. AOC, she's yelling about fascism. CNN is blaring that the Trump administration is a threat to democracy and ushering a constitutional crisis. Guess what? Here's the good news. They're the past. Their voices no longer matter. Their shadow can no longer hang over politics. They lost, the American people won. What happened last fall? President Trump and an army of supporters like you all across this great country started a movement. One that changed the country and reset our future for a golden era. The future is about you and your hopes and your dreams. It's about us. It's about amplifying the voices of the American people and finally giving the government they're paying for and that they deserve. Now, a couple years ago, in the midst of Joe Biden's disastrous presidency, or whoever was in charge, I put out a plan with some ideas to rescue this country from the radical Democrats who are trying to destroy our values and bankrupt us in the process. Now, the way the Democrats and establishment Republicans responded, you would have thought I broke the law. And the craziest part of it, I couldn't tell who hated more, Joe Biden or Mitch McConnell. Now think about it. I proposed some really crazy ideas, so just think about these. Teach our students about the U.S. Constitution. That's a hard one. The Bill of Rights, our founding fathers. Have their kids recite the Pledge of Allegiance and salute the flag. Eliminating the Department of Education. Banning the federal government from asking American citizens to disclose their race or skin color on government forms. Funding our police and enforcing all of our laws. Securing the border, build a wall, name the wall after Donald Trump. Start growing the American economy, not the Washington economy. Enacting term limits for member of Congress. And federal bureaucrats. That's the big one. Protecting the integrity of the American election. Protecting, defending, promoting the American family at all costs. Believing in science. Guess what? Men are men. Women are women. Unborn babies, they're babies. Sorry, Democrats. I was tarred and feathered for proposing such crazy ideas. But it was worth it, because it was time for Republicans, at least the true, honest, conservative Republicans, to stand up and fight the hell back. Now, here in Washington, we're seeing what truly fighting back gets us. The bureaucrats are scared that their lies are being exposed. The money spigot is being turned off. NGOs across the world and liberal think tanks around the world are scrambling because their golden goose has finally laid its last egg. Corporate America is tripping over itself to reverse racist DEI programs that seek to divide us by race, gender, and creed. Now, fighting back gets us a government that's listening, an administration that's focused on a stronger future, a president that really cares, who truly fights for us, and who will not accept the status quo any longer. Now, let me say what I said a few years ago when I introduced my plan to rescue our country. Failure is not an option. The future of this country depends on each and every one of us and the actions we take today, tomorrow, and the months to come. Now, I've got grandkids. Many of you in this room and watching on TV, you've got kids and grandkids as well. In America, we used to believe we had a duty, a sacred duty, to leave things better for our children and our grandchildren than we found them. $2 trillion deficits, $36 trillion in debt, Medicare and Social Security going bankrupt, failing schools, high crime rates. Means that hasn't happened. Instead, our political and cultural rot has made things harder for our kids and our grandkids than they were for each of us. It's harder to get a good education now than it was when I was growing up. It's harder to buy a home. It's harder to start a business. It's harder to get a good, full-paying job. It's harder to live the American dream. That's wrong. That cannot be our legacy. Those of us fighting side by side in the conservative movement have faced significant obstacles, even unfortunately inside our own party. But you and we have kept fighting. We have to fight harder now. We have the opportunity, but it takes our fight. Now, we all watched what happened in Butler. We all saw President Trump stand up and raise his fist, and what did he do? Fight, fight, fight! Even in the face of unimaginable obstacles, he kept fighting. Now, we know he's going to keep fighting. I know I'm going to keep fighting, and I know everybody in this room is going to keep fighting with us. Thank you for what you're doing. God bless every one of you. God bless the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and God bless this great country. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Really watching out for these days. They've made billions partnering with big health insurance.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all of their problems will be solved if they become a man.
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them. Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
The Robin DiAngelo one.
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling.
It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Are you gonna move?
I am not.
If you can beat them.
Coach, Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
We're in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it.
A guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
That's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice!
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes.
It's time
I'm with her.
to play.
This is my turn!
Like a girl.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer.
I said sport, Felix!
Lady Ballers. Streaming on DailyWire Plus.
Information and commerce. And this started under the Trump 45 administration, where we saw our 100-year-old antitrust laws get dusted off, and we ended big tech's antitrust amnesty, where we want to use antitrust, which is law enforcement, to go after these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists who they have too much power, and they use that power for bad things, and they're anti-competitive. And we saw that the Trump 45 Justice Department started this. I always said that the only thing that the Biden administration did right was they continued President Trump's antitrust enforcement under the Biden antitrust division. And we're seeing with President Trump that he is fully committed to finishing the job with antitrust. You see this with his appointment of Andrew Ferguson to chair the Federal Trade Commission. And we're seeing this with President Trump's pick of Gail Slater to lead the antitrust division. And it's critically important because these trillion-dollar big tech monopolists, they crush competition, they shutter small businesses, and they cancel conservatives and others with whom they disagree. And I'll tell you, the tip of the spear in this fight has been Senator Schmidt from Missouri. He has been a warrior against big tech. And so I'm very pleased to talk to him today about these issues. And I just want to start this off, Senator, to just get your thoughts on antitrust and big tech generally and what you think needs to happen.
Well, I think great to be with you and great to be back at CPAC. What a great crowd. This feels a lot different now that we won in November than it did just a couple years ago, doesn't it? There's a new sheriff in town. So, yeah, I think that for most people, especially people in this room and conservatives, they have seen, Mike, over the last 4 years in particular, what happens when you have these massive concentrations of power. And you see that sort of collide with this fundamental belief that we have as conservatives that when we're born with certain rights. And those rights come from God. And the first one that's mentioned in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, is the right to speak your mind. This idea of fundamental human expression, right? And government's only role is to make sure it protects those rights. That's like the foundation of the country, and we believe that. So when you have these massive companies then that infringe upon that right, it's sometimes at the behest of the federal government, it's a scary situation. In my previous job, before this one, I was Attorney General for the Free State of Missouri. It was a great gig. I loved it. And we launched the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, which turned into Murphy versus Missouri. But you got to remember, so I think it's important to sort of go back in time. In 2021, 2022, really before Elon Musk had bought Twitter, before Jim Jordan was holding hearings. We filed this lawsuit, and it's interesting. Jen Psaki, you got to go back. This is COVID, forced masking, forced vaccinations. The real raw power of the federal government was on display. And Jen Psaki was standing there up at the podium saying, yeah, we're flagging this for Facebook. They need to take this down. They wanted to start a disinformation governance board. Remember Mary Poppins, who was singing, what was her name? But she's, singing about how great it is, and this disinformation must be taken down by the government. So you saw this, when we filed the lawsuit, we got discovery before the temporary restraining order that ultimately went to the Supreme Court. And what we found was shocking. We had an idea of what was happening, but could have never been prepared for what we found, which was high-level government officials working directly through a secret portal with the big tech companies at Facebook, at Twitter, saying, take this down. This is misinformation. You need to take this down. And them saying, okay, what else can we do? They were also threatening to take away Section 230 protections if they didn't do more censorship. So as this unfolded, it really, I think, showed to the world and to this country the real risk of these concentrations of power, with the federal government working directly with big tech giants to censor speech. And I think this is the fight. This is the fight long term for us. The Democrats, the liberals even, have ceded this ground, the high ground of defending your right to speak your mind. And so as conservatives, I think we should own this issue. It's the right thing to do. And clearly American people, I think, watched all this the last 4 years, and they sent back President Trump to fix it.
That's exactly right. I think people need to understand the whole point of antitrust is to protect the free market, right? When you have these trillion-dollar monopolists using their market power to crush competition, you no longer have a functioning market. You no longer have a free market. And that's why antitrust laws that have been on the books are so critically important to break up this power. Because if you're a free market conservative like we both are, you should strongly support antitrust law enforcement. You are targeting the anti-competitive tumors on the free market, so you don't need industry-wide regulation. Facebook is calling for regulation. Of course they are, because they're a big company and they can afford to pay for the lawyers and the lobbyists and the PR people to navigate those regulations. Those are entry barriers to startup competitors. And I would say this, remember this about Google and YouTube. If Google competed against YouTube instead of acquired YouTube, there's no chance that Google would be censoring half of America based upon their political viewpoints. Google would be competing with YouTube for conservative users, not trying to censor them. And I think that's really important to remember.
Yeah, I think in Google in particular, there's been a lot of attention. I mean, thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter and X, and it really is a platform. It really is a platform. And but Google is really the ultimate black box. That algorithm, if you're a business or whatever, or you're a political candidate, there's a huge difference between you being on page 1 of the search and page 12 of the search, right? And nobody gets to see the wizard right now. Nobody gets to see it. So I think some of the litigation as relates to Google is really important to sort of bust that up so you have real competition.
That's right. There are 2 major antitrust lawsuits working their way through the courts right now, and Google's the worst of the worst. They're the worst actor. And one is on Google's search monopoly. When you go on Google and look for things online, that's their search monopoly. The bigger problem is Google has an online advertising monopoly, right? They use the money they make with their online advertising monopoly to fund their censorship. All their woke nonsense that they do is because they have this online advertising monopoly. And you're seeing lawsuits right now, again, started under Trump, to Biden's credit, continued under Biden. We need to finish the job with Trump's antitrust law enforcers like Gail Slater at the Antitrust Division. Another problem you're seeing with these big tech platforms is something like NewsGuard, right? Where they rate news services in schools, like libraries and classrooms. And of course, they give conservative news organizations like Newsmax or Fox News or Breitbart, they give them lower grades. And so kids don't have access to conservative news sites. They get the liberal news sites like CNN and MSNBC, and that needs to end as well because, again, they're trying to control information and commerce in this country, and we just cannot let this happen. So,
well, and I think the other thing that's happening too, and we saw it, which is why, you know, it's such a great opportunity for us now with having President Trump in the White House, having a Republican House, having a Republican Senate, because we can actually put some structural safeguards in place too. For example, you know, Section 230 protections, what is that? Back in the 90s when the internet was sort of becoming a thing, what Congress said was, okay, you're going to be sort of immune from liability because you're a platform, right? People can go on there. As long as it's an open platform, you can't be sued for what somebody else says. And the idea was to have this democratization of information, right? What it didn't ever contemplate was that they would then be themselves sort of the censors, right? And so I think, you know, by way of legislation, you got to pick. You're either going to be an open platform or you're going to be a publisher who can get sued like 60 Minutes ought to get sued for the nonsense that they did to President Trump in the interviews. So they got to pick a team. And also, if you're a bureaucrat and you work to censor Americans, you ought to be able to be sued individually by a citizen, so it doesn't take an attorney general to have to go do that. You as an army of Americans can sue the censors. That would change, I think that would really change the incentive structure, which would be really important. And I can't miss the opportunity to point out just how exciting, as Mike and I and all of you believe, you know, the founders believed in this system of checks and balances where we have, you know, power is spread out among the branches, you have federalism. The whole intent was so that no one branch or no one person could get so powerful to take your liberty away, right? That's the whole idea. The whole point is to protect individual liberty. They could have never contemplated the administrative state as it currently is right now, right? This army of bureaucrats in buildings, by the way, they don't even show up to work anymore. About 6% of people are actually in the offices here in Washington, D.C. on any given day. But they have immense power over your lives, right? Over your lives. They can take away your liberty in some cases. They could take away your livelihood. And so what President Trump is embarking on, and you see just the histrionics every day, the Democrats are losing their minds because of DOJ and these efforts to strip away that power. And they should. They should, because the people of this country elected one person to run the executive branch. And he gets to make decisions on personnel and on policy. And you don't get to send millions of dollars to Guatemala for sex changes and think you're immune from having that money stripped away. That's what this fight is all about right now. So it's an exciting time.
It is an exciting time. And I will say this to the big tech platforms like Google and Facebook. Thank you for paying for Trump's inauguration. I think Mark Zuckerberg donated $1 million. We appreciate that. It was a fun party. But Mark Zuckerberg spent, $400 million chasing President Trump out of office in 2020. So $400 million versus $1 million. I think he has a lot of catching up to do. And I don't think that he's going to buy antitrust amnesty from the Trump 47 Justice Department or the Trump 47 Federal Trade Commission. We've had these antitrust laws on the books for 100 years, and to these trillion-dollar big tech platforms, nobody's above the law. And so justice is coming.
Yeah, and I think one other, with the time we have left, I just mentioned one other thing to kind of look out for. On the Judiciary Committee, I was telling Mike, I chair the Constitution Subcommittee. So we have jurisdiction over the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, so get ready. We're going to have some fun hearings and bring people in and hold people to account for trying to take away your right to speak your mind. So whoever's watching this, who engaged in the activity, stay tuned. But also, what's happening with DOJ right now, and it was so smart to start with these, with USAID, right, where you had all of this money flowing to DEI programming in Burma and LGBTQIA plays in Europe and, LGBTQ Sesame Street in Iraq. I mean, this is like totally insane, but that's where this money was going. But it was funneled effectively through these NGOs, right? The Biden administration was also using these NGOs to bring mass migration into this country, to break up our sovereignty as a country, and they were also using it to help flag things for their vast censorship enterprise. And so I think we're going to do some investigating on who these NGOs are. And if you want to know why the Democrats, if you want to know why they're objecting so much to this, there is a lot of corruption that's going to be exposed. So let's go.
I want to end this on this point. Senator Schmidt has been a warrior in the Senate for President Trump's cabinet picks and others, and Kash Patel was just confirmed today as our next FBI director. I remember when Kash was nominated, a lot of very smart people in Washington said his nomination was dead on arrival. Well, now it's Director Kash Patel, and I want to thank Senator Schmidt for all he does for President Trump and his nominees. This guy is a warrior. So thanks
for your work too. Thanks for your work too. Thank you. Yep. All right. God bless you guys.
You came to Washington for one of two reasons. Some of you came here for a position.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, well, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
Thank you so very much. What a reception. It's great to be here. And how amazing it is. You know, 13 years ago, I was the only foreign speaker. And now CPAC is a global brand. Congratulations to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for making it happen. And what a time it is to cross the pond. My country. You can't say anything, or you might get put in prison. We're getting poorer. Everybody's miserable. We're governed by a left-wing, awful government. Suddenly, post-November the 5th, America is optimistic. It's upbeat. It's the beginning of the golden age in America. And it is all because of one totally extraordinary individual. You know, I can tell you that if you take on the establishment, they do not come out with a tray of drinks. The whole of the British establishment wanted us to be members of the globalist European Union. All the parties, all the big businesses, all the trade unions. And it was almost me alone saying this is a crazy idea. We want control of our sovereignty, our borders, and our identity back with the British people. And for daring to say that, they made my life hell. But the tough times I went through are as nothing compared to what they put Donald J. Trump through. It went on for year after year after year. Endless court cases, mainstream media abuse, harassment of his family, debanking from some of the worst financial institutions, assassination attempts. And yet this man has come through it braver, stronger, wiser than at any point. He is simply the bravest man that I know, and we should all applaud him. We really should. We really should. And what a pick. What a pick for Vice President. You know, very often, around the world, very often Vice Presidents, American Vice Presidents, are not particularly noticed, not taken that seriously. But after the speech at the Munich Security Conference, I think we can say with some confidence that the American VP is going to be a major part of global politics. And I loved it. I loved it. Did you enjoy his speech? Well, I tell you what, they didn't, did they? They absolutely hated it. It rather reminded me of my times in the European Parliament a decade ago, getting up saying the bloke had the charisma of a damp rag, and that rather upset them. But JD was right to have allowed millions of undocumented young males to come into Europe, many from war zones in which they took an active part, to allow those people who come in, and in many cases come from cultures and countries where women are not even treated as second-class citizens, to have seen the massive increases in crime, gang crime, dramatic increases in sexual crime against women, and yet nobody in the European establishment is prepared to put their hands up to recognise the depth of the problem and to say sorry to their people. And JD called them out in this speech, and he was right. He was right. He also mentioned free speech. And I think there's a third figure in American public life now that is, well, I think he's a hero. Because if you remember 2020, in November, you couldn't say anything about the conduct of the election in this country. You then couldn't say anything about vaccines or about lockdowns without social media closing you down. And then along came the hero of free speech, Elon Musk. Fantastic. And he's fighting for free speech. And boy, if we don't have free speech, we're not living in a free, open, democratic society. It matters that much. And I think I believe that the talents of the world's most successful businessman going into this amazing Doge project, I wish him all the luck in the world and Godspeed. I really, really do. And we very often follow you. American trends we tend to follow. You occasionally follow some of our trends. I mean, you gave us woke. And we gave you Prince Harry. No, you keep him, you keep him. But in 2016, we delivered a political thunderbolt across the whole world, and it was called Brexit. And I believe that a wave crossed the Atlantic and helped Donald Trump win the presidency in November 2016. Well, This time, the Trump win has the ability not just to save your country, not just to make you freer and more prosperous than America has ever been, because undoubtedly that is what is going to happen. But it's also producing a wave that is now coming the other way, across the Atlantic. I had been retired from politics for nearly 4 years, but I decided last June I'd get back into politics because I couldn't bear what was happening in my country. And I am now leading, and in historical terms, this is incredible. I am now leading Reforming UK, and we are now topping every opinion poll in Britain. And we are going to win the next general election and save our country. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And what you guys have done, what CPAC, what the activists have done in helping President Trump win 85% of the counties in this great country of yours, to win the House, the Senate, the majority vote, all those things you've done, the confidence of this man, surrounded by a great team, this is all going to blow back and help us in our endeavours and across the rest of Europe too. And I really believe that, like you, British taxpayers have had enough of sending £100,000 to Bangladesh to study shrimp behaviour. But we've had enough of free speech being cracked down upon. We've had enough of two-tier policing, two-tier justice, different groups of people being treated differently by the law. We've had enough of being told, you can't say that. The hell with it. Within the limits of what free speech gives us, we should be allowed to say whatever the hell we want. And we will. And we will. We will deport those who come into Britain by dinghy illegally. We will make sure that those to come to Britain legally subscribe to our shared values. In fact, in many ways, what we're fighting for is a very similar agenda to the one that you've just fought for and the one that you have just succeeded with. I want to finish by saying, as a regular at CPAC and as somebody who has publicly supported President Trump and been a friend of his for a decade, this is a remarkable CPAC coming together. This is something to celebrate in style, to be proud of. You're going to make America great again, and we in turn will make Britain great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's our America. We conquered it.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
I'm a husband. I'm a father of 4. I host a talk show. I give speeches. I write books. I like to make sense of things. A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people.
Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
And so they go on the internet and they're told that all their problems will be solved if they become a man.
There are masculine girls. There are feminine boys. What are we going to do about that? Carve them up?
I care about the truth. I care about children. I care about the women who are having their opportunities stolen from them.
Based on what I'm saying, would you ever want to move to America?
They say no, never.
Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous, well, let me show you, this is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest at this point.
Then it hit me. I saw it.
This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
The power of love.
I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. I sure hope we're up to the task.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. And buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it.
The Robin D'Angelo one?
She didn't know who he was.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt Walsh in his man bun, which everyone must see.
What Matt did is he went after the unforgivable sin of modern society and then asked the question about it.
That's key to the whole universe of storytelling.
It's a great film.
You get a lot of good laughs in it, so it's a good date night thing.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny.
Am I Racist? Now streaming on DailyWire Plus.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Are you gonna move?
I am not.
If you can beat them.
Coach, Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
We're in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. A guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
That's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice.
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes.
It's time
I'm with her.
to play
This is my turn!
like a girl.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer.
I said sport, Felix!
Lady Ballers. Streaming on DailyWire Plus.
Here we go. Welcome, it is Verdict with Ted Cruz, live from CPAC 2025. Senator, I like this being our annual time to hang out with fun people.
Well, it is great to be back with CPAC, and I gotta say, CPAC this year, there is energy, there's excitement. It turns out winning doesn't suck.
It does not.
And we have a guest. We have the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi.
So these guys never invite me to be on their podcast. They finally did, and I get to do it in front of all of you. So this is awesome.
Well, Pam, I will tell you that there is some good karma to being on this podcast at CPAC. Because the last guest we had at CPAC was someone named JD Vance, and he's done all right for himself.
Yeah. He's a great man.
So, welcome.
Thank you.
You have been Attorney General 15 days.
It feels like 15 years.
I believe you. And by the way, you just got some help. An hour ago, the Senate just finished confirming.
Yes, isn't that great? Been on the phone with him nonstop.
I talked to him on the ride over here. He is going to do fantastic.
There is.
All right, let's start. 15 days. You've come into what I think is the single most important cabinet position in this administration. Because we went through 4 years of Biden weaponizing the Department of Justice, using it to attack his enemies and to support his friends. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you, come into DOJ, you've got a mission. You've got a mission to restore integrity to the department, to end the weaponization and politicization. How do you do that? How do you get that done?
You know, the volume, Senator, what concerned me the most, it's the volume of how bad it was. And it still is. We're working on it. It's day by day by day. But we've got a team of great people, and on day one, I issued 14 executive orders, and number one is the weaponization ends, and it ends now. And that's what we did.
Let me ask you something. In the 15 days you've been there, how many DOJ employees have said something to the effect of, thank God?
A lot of them.
I believe you. Look. I spent 4 years hearing from AUSAs, assistant U.S. attorneys, hearing from FBI agents, hearing from men and women who believe in the rule of law and were horrified at the politicization of the FBI and the DOJ. And so I know for a lot of good, honorable men and women who've devoted their careers to defending the Constitution, there's a lot of gratitude that they can get back to doing their job.
Their core function, and that's thanks to Donald J. Trump getting back in office. And he gave us a clear directive, make America safe. And that's what we're going to do. And, you know, to start with the law enforcement agencies talking about cash, these men and women didn't go to Quantico. They're not risking their lives to waste their time on all this politicization and raiding Mar-a-Lago. Really? Stopping. All of that is stopping. And we are returning them to their core function, fighting violent crime. And that's what the great majority of men and women in law enforcement, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, as well as the incredible legal team at the Justice Department, that's what they want to do.
So let's talk about one of the most lawless aspects of the last 4 years, which was the open borders that we saw and the 12 million illegal immigrants that have come into this country. You've had just 2 weeks, but you've hit the ground running, going after the criminals, going after the murderers, going after the rapists, going after the child molesters, going after the Venezuelan gang members. Tell us, number one, what you're doing as Attorney General that is making a real difference, that is already making America safer. And number two, I understand you have some breaking news concerning my home state of Texas, which I'm particularly proud to hear.
I do. And the press release isn't even out yet. Joint Task Force Alpha that we elevated once we came in office. It's with the Department of Justice and the FBI, and we work hand in hand with Homeland Security. Christy Nome is awesome. Yep. We all work so well together. Joint Task Force Alpha just made a huge arrest in Juarez, Mexico. They were headed to Texas, to El Paso, human smuggling. Huge. That's why we do what we do every day. Yep. That's why these agents risk their lives every single day. It's human smuggling, and a lot of children, they're saying, are safer because of this.
Let me ask you a question. President Trump, and this has made headlines on what you were just talking about, we've designated these cartels as terrorist organizations. What does that allow you to do in your job? And Kash Patel now is the head of the FBI. What is that going to give you the ability to do and to go after them?
Well, Stephen Miller is doing a great job, as we are, right? Leading this effort with all of us. Mike Waltz at DOD. We all work so, Pete Hegseth, we all work so well together. And it gives us the ability, they are a terrorist group. And it gives us the ability to go after them, more ability, anywhere in the world, and treat them as terrorists. They are terrorists. If you're bringing fentanyl into this country and killing our kids, you're a terrorist, and we're coming after you.
300 a day is the average that are dying in this country right now. When you took this job and you hear that number and you saw the inaction from the last administration, how angry did that make you?
So angry. You know, I was state AG before I became United States Attorney General. And fentanyl was really just coming on the market. And now with this horrible open border policy, just flowing across our borders and killing kids, killing adults, every single day. And it's criminal that no one was doing anything to stop it. I can't comprehend how any administration, progressive nor conservative, how any administration could tolerate that and let that happen. And it ended day one with Donald Trump when he shut that border. I was at the border back in September. I went with Laura Trump and Morgan Ortagus.
Yep.
And we were in Yuma, Arizona. And I saw firsthand, there is nothing humanitarian that was happening at that border. Nothing. They have a rape tree where they're raping women as they're coming into this country. I saw firsthand piles and piles of passports just thrown from every country you can imagine because the Biden administration was letting you walk right in the country. If you didn't have a passport, they said they saw Asian, Chinese individuals saying, oh, we're from Cuba. So they wrote down they're from Cuba and had to let them legally walk right in under that administration. But the drugs, the trafficking, I learned a new term, disposable child. The customs, the Border Patrol agents told me that they saw a little boy and they kept recognizing the same little boy over and over and over coming in. Because if you came into our country as a family unit, they just let you walk right in.
Yep.
Well, this little child was being trafficked.
Yes.
Now, how they were getting him back to Mexico is beyond me. But they were bringing him time and time again. He wasn't their family, so who knows what happened to his parents.
Well, and I will say a number of people in the room gasped at a term you use, which unfortunately is a real term, rape tree.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've been seeing for the last 4 years in Texas. We've seen it in Arizona, that the cartels will go and violently rape women. They'll violently rape teenage girls, young girls, and then they will hang their underwear in the tree. And you'll find a tree down on the southern border with 10, 20 pairs of underwear as they're mocking law enforcement, saying, we can do whatever we want. And for 4 years, the Biden Justice Department, they just turned a blind eye and they facilitated it. You know, you talked about the kids, so they had a policy. If you arrive with a kid, it's essentially a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so you started seeing a phenomenon that we've never seen in immigration before, which is single young men showing up with little kids. Now, that's not a normal pattern of migration, but we started seeing military-age men showing up with little boys and little girls, many of whom are physically and sexually assaulted in transit, and the same kid the cartels would recycle over and over and over again to bring in gang members, to bring in criminals. Now, let me ask this. What is most effective stopping the invasion at the southern border?
The border, closing our borders, which is what we've done. Donald Trump has closed our border. But now, of course, we all know we have so many of these illegal aliens, fighting age men, ages 18 to 35, in our country.
Yep.
Walking around our country. And President Trump has given a strong directive on that.
How concerned are you right now about the 12 million illegal aliens who came in under Joe Biden and about the risk of terrorism, of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the risk of terrorism targeting Americans across this country?
It's a huge risk, and we all know how bad it is now. And that's what Donald Trump is committed to do, is to take these people out of our country, to prosecute them, to deport them, to get them off our streets. And that's what all of these law enforcement agencies are doing. You know, Laken Riley, of course, that beautiful young woman, University of Georgia, Laken Riley is probably the most prominent name. But look how many Laken Rileys are out there. One victim is too many.
Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Marin.
Right.
I mean, the numbers just every day.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say, so already in the first 2 weeks, you've sued New York, you've sued Chicago.
You can clap for that.
These sanctuary cities that are fighting, and I've got to say, Massachusetts in particular, actually in our last podcast we talked about this, how Massachusetts continues to this day to have violent child rapist illegal immigrants who they release on the streets and they refuse to notify ICE. They refuse. These are illegal immigrants who could be deported immediately. and the Massachusetts officials take criminals who violently rape little kids. Let me ask you, what is your message to a mayor, to a local official who wants to defy federal immigration law?
Well, our message is very clear. I sued Illinois first, Chicago, first day, and I gave a very strong warning. If you don't comply with the law, you're next. And guess who didn't listen? New York. Kathy Hochul got sued. They all got sued in New York. And if you don't follow the law, you're going to be next. Because we are going to get violent criminals off our street. And you know, Senator, it's more than that. They're endangering the lives of our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yes.
That's what people don't understand. When you're hiding illegal aliens from law enforcement, you're endangering their lives. It's gonna stop.
So let me ask you, 2 weeks into it, you've been at DOJ. What's your assessment? Is it as bad as you thought it would be? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's worse. Of course, it's no worse.
You inherited chaos.
Worse meaning, yeah, that department had completely lost its mission of fighting violent crime. Look what they did to President Trump. Look at the weaponization, and weaponization ended. And the deep state is very real. I think all of you in this room know that. It's very real. And people trying to undermine everything you're doing. You know, 3 weeks into it, I went in one department and found huge 20 by 20 glossies of Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and Kamala Harris still hanging up in my office. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And guess what's replacing it? A very handsome photo of a man named Donald Trump is in
Not the one in the hallway, right? That picture?
That one.
That one. Okay, I like that one.
That one's in replacing. But you know, I make light of that. But that's what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, he had been in office 3 weeks, and the deep state still had those pictures hanging. And to me, that's defiant. It's insubordination. Not going to happen. But you know what we said. Most people, the majority of the people, are great people who went to law school, became prosecutors, became law enforcement agents to fight crime.
You've spent your professional life as a prosecutor.
Career.
How important is it to you to go after bad guys and to get bad guys off the street and keep people safe?
It means everything. And the drug epidemic, you know, the fentanyl just flowing into our country now, the terrorists, the gangs, TDA, Transdagua, MS-13, all of the gangs who are now terrorist organizations. We've got to stop them. And that's why we do what we do. And we all have to work together. And working with Homeland Security has been great, too.
So one of the most shocking statistics from the prior administration is the number 300,000. 300,000 children that the prior administration had in custody and that they lost, that they do not know where they are. We know that many of those children are being abused right now. Tell me about the efforts you and Homeland Security and the Trump administration, the efforts you are doing to find those children and to get them out of harm's way.
That's top priority, and that's Donald Trump's top priority, to find these victims and to save them. And that's what I truly can't comprehend how any administration would let that happen and not care. And that's what we're all fighting for. And you know, you say when you take a job with this incredible volume, you think, how do you do it? How do you focus every day? And you do it by saying, if I can save one life, it's worth it.
Well, it's a lot more than one.
But it compounds. That's how you start off. One life.
And it is thousands and ultimately more. So I want to say something to the folks here at CPAC, which is, as many of y'all know, Ben and I do this podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. We do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We've got roughly 1 million unique listeners all over the country. And we do this to go around the corporate media, to go directly to the American people and to bring the truth and bring the facts. So I want to ask everyone here, many of y'all already subscribe to the pod, but I want to ask everyone here to pull out your cell phone right now. Pull out your cell phone and text the word verdict, VERDICT. Text the word verdict to 244 24005. Again, 24005. When you text verdict to 24005, what you'll get back is a link to subscribe to the podcast. Now, if you're under 40, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, ask your kids or ask your grandkids. Although I'll say, if you're at CPAC, you're pretty hip and connected. So you may know as well if you're here at CPAC. But every Monday,
and subscribe
Wednesday,
doesn't mean it costs you money to quote your dad.
Oh, my father points out that my dad is 85, and he said when he hears subscribe, he thinks it's a magazine subscription. There's no charge. It just magically appears in your phone early in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And we bring in guests like the Attorney General of the United States, and we focus on what is happening, the victories that President Trump is winning, and the news that the corporate media won't cover.
Yeah. I want to ask you...
24005.
I want to ask you a question. It's one that I've been dying to ask you, and it deals with all of the pardons that were given out from Joe Biden at the end. There were a lot that went to his family. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. There's one person he did not pardon. That would be himself. There are a lot of people that think there should be accountability. Should this be something that is looked at to see what he did while he was president?
Don't you find it very interesting, though, that they attempted to prosecute the president for having documents in the most secure place in the world other than the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and he had the security clearance to take them, yet Joe Biden, who had no security clearance to take them at the time, had them in his garage with his drug addict son going in and out of his garage, yet what did they say about him?
Too old to prosecute.
Frail old man. But listen, Donald Trump and I have not talked about that at all. This is not about targeting. This is what they do to us. This is not about targeting. This is not about weaponization. This is about keeping America safe and going forward and prosecuting violent criminals. If you committed a crime in this country, no one is above the law. I will say that. No one is above the law.
So Pam, the media are going crazy about New York Mayor Eric Adams and the charges that were dismissed against him.
So glad you brought that up.
Tell us what the story is, what happened there, and why were the charges dismissed?
Sure. And Emil, who has done an incredible job, he worked on this case, he looked at this case. It was an incredibly weak case filed to make deportation harder. That's why they did it. They took one of the biggest mayors in the country off the playing field in order to protect their sanctuary city. This case, it was so incredibly weak. It was about increases in airline tickets, upgrades in airline tickets in his official capacity, without getting into all the details of the fact. I don't even think it could survive a verdict. Excuse me. Incredibly weak case. That is the weaponization of government.
That's lawfare.
That's lawfare. When you're filing cases like that to keep someone who criticized Joe Biden, who said they took away his security clearance, so he could not get the details, so he could not help enforce the deportation efforts in New York. And these people are going after him. Ride a subway in New York. It's not safe.
Yep.
Violent crime is at an all-time high, and that's what they're doing. So it's not about weaponization, it's about ending their weaponization of the government and fighting violent crime and enabling cities like New York and mayors like Eric Adams to enforce Donald Trump's immigration policies.
I want to ask you and go back to something you said a moment ago. We were talking about cartels, and they have been able to set up networks, and we see this coming up now more often, where they're controlling states and cities and states and the entire flow. And they've been able to do this and set it up without having to worry that anyone's going to stop them. We're seeing this not on border states, but all over the country, this network. At what point do we get to start dismantling that? How long does that take? How much time is that going to take? Because they've been here for quite some time with the last administration.
Yeah, there's a lot I can't talk about now. But very publicly, I think you've seen a lot happen. A lot is happening every day. Our great men and women in law enforcement are out there. It's a joint effort with our office and with Kristi Noem. And Again, we all work so well together, whether it's Mike Walsh, Pete
Y'all are
Bessa,
friends. I think
Rubio.
people don't understand this. Like,
Yeah.
this is a group in this administration, and you and I have talked about this on the show. You guys are friends. Like, y'all know each other before you got here. How important are those relationships that you say, hey, I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. I got your back. Let's go to work.
Vital and crucial. And Mike Waltz and Christy, we're on the phone with each other all the time. And to change the topic just a little bit, just to give you an example, Lee Zeldin, a dear friend of mine.
Great guy.
On President's Day.
Running the EPA now.
EPA, Lee Zeldin, great administrator of EPA. I'm on the phone hours with Scott Bessent, our Secretary of Treasury, and Lee Zeldin. And, you know, we've seen, thanks to Elon Musk, my buddy's great work.
Yep.
And it's been reported, look what they're doing at EPA. I'm changing the subject a little bit, but they're giving out billions of dollars after Joe Biden lost the election, trying to push this money out the door.
Virtually shoveling cash out the windows.
As they said, gold bars.
Yeah.
Let's throw all the gold bars off the ship.
Yep.
And we're stopping them. We're stopping them in real time. We're going after them. But it's because we all pick up the phone and we talk directly to each other. So we're able to work together, you know, talk to Marco Rubio and look at the men like Steve Witkoff out there, Rick Grinnell, what they're doing working with Marco and Mike Waltz and all the people that they're saving around the world. And that's thanks to one man, Donald Trump. He put all of us in these positions because he believes in us and trusts us.
The consistent thread of the cabinet nominees is that you're all change agents. You all came in with a mission, and it is, listen, there has never been a first month of any presidency in the history of the United States of America like the last 30 days.
That's right.
Amen.
And I'll tell you, I have had great joy turning to my Democrat colleagues in the Senate and just deadpanning, well, 3 years and 11 months to go. And they literally start twitching. They have facial tics that they cannot suppress.
Yeah.
But, all right, Pam, one of the things that people like about this podcast that we try to do is we try to bring people behind the scenes to actually understand what's going on behind closed doors. So tell us about your first day as Attorney General. You're confirmed, and like day one, when you get sworn in, just walk everyone through what day one of being Attorney General of the United States is like.
You go nonstop, and I jokingly said it felt like 15 years because you're working 7 days a week nonstop. And we're all working with each other, and everything we do, it overlaps, and especially with Department of Justice, especially too with all this money going out, the USAID, all of these agencies, and we're going to be helping all these agencies, but you just hit the ground running, literally, and don't look back. I don't look at what time of day it is. I don't think I've slept in 15 days, but you don't want to. And then when you find out about this human trafficking ring that was just broken up, that's why we're all doing what we're doing. And you just keep going forward. And our directive from our boss is so easy, especially on my end, make America safe. And so you just don't, Senator, you don't even, my hardest thing now is I forget to eat. You forget what time it is, and it's 6 o'clock at night, and why do I have a headache? Because I haven't eaten today. Mm-hmm. But you're going nonstop. And it's not me, it's an entire team. I've got Chad Mizell, I've got Emil, I've got Todd Blanche, thank goodness, coming in, and we've got Kash Patel now, so they better look out.
How nice is it to have a boss by the guy by the name of Donald J. Trump who just lets you do your job?
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of presidents in the past that have really tried to keep their thumb on people. It seems like he's saying, go. And go get it done and call me when you need me.
Go. He has trusted all of us in all of our various capacities and all the different roles we have, whether it's education or agriculture, all the cabinet, labor, all of the different cabinet secretaries, just to go out and do the best we can. And we want to make all of you proud And we want to fulfill his directive to make our country great. That man sure didn't need that job. He's a good friend of mine.
Yep.
And I love during my confirmation hearing when they get on me because they say I'm friends with Donald Trump. Yes, I'm very, no, I'm not friends with him. I'm good friends with him, and I'm very proud to work for him.
You know, when you look at weaponization and politicization, part of it is using it to attack your political opponents, and we've seen 4 years of that under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Another part of it is turning the other way at your political allies and refusing to enforce the law against them. And I think one of the most egregious examples we've seen over the last 2 years is the rising anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Amen.
The violent protesters and rioters, many of whom are not students, are not affiliated with the universities, and they are threatening students. You look at Columbia University, the Orthodox rabbi there sent out an email to the Jewish students on campus and said, do not come to campus because the university cannot and will not keep you safe. And the Biden Justice Department did nothing. They investigated nobody. They didn't follow the money. They didn't indict anyone. They didn't prosecute anyone. And they did not enforce Title VI of the Civil Rights laws, which say that if you are tolerating harassment on the basis of ethnicity or religion, that you will have your federal funds cut off. How is the Department of Justice different today? And what will your approach be to anti-Semitism and threats of violence directed against Jewish students on campus or any other students on campus?
We have an October 7th task force that we started, and we will protect you. When I was just a citizen, before I had this job, what you said, I'm watching these aren't peaceful protests. We all believe in peaceful protest. I'm sorry, unless you're a liberal and you don't want a parent to quietly pray outside an abortion clinic, or you're a Catholic, or a parent at a school board, they're going to call you a domestic terrorist. But I'm screaming at my TV watching these violent protests, you know, the last, since October 7th, you're watching this happen, and all of our students deserve to be safe. And first of all, these students who are here on visas, who are threatening our American students need to be kicked out of this country.
Amen. It is refreshingly simple to have an attorney general who has the approach that you're going to follow the law and enforce the law. And that, sadly, has been missing for the last 4 years.
It's pretty basic, isn't it?
It should not be complicated. Let me ask you, what keeps you up at night? What scares you in the first 2 weeks in this job?
Pretty much everything. I don't sleep at night anymore. Of course, everything we talked about, the drugs, the cartels, maybe I'll get a little sleep tonight based on the arrests that were just made, the children that are being trafficked, things that have been so personal to me since I was a state prosecutor and then since I was state attorney general. Now you just get to help people on a bigger level, which is pretty cool to get to do that. But most recently, it's really been what Elon has been uncovering, and the U.S. aid, the waste at EPA, this money, trillions of dollars, they believe, just being handed out, which is most likely making a round trip ticket and going to terrorist organizations.
And you are on the front line of defending the president and Elon Musk and Doge and all the effort they're doing, and every day we are seeing Democrat attorneys general and Democrat interest groups suing the president, suing Elon Musk, suing the federal government, and the Department of Justice is on the front lines. And sadly, we're seeing left-wing activist judges, individual district court judges, issuing nationwide injunctions. Tell us about what it's like defending against those lawsuits, and give us your thoughts on the authority of one radical district judge to try to run the executive branch and issue a nationwide injunction.
2 words: we're winning. But yeah, so you've got one.
I like that answer.
One unelected district judge trying to tell President Trump, who was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, where federal funds can go. We're winning. Even in liberal courts, by the way, Senator, we're winning. And if not, we're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court and keep winning.
Well, Pam, let me say, you and I have been friends a long time. I am thrilled with the job you're doing. I'm thrilled. I was thrilled when the president announced your nomination. And let me say, on behalf of 31 million Texans and Americans across this country, thank you. Thank you for stepping forward and answering the call. Thank you for pouring your heart into defending this nation, into keeping my kids safe, keeping Ben's kids safe, keeping all of our kids safe. And thank you for remaining faithful to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and restoring integrity to the Department of Justice. It is desperately needed, and you're doing a hell of a job.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you for fighting for us every day.
Thank you guys here for being here as well. Don't forget, we do this show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so make sure that subscribe or auto-download button. God bless America.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
This is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Are you gonna move? I am not.
If you can beat them.
Coach? Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
We're in. I'm in. I'm in.
Join them.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. A guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
That's called gender fluid. So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice. You mean when you're sleeping? Yes.
It's time.
I'm with her.
To play.
This is my truth!
Like a girl.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer.
I said sport, Felix!
Lady Ballers. Streaming on DailyWire Plus.
What kind of man shaves with a Jeremy's razor? How about cowboys, firefighters, roughnecks, and...
I can show you how to be strong. Come on, follow me. I know the journey got hard for a minute, but I ain't giving this up. Yeah, I got the heart of a champion. If I get knocked down, I get back up.
Jeremy's Razors, official partner of the UFC.
Schmidt.
Hey. Man, that is a big crowd. And they are not here for me. How you guys doing? Nice vibe this year, right? After the best month we've ever had. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out. Good to see you. I'm not going to kill any more time. Let's bring out Elon Musk. Second. Hey guys. We've got one more surprise in case this wasn't enough. I'm going to let Elon do it. Who else is here?
Well, President Milei has a gift for me.
Javier Milei from Argentina. You guys know who that is, right? Why don't we bring him out?
Yeah. Thank you. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
That's perfect.
All right.
I love it. Mr. President, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. I love it. We love it. We love it.
All right.
They told me to put this right
Where should we put it?
They want it right here.
All right, great.
A little stage prop.
All of you guys too. Thanks, guys.
Have a seat.
So,
that was something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much. I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
You're like, I think you're bigger.
I mean, Doge started out as a meme. Think about it. And now it's real. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
But it's cool.
Let me ask you this. A year ago, if someone had told you you'd be at CPAC and working with the president to absolutely shred the government, the swamp, whatever you want to call it, would you have ever believed that?
No.
No? Me neither.
But it's cool. This is awesome. And I just want to say, thanks for your support. I mean, you guys are, So, I mean, we're trying to get good things done, but also, have a good time doing it, and, and have, a sense of humor, So, I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it was comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture in just the last few months. The whole culture of this country has shifted dramatically just because of that election.
Yeah, exactly. Freedom of speech, having fun again. It seems like we should have a good time, I
mean, it's a great time. Everybody in this place is so excited, and when you talk to conservatives, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
And everybody feels this great sense of relief because we were going to hell for about 4 years. It really felt bad.
Yeah.
Especially toward the end, it felt really bad.
Yeah, I thought we were sort of heading for a point of no return, really.
Yeah.
Until that's why it was so essential that President Trump win the election, and that there be a Republican majority in the House and Senate, which, thanks to you, that has been accomplished.
Yeah. I want to ask you, one of the biggest questions I have for you is, you've been, politically, you weren't really on one side or the other for a long time. You're a businessman. A lot of people, they stay away from it. Now you're on a side, and you've chosen a side. You're sitting here in a MAGA hat. What's it, how did that happen? What was the moment?
It's dark Gothic MAGA.
That's a good one. What was there a specific moment? Was there a moment that it all changed?
Yeah, when I realized I was a fool. But no, I was, I guess, I'd say I was politically neutral for quite a while. Leaning a little Democrat.
How do you go from that to this?
Yeah, no.
How does that happen?
Well,
did they go crazy?
Yeah, they did work. They did go crazy.
Yeah, they went crazy.
No, I mean that whole cancel culture and you know, it's trying to stop freedom of speech and infringe upon, just in general, infringe upon people's personal freedoms. You know, they just want state control of what you say. They want to, you know, take away your guns. And the reason they want to take away your guns, so like there's nothing you do to oppose them. So it's sort of like, you know, I just like we just need to restore the fundamental elements of what made America great, which is freedom and opportunity.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of these freedoms disappearing in the West. It's not just about America. We're all watching Europe and knowing that they're about 50, 100 years ahead of us, right? Because they got an early start. And we're watching how they're devolving. And you're trying to save it from happening here.
No, I mean, in Europe, they put people in prison for memes.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, that's insane.
And they're collapsing. I mean, this society it's a collapsing society. It feels that way.
It feels like
France was nicer 50 years ago than it is today.
Yeah.
I don't think you can question that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, really. Thanks. I love you too.
They do well.
I mean, I really just wanted to do useful things, like, you know, basically build products, you know, provide products and services that are good, and that I wasn't really like that interested in being political. It just like there was at a certain point no choice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, can I ask you on the same side of that coin, what's it like from going neutral to being vilified, largely vilified by the media? Like you're
what? No. Really?
I mean, you turn on some of these channels, brother. I mean, they're angry at you. Does it bother you at all? Does it get to you? Yeah.
I mean, when they're chanting for my death, I suppose that's a little, you know.
Not good.
But then, like, the song's not even that good, and it's like you call that a death chant? That's nothing. Please.
They've been singing a lot lately.
It's not even good music.
Yeah. There's a lot of music lately. It's not good music either. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that you know, watching what you're doing with Doge is just people love it. I mean, I've always looked at the government, and I've always looked at the government. And I've seen this big machine. And you just know that they waste because they don't care. Nobody can. There's more money coming. They don't care.
Yeah.
You're cutting all this out. Everybody in this country knows that the government is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. And you're doing the work, and the Americans love it. Watching their reaction politically to this, I can't believe how bad they are at responding to this. I don't know how you're going to sit there and scream and complain because they're cutting waste out of the government and try to win another election. How do you try to win on that?
Well, at this point, I'm not sure how much of the left is even real.
Yeah.
You know.
How much was propped up by our money? You know.
Yeah. Like literally, you know, you see like these sort of fake rallies where there's like hardly any people, and the media will like frame it and like, you know, get all 6 people, you know, in the frame, but there's like nobody else is there. Like just it doesn't have popular support. But then you learn that like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs. And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
And they're propping up their narrative.
Yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. That's why we have X.
Yeah, and that's
why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean,
more than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
Freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this country's ever seen. If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, "Well, that proves he's a huge idiot from you know, like, look, you know, he bought it for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents." And
it's not worth 8 cents.
But you know, it was essentially to you know, buy freedom of expression.
Once that's gone, it's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Yeah.
Descent into tyranny is really quick after that.
Yeah, I mean, like, all the sort of federal money going to media companies is what helps explain why the legacy media all says the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it like, it's like weird, like you can put them up where it's like, like when
they're mouthpieces for
the state.
For the state.
Yes.
And that's what we've come to know.
Yeah.
It's scary.
And I like that meme where they're, because they're always saying like threat to our democracy, that threat to, but if you just replace democracy with bureaucracy, it makes a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Big threat to the bureaucracy.
That's exactly right. Let's talk about these Doge dividend checks that everybody's talking about this week. And I know you tweeted out that you're gonna. Does everybody want like a $5,000 check in the mail? It sounds kind of good, right? And the best part about it would be knowing where it came from. That's $5,000 that you sent them last year.
Totally. It's money that's taken away from things that are destructive to the country, and from organizations that hate you to you. That's awesome.
Does it seem? I mean, have you talked?
I mean, that's like glorious. That's like
it's the best.
The spoils of battle,
Spoils of battle. I like that. Is there traction on that?
Yeah. So I talked to the president, and he's supportive of that, and so it sounds like that's something we're going to do.
Yep.
So as we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah. I think they fired 6,000 people at the IRS today. And I think Lutnick said last night that they're talking about shutting down the IRS. I think it's fair. I think people should realize this is, the amount of money that we send Washington like $5 or $6 trillion a year. That is such an ungodly amount of money. What do they? They say like a trillion seconds is like 30 years or something like that. That's how much we send them, and they seem to never have enough. There must be a lot you can cut.
No, absolutely. People ask me, what's the most surprising thing that you've encountered when you go to D.C., when you're in D.C.? And I said, well, the most surprising thing is the scale of the expenditures, and actually how easy it is to, when you add caring and competence where it was absent before, you can actually save billions of dollars, sometimes in an hour.
Yeah.
It's wild.
And then they scoff at it and say, a few billion here, there. The way they're talking about it, you can see they don't care. It's such little money compared to how much they're used to wasting. That's what's really scary.
Exactly. But obviously, it just shows that they really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they say, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people, So what are you talking about?
I'd like to have it. Let me ask you a question. I know the president fairly well, watched him survive 2 assassination attempts. Had the first one not happened, the second one would have gotten him. It was very, because without those extra guys, they would have never seen that gun poking through the fence at the golf course. I saw the crew that you had.
Isn't it like mind-blowing that this has happened? It just... And what, by the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on? Cash is going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, there you go.
By the way,
Confirmed just a couple hours ago, but I saw that the security detail that you had come in is enormous.
Well, it's not that enormous. Maybe it should be bigger. I don't know.
I think you could probably afford it. But how concerned are you about your safety? Dealing, you are a wanted man. Are you nervous?
So, look, I'm open to ideas for improving security. I have to tell you, I don't actually have a death wish. I think. But it's not that easy. But I have I've had even people like President Bukele from El Salvador who managed to put in prison 100,000 murderous thugs, and he was he called me. He's like, I'm worried about your security. I'm like, you're worried about my security? I'm like, what? Okay. That's
talk about guts to do that down there.
Yeah, totally.
And survive.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying, because it seems like that would have been not easy, you know.
Well, the president has, one of his top attorneys is now investigating, I guess, Chuck Schumer for threats against SCOTUS, a congressman on the Democrat side. They're saying, basically saying we're going to bring a war to you, like a fight to you. I mean, the rhetoric, you guys are screwing with things that are not supposed to be messed with. And
we're fighting the Matrix.
There's a lot
big
of
time.
people that really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, we're fighting the Matrix big time here.
But
it's got to be done.
Yeah.
It
certainly does. What's going on with? Tell us about Fort Knox. It's Kentucky. It's a military base. It's a ton of gold, tons and tons and tons
like
of gold.
5,000 tons of gold, or
5,000
give or
tons
take,
of gold are there in the ground and like this. I mean, it's a very secure
I think
thing.
we all want to see it.
I'd love to see it.
Like, this is your gold, by the way. It's the public's gold.
Do you think it's not there?
I don't know. But I think
you just want to see it.
Yeah, we want to go see it and just make sure, like, somebody did a spray paint some lead or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, is this real gold? Fight at the bar, you know?
Didn't dent.
But I think, honestly, part of this also is just like, let's have some fun and like I said, all this gold at Fort Knox, it's the public's gold. It's your gold. So, like, I think you have, like, a right to see it.
You want to take a tour?
You know? Yeah. I think we should have do a tour. And then the president last night was like, I think he's in favor of it. That would be cool. And then it should be like a live tour. Like, you can see what's going on, open the door, like, what's behind it.
Well, and there's...
I think I'd watch that.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah.
I mean, what does 5,000 tons of gold look like?
What does
How
it
big
look
is
like?
that? Is it the size of this?
It's got to be pretty big, you know?
It's got to be a lot of gold.
Maybe there's some other stuff in there, like just walk around, like, I don't know, maybe they got some other stuff in there.
Are you thinking about auditing the Federal Reserve as well, which is obviously
yeah, sure.
Regulates our economy. I imagine you think the waste has got to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, waste is pretty much everywhere. People ask, like, how can you find waste in D.C.? I'm like, look, it's like being in a room, and this target, the wall, the roofs, and the floor are all targets. So it's like, you're going to close your eyes and go shoot in any direction. You can't miss, you know? So it's pretty wild. Like you just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Like, just a little bit, you know? It's wild.
It's scary, isn't it?
That's why I say, it really is underrated if you add caring and competence, how much things improve.
Yeah.
And we just find so many totally crazy things, which, we're sharing with the public. We post everything we learn. So you can see it. You know.
What do you?
It's like, isn't it like it's totally wild? Like we just did like a check the database on Social Security. Like, says how many alive Americans eligible for Social Security are there? And according to the database, it's over 400 million. And we're like, wait a second.
And how many are getting?
How old are they again?
Yeah.
And then like we found like one person in there is like 360 years old. I'm like, what, do they know Ben Franklin or something?
The revolution.
America didn't exist before that time. Like so.
Yeah, we were colonies.
Maybe it's just me, but I think it's a red flag. I don't know.
But are there indications that there were checks going to those people or any of those people?
Well, yeah.
That's, I guess, the question, right? I get the Social Security Administration is dumb, but are they paying these people? Are they that dumb? I don't know.
A bunch of money is going out from the Social Security Administration, and in fact, from all entitlements programs.
$72 billion in waste in like 7 years. That's $10 billion a year.
Well, I think the
fraudulent payments.
The rough estimate from General Government Accountability Office is over $500 billion of fraud a year. $500 billion.
And how long at a time?
Per year.
Per year? On Social Security?
No, on all...
on all government.
On all entitlements.
All entitlements.
All entitlements,
yeah.
It sort of actually makes sense when you look at the thing from a top level and say, like, okay, there's $7 trillion of spending by the government. What percentage do you think is fraudulent? Okay, exactly. Like, a conservative estimate of the $7 trillion would be 10%. Conservative.
Probably a little higher than that, yeah.
Exactly.
Feels like a quarter out of every dollar, right?
But if the fraud's only 10% of $7 trillion, you've got $700 billion of fraud.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's like really easy to take advantage of the federal government. It's very easy. So.
Very easy. Look at COVID.
Yes.
Everybody got rich during COVID. I mean, look at all these scammers. I mean, it's unbelievable.
It looks like, in terms of the COVID payments, there was something like $200 billion of COVID payment fraud taken by fraudsters out of the country.
Out of the country, yeah.
That's like I think, listen, if there's going to be fraud, it should at least be domestic.
Yeah.
So, but they managed to get $200 billion out of the country. I'm like, what? Didn't we notice that?
Let me ask you, let's do immigration here for a second. There's this move now that Trump's latest thing is that he's going to cut funding, any kind of money that ends up in the hands of illegal immigrants. So if you're funding these sanctuary cities and states, that's how they thrive, right? They're paying for these hotels. That's all federal money. If you got a hotel in your city, in New York, you got all these hotels full of migrants, that's not state money. That's the feds are covering that. He's going to cut all that. It's really hard to deport 15 million people. And it seems like the move now is, let's see if we, especially at the rate that we're going, it seems like the move now is, let's make it so that they leave on their own. If there's no longer a dole system for them, if they can't get their hands on hotel rooms and money, they're going to go back, especially if there's no work.
Well, I think it's really important for people to understand that the Biden administration sent any possible money that they could if there was money they could send to facilitate and amplify illegal immigration, they sent it. Okay, they took money from FEMA, meant for helping Americans in distress, and sent that money to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York. That is an outrage.
Yeah.
They actually did that. And not only that, even after the president signed an executive order saying it has to stop, the FEMA, the sort of whatever deep state bureaucrats still pressed send on $80 million last week to go to the Roosevelt Hotel in New York and other places last week. And now they're mad that it got stopped, and they're like trying to sue to have it be restored. It's like the gumption is
You think they're creating a new voter class? Would you think that was the goal when they opened up the borders for 4 years? Create a new voter class, get them citizenship, get them in, green cards, vote.
A lot of these things, like you don't actually have to assume some grand conspiracy. You just need to look at basic incentives.
Benefits.
So if the incentives, fundamentally, if the probability that an illegal is going to vote Democrat at some point, whether it's cheating, but eventually they can become citizens. But if the probability is like 80, 90%, you just look at California, which is supermajority Dem, and then the incentive is to maximize the number of illegals in the country. That is why the Biden administration was pushing to get in as many illegals as possible and spend every dollar possible to get as many, because every one of them is a customer, every one of them is a voter.
Yeah.
So the whole thing was a giant voter importation scam.
Pretty obvious.
Very obvious.
Yeah.
And then moreover, they actually created the CBP1 border app thing, where they were, which is like where they would literally fly people in. It's not like like at the point at which people are being flown in at your expense.
We're sending planes.
Like building a wall
up,
doesn't
fly
matter.
them over the border.
Yeah, they're literally flying them in.
No other country in the world would do something like this. Nobody is this stupid.
Yeah, and then we found that it was like a $100 million contract given to some guy in London, actually, oddly enough, for the CBP1 app. So they're flying illegals into the swing states.
Yeah.
And if you've got like a margin of victory of maybe 20,000 people, and you fly 200,000 illegals into that state, it's not going to be a swing state for long.
Change the numbers eventually. Maybe in 4 or 8 years, you're talking about perpetual
it's just a matter
power.
of time.
It's a long game.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
So it might take like a year for an asylum seeker or something to get a green card, and then 5 years for the citizenship. It's an investment that is guaranteed to pay off.
Yeah.
Just a question of when.
They all remember who brought them in and who left them here.
Exactly.
I want to go back. I want to talk about Biden.
This is a big deal. I think a lot of people don't quite appreciate that this was an actual, real scam at scale to tilt the scales of democracy in America.
It's treasonous.
Treason.
Yeah. One more Biden question. I remember when they would do the electric car stuff, they would always try to box you out, even though you have the only electric car anybody wants. You said, I think this week, that you think that Biden left these astronauts up in space because he didn't want to give you an opportunity to save them, make NASA look bad, make the private sector look better, make you look good. You believe that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, of course.
I kind of agree. Why would he want to let you help them come down when you're supporting the president?
I mean, the Biden administration was attacking me next level.
Yeah.
The Department of Justice, or Injustice under the Biden administration, they were suing SpaceX. They're suing SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers. And we're like, but it's actually illegal for us to hire asylum seekers because rocket technology is covered under ITAR rules, which means it's an advanced weapons technology.
Yeah.
And so we can only hire permanent residents or or citizens.
Right.
So we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. And we said, how can they sue us for not hiring asylum seekers when it's actually illegal for us to do so?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, there was a big Department of Justice or Injustice case about this against SpaceX. So obviously it was an antagonistic situation. And those astronauts were supposed to be up there for 8 days, and now they're up there for 8 months. Does that make any sense? And we obviously could have brought them back sooner, but they didn't want anyone who supported President Trump to look good, basically.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
A lot of them are saying right now that the reason that you want to get into Social Security, that you want to get into all of these into Treasury and things like that, is that you're looking for personal information and you're trying to make more money.
Yeah.
I've never met anybody as rich as you that cared less about money in my life. Every time I hear a story about you, you're sleeping on a couch of some other guy in a city that you could buy the entire thing.
Yeah,
I don't think you care about money, do you?
No, actually, I mean, listen. Like, if I steal some Social Security, I can finally buy nice things.
Yeah.
You know?
And on that same question, they're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had with the president, and that's the plan.
No, in fact, the actions that we're taking with the support of the president and the support of the agencies is what will save Medicare, what will save Social Security.
Yeah.
And because if the country goes insolvent, if all the money is just spent on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Yeah.
So that's the reason I'm doing this, is because I was looking at the big picture here, and it's like, man, our debt's getting out of control. The interest payments, the interest on the national debt now exceeds the entire Defense Department budget.
It's $1 trillion a year in
Yes.
interest. Just to carry the money that we owe is $1 trillion a year.
Yes.
That is unbelievable.
And rising rapidly. A country's no different from a person. Country overspends, country goes bankrupt. Same as a person who overspends goes bankrupt. So it's not like optional to solve these things. It's essential. So
we're going to go bankrupt.
Yes.
We are. Couple minutes left here. Russia. There's a huge push from this administration.
Yeah. People like sometimes like
to end this war.
Say like, I'm a bought asset of Putin.
Yeah.
I'm like, he can't afford me.
I think you're worth more than Russia.
Think about it.
I like that. So, you're trying to end a war. Ending a war always means you have to compromise, you have to negotiate with an enemy or an adversary. That's just what it is. And right now, they are lambasting the president for trying a different method to a war that they haven't been able to end for 3.5 years or 3 years.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump's blaming Zelensky for the invasion. How do you process all of the negativity toward him for trying to end this war?
Well, first of all, I think we should have empathy for the people dying at the front lines. That's the most important thing. And people have been dying, it's like, how many more years is this supposed to go on?
Yeah.
And imagine if that was your son, your father, what are they dying for?
Yeah.
What exactly are they dying for? That line the line of engagement has barely moved for 2 years.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of people dead in trenches for what? And I'll tell you what for what. It's like for the biggest graft machine that I've ever seen in my life. That's for what. It's unreal. Like the amount of money that is being taken in graft and bribery is disgusting. And so what's actually happening is that those poor guys are getting sent into a meat grinder for money. That's what's actually going on.
Yeah.
And it needs to stop.
And it seems, Trump is so pragmatic on this. He's just looking at it and he's saying, it's Ukraine, it's not our country, it's not a NATO ally. I just want to see people not dying. I want to see on both sides. Think about how so many young men have died in Ukraine that the army is starting to age out. The military is aging out. You got 40 and 50-year-old guys fighting in a war because there's nobody left that's not killed or maimed in their 20s.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it. Think about how many people that is. If you're a humanitarian at all, you just got to end the war. No matter what. Just get it over with.
Yes. People, they need to stop dying.
Yeah.
And the grift machine's got to stop, So, and I think people, a lot of people out there don't realize, the president has a lot of empathy. He really cares, He's a good man. So.
I got one more for you. I've been fascinated by you for a very long time.
Thanks.
I've never seen anybody that can, do so many things at the same time. You've got the rockets, you got the cars. I've always wanted to ask you, what is it like inside your mind? Is it just 1,000 miles an hour? Are you?
Yeah.
Is it just not? Does it ever stop? Do you sleep? How much do you sleep? Paint us a picture of inside of the mind of a genius. How do you do all this? Can you answer that question? It's not an easy question. Yeah.
My mind is a storm.
Yeah.
So, it's a storm. But let me maybe tell you something. You didn't ask the question, but I think it's worth kind of nonetheless maybe just elaborating on something, which is, I grew up in South Africa, but my morality was informed by America. I read comic books, played Dungeons and Dragons, and I watched American TV shows, and it seemed like America cared about being the good guys, about doing the right thing, and that's actually pretty unusual, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like
in the world, it's very unusual.
It's not like actually.
Most countries don't do that.
No, they don't.
No.
And so I was like, you want to be this good. You want to be on the side of good. You want to care about what's right, and So that's what I believe in. So.
I gave you a tough one at the end.
Yeah. So,
That's great. That's great. Elon Musk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Hey, guys.